You know what that music means.
Yeah.
Oh
You
yeah,
know what that music means. Guys,
it's
it's
time.
time.
It is time. God,
It's
I've been
time.
waiting. I've been waiting to fucking talk
It's
about this
Vader
thing.
time.
Is it
Oh, boy.
time for a reunion?
Is it time for Gertrude Stein?
So, welcome to our fourth episode 9 of our spoiler warning series.
There's not even a 7 in that. That's the crazy part.
It was very weird.
Episode 12 of our spoiler warning series is going to be for a Final Fantasy VII remake.
I guess
And-
is this going to the retrospective?
Yeah,
Well-
it'll also be
Yeah, it's
included
gonna-
in the
yeah.
retrospective.
It has to.
Something. eh.
Well, yeah, why not? This
mean-
is technically a retrospective. On it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
It's-
This is actually a remake.
I'm so excited. I'm so excited to have this conversation.
Let's get
Oh
these
my
normal disclaimers out of the way.
Mhm.
Spoiler warnings for people who have or have not played Final Fantasy VII Remake, currently released on the PS4.
And as I said, knowing that there are spoilers for this 25-year-old game is a spoiler in itself.
Yep.
So, if you don't want to be spoiled, I suggest you tune out now. Thank you for giving us the click at this moment, but
Mhm.
if you don't want to
Also-
read it for yourself, don't listen.
Nah, go
Also,
ahead
we
and
should-
listen anyway.
We should try to like withhold the spoilers from the original Final Fantasy VII up until the end of this game.
No,
What? No.
No?
the game didn't.
Come on.
We've
bother,
already
so why
done a
should we?
retrospective on Final Fantasy VII.
All right.
So,
A lot of new people are playing this game.
Oh, I know, and I almost.
well, they need to know the truth.
And yep.
That's where. God
Yep.
damn it.
Yep.
We'll get to it.
Yeah.
We'll get to it. We'll get to it.
Okay, so once again, spoiler warnings. Final Fantasy VII Remake.
No more.
If you, if
What'd I
go
tell you
forward-
guys?
If you go forward listening to this and you haven't watched the game or played the game or read the game, don't yell at us because
Yeah.
we're going to go in
That's
right
right.
now.
Oh, we're going in.
So yeah.
Okay.
I tried to warn you guys.
So here's the thing.
Oh, wait. Hold on.
This is
I
gonna
have-
be chaos.
I have to,
Yeah.
no, we have to get this one straight immediately. Right out of the box.
Okay.
This is not Final Fantasy VII.
Okay.
No.
Yes,
Okay?
that
This
correct.
is Ultimate Final Fantasy
Yep.
VII.
As in the Ultimate Marvel Comics.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
It is the
And no.
sequel to Advent Children.
Yes. It's a sequel.
There's so many
It
things
is.
going on.
It's so much.
in
It's
this.
fucking weird.
It's a sequel.
Esque.
Yeah, sort of.
Kinda. Well, I have theories, which I will get to
We'll get to that.
because I have theories.
Are we just strictly talking about the ending, or are we gonna go through the game?
We
No,
have
we
to
gotta
go
go
through the
through
game.
Go through the
because,
game. Go through
Okay.
the game.
Let's go through the game. Well, I was gonna suggest everybody initial impression right off the bat, yay or nay,
Initial
after beating it, after finishing.
after finishing it. Yay, then
As
nay.
a game, is this great?
Oh, as a game, as a
Yes.
game it's. Oh, okay. So I'll start off by saying that I was a bit apprehensive for this remake. Like it looked good, but I still know Modern Square, so I was still very like, oh, every time something new was added, like those whispers, I was like, oh, okay, like
I
this-
didn't have the FF15
no, it's
issue
not,
that you guys had. So
no, but like I'm very much like I'm watching this thing and I'm like, this is gonna go in some weird direction. And then Walmart chapter happened, and then that whole section made me realize that this game is made for people that love Final Fantasy VII by people that love Final Fantasy VII.
Well,
And
they
from that
made that very clear.
from that moment on, I was like, okay, I am in. I'm along for the ride. You guys,
That's halfway
fucking
through the
got
game,
it.
man.
Yeah, I know, but like up until that point, I was like, oh, let's see where this goes. Like I know Square, you at the 11th hour Square, and the 11th hour they do some weird stuff. But
I don't know. At the first hour, they do some weird stuff.
They do.
Well,
They
yeah,
do.
they do.
Like, if you played any of the 13 games.
Yes, exactly. So that's why I was like, oh man, like
In this game, they do some weird shit in the
they
beginning.
do some real weird stuff. But after that moment, I was completely enthralled by the whole thing.
What made you come to that decision there? About that
Walmart
section.
was was handled with such. So people revere Wall Market back in the day because the whole cloud cross-dressing scene, and it is kind of a shitty section. Like, there's a lot of like running around doing
Just
stuff,
running around
and
doing garbage.
It's kind of shitty. They conceptualized Wall Market and made it an actual character itself, and it is fantastic. They introduced 3 new people that I'm like, they were in this game already from the beginning. Like, these aren't new characters. Are you serious?
Yeah, they were the ones that didn't feel like Naruto filler characters.
Yeah.
Like some other characters.
There was some random guy who might
Like-
be one of those.
Yeah, maybe. I
will get to him
Yeah.
because he is
Like
the most
Naruto
Naruto
filler
filler villain I've ever seen in my life.
Like, you have to dedicate an episode to his backstory right before he dies tragically.
Yeah,
I
pretty
mean,
much.
He might as well have, or he was just
Well, they
so
didn't.
like he sticks
He
out.
just showed up.
Like,
He
just
never
shows
came
up,
back.
and
He
we
never
never
came
see him
back.
again. And they're like, "What was the point of
It
that?"
was like, who? You know what? Not for nothing. I like. We'll get to him like a little later, but I liked him for the sense that Cloud never has a real rival in the game. So I'm like, okay, I get this. Like, Sephiroth isn't his rival. He's like his nemesis.
I don't know, Theo. Does he?
You're right. You're right.
Does he now?
You're totally
I don't
right.
know, Theo. You tell me. That's the only part of the ending where I'm like, "What? God damn it!"
Yeah,
All right.
What about you guys? What's your impressions?
I don't know. Looked pretty good.
This was
Very
a solid yes for me from beginning to end.
Okay.
Mhm.
Especially like I kind of caught on to something about it because the whispers are kind of all over the place,
Mm-hmm,
and you're like, okay, whatever, something's clearly up, but we don't know what it is. But there was this point, the point where they're going to use the plate to crush Sector 7, and Eris just kind of walks up and she's like, yeah, I'm going to go save Marlene. And Tifa's like, how do you know who Marlene?
Mhm.
She just kind of looks at her and I'm like,
Bro,
that's a little weird.
and even before that, when like she's like giving Cloud shit, and Cloud's like, "Don't act like you know me," and you're like,
and she pauses.
and she's like, "Fuck." The Aerith was she was, I mean, she was great in this game.
So
but
she's
yeah.
Fantastic.
Yeah,
She's amazing.
From what I've seen, what I've watched, what I've heard, and what I've read about, she seems like the most enhanced part of this story.
Yeah.
Is that there's extra development, and she lays it on thick for this.
Bro, big time. And like
She's like, yo, don't worry, you'll miss me when I'm gone.
blink,
And
you're
I'm like,
wow, what the fuck? She's not wrong. She's one of the better characters.
Fantastic character.
She's fucking amazing. Although like my MVP of, anyways, I'll get to that. We'll get to that.
Mhm,
But I also through and through I was hooked from the start. I mean, okay, this is not a secret. I love FF7,
Likewise.
and this game was made for me. It was like, here, this is one of your favorite games of all time. Here you go. And
handled with such care. Also,
It's
The
a
love-
complete,
the love is there. The love is there.
Yeah, it's
Much
a
in the way of like DMC5 was like,
Mhm.
here's all the love, that things that you love about the series.
Yeah.
Here you go.
thing about this game. It's like people are coming to this for the story alone because it's a completely different video game.
Yeah. It is. It is. It absolutely is. But one thing I wanted to also point out, like, they leave enough of your familiarity with the old stuff that you're not totally lost
Like
to.
materia going
Like
into
materia. The
weapons,
materia system, I adore how the materia system was handled in this game.
There could be.
I didn't
some
like that it
tweaks
didn't
to
double, but yeah.
No, I don't mind that, but there could be some tweaks to it. Like there should be sets.
Like, I like that there
like
was
preset equipment.
Not preset, but like, okay, I have like a
Oh yes, yeah,
I could
for
change
management.
that.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, yeah.
because you're constantly in that menu saying,
In that
like,
menu
okay,
a lot,
cool.
yeah.
Damn, I don't have thunder on me. Shit.
Yeah,
Let me.
shit.
I guess.
Well,
let
why
me
don't you have
reset it.
thunder on you?
Well, that's the problem.
Well, I didn't notice that menu prompt that happens in between parts where you don't get to pause, and like you get a new character in your party,
and
and you hold square. Yeah, I didn't realize that until towards the end of the game. I was like, oh, wish I knew about that.
Yeah.
That would have been easier.
I think the first time you see that is when Cloud get woken up by a whisper.
Mhm.
It's the first time you actually really know. Well, that's the first time I noticed it.
Yeah. I didn't notice it until like way later. But you know,
Dang, guys,
Yeah.
look at your screens. Man. Come on. The screens are there to give you the
I mean, it's full of information.
there's a lot
It's easy to miss,
happening,
right?
man.
Yeah.
To be fair, I was very focused on all the crazy that was happening.
I mean, I've stopped reading loading tips because they just load
Too fast.
Yeah.
Or they spoil things sometimes.
Yeah. But don't worry, you guys.
I met Palmer in the loading screen before I met him in the game.
With the PS5, everyone's going to be on SSDs, and nobody's going to see a loading screen ever again. So,
So they claim.
So I'll share Kayla's like experience with this game, because Final Fantasy VII is her favorite game, period, right? And to the point where like she played it, and I watched pretty much all of the whole playthrough. She got to the last section in that game and was like, turned to me and was like, nope. She noped right out of it.
Wow.
Gave me the controller and was like, this ain't my Final Fantasy.
Oh,
Nope.
wow.
Yeah, she was not happy with that ending
at
all.
I can understand
I
that.
completely understand.
I get it. I'm not going to fault people who don't like it, because
I had to go through like some journey to try to get to the place I'm at right now with this ending.
I'll be honest. I didn't feel bad after. Maybe because I knew things were going to be kind of stupid anyway, and the game kind of lets you know that that's where it's going.
Yeah, it does.
So
they really put some Kingdom Hearts nonsense in on this.
Yeah, I didn't feel the, and honestly, it wasn't the Nomura stuff that I hate that was in this.
No, it's not that. The problem with the ending, for me at least initially, was there's such a divide from the first 95% of that game to the last 5%. Like it feels like a completely different game.
It's setting Whiplash.
It's like
100%.
We get to a point where Cloud can't use a Buster Sword in a room because it's so big to like him just fucking like, okay, we're fighting in the sky. Oh, this is Advent Children.
We're fighting in this.
Okay.
It was Kingdom Hearts, and then it was Advent Children.
Well, this was. See, I got more of. I didn't get Kingdom Hearts. I got. Oh, Nomura really wanted his Advent Children stuff in this.
Yeah,
game. That's what I got.
It's as you said, it's like Whiplash.
To the point where there's animations that are just ripped from
100%.
that shit. Like I'm watching Cloud, I'm like, oh, I know that move because I have seen Advent Children probably more times than anybody in this chat.
I don't think more than me, but okay.
I don't know about that, Theo. We might have a
We should
competition
not
on
be
our
fighting
hands.
over who has seen this more. That's not a badge of honor.
And like,
I haven't seen it at all.
I like that movie. I know it's not good, but I like it.
It's not. I watched it again today, and it is a bad
terrible.
movie. It's bad. But it's a bad movie with amazing moments in it, and the ending is incredible.
Is there a good Final Fantasy movie? No.
They're all bad.
No, they're all pretty bad.
Advent Children's probably the best one, and that's sad.
Yeah.
But
Right, so before we just go totally nuts about the ending, let's actually talk about the game a little bit.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to not talk about that because that's.
So the game pretty much starts the same, and I said in last week's episode or 2 weeks ago episode, the thing I wanted the most was for them to just kind of like unify all of the different story paths into one game so that they could tell a cohesive story about what was going on.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
So they kind of just start the game and they make you feel like that's what they're doing.
Mm-hmm.
But let me ask you a question. If they said, hey, this is Kingdom Hearts 1 and we're going to call it Kingdom Hearts Remake, would anybody actually believe that it would have been a remake of Kingdom Hearts 1?
Not for a minute. Because it's Kingdom Hearts, not for a minute.
I would not have, but you can't wrong people that would.
Right.
Yeah, I agree.
They were able to get away with that because this game is Final Fantasy. So everybody's looking at it, it's like, oh, it's a remake. But it's probably better have been called make.
Because it is a subtitle and letting you know what you're doing rather than what the game is.
Literally, we got to the ending and I was like, oh. Remake.
Right.
Okay.
So what I think it looked like what happened, and I think they wanted to release this game with like a slightly different narrative, but they were afraid to just like change things because then it wouldn't be Final Fantasy VII. So they invented this meta narrative as a way to explain why the changes are happening and incorporated it into the story.
So Nomura there's old interviews with him. This was part of the plan the whole time.
The whole time?
The whole time.
From Final Fantasy VII whole time? Or from
Final Fantasy, from collection of Final Fantasy VII.
Okay.
Like Advent Children, the Turks game, Dirge of Cerber, all that. This was in the proposal. This was on the table already back then.
And not
Complete
for
with
nothing-
these kinds of changes.
And it is so
Apparently.
concise that it actually feels like that is the truth.
I believe it because at the end of the day, when you look at it as a whole, there's only a couple things that are making you, and it's really, they're more of a stinger for you to come back for more. Much of it is, it's pretty tight actually.
Not even come back to this game for more in the subsequent games.
Yeah. For the next one,
to go through the whole series of Final Fantasy VII. Because honestly, the minute we finished this game, I was like, cool, I'm gonna start over Final Fantasy VII, like OG Final Fantasy VII.
Yeah, because you want to
like
try and see what else you might have forgotten happened versus what didn't.
Yeah, this game to a point feels like a companion piece to Final Fantasy VII more than like.
And that's exactly what it is.
It's crazy because like I'm playing through this game now, and there's a section after you bomb the first reactor that Jessie says like just one quick line. She says, "Man, did I use too much powder for that that bomb?"
Yeah, it was like a throwaway. It was a throwaway line.
What?
What the fuck? And like I've never looked at that before until playing this game.
Well, they do that initial bombing run. Like, I love that they let you sit in it after. Like no, this was bad. What they did was not necessarily a good thing.
Yeah.
So even though we know Shinra did it, but as far as they know, they
domestic terrorism. No, exactly. It's not a good thing.
The original game, they very much painted you as freedom fighters. They kind of glossed over the fact that, obviously people would be having slight life issues with bombings.
Yeah.
And death.
Yeah. And they don't really talk about it. So you're just like, oh, we're just sticking it to the bad guys.
Yeah.
But
this one, you got Cloud walking to the train station. Oh, good. The train station's right there.
Yep.
Boom. Oh, fuck. Maybe not.
But I mean, like, they still couldn't quite, let it stand on its own. They had to give, Shinra making it more of an event than it should have been.
I think that's kind of my problem. I don't love that Shinra is like mustache twirling. I wish there was more like ambiguity between the two. Because I'm like, okay, all right.
I think there's so mustache twirling.
He's like,
oh yeah.
I'm like, all right. Yeah,
but he wasn't the original.
Like they have to be clear. Like this guy's the villain.
He's a bad. This Hojo guy, he is no good.
Yeah, no.
Well,
Hojo was the worst.
Like here's the guy who's gonna tie you to the railroad, guys. It's this one.
Yeah, but Hojo was always the worst.
I know,
Yes,
but it's like,
always the worst.
like, all right.
He's the worst. Like always and forever, the worst.
Mad scientists.
Yeah, and like mad scientists and not giving a fuck.
Yeah.
It's not like mad scientists with a purpose. No, mad like chaos incarnate mad scientists. Like that's Hojo.
Like let me stick this rabbit's paw on this cat's head and see what happens.
See what happens.
Let me have this wolf dog fuck this flower girl.
Just had to take
Happy they left that one out.
They kind of changed that.
I was waiting for it. I was like, are they? Oh, okay.
Yeah, I was wondering.
I don't know
because he talks about it. He talks about it.
I don't really know if it got better.
No, it didn't.
But they changed it.
Yeah.
So they have the bombing mission, and it pretty much goes the way that it goes in the original game. So the whole point of it is to have slightly expanded characters and to try out the new battle system, which is great. It's great. Who doesn't think it's great? Theo,
it was.
You don't look enthused by this battle.
Oh, I love it. What are you talking about? I love it.
I'm looking at you right now.
Oh no, I'm just like I thought he was going on with the story. Yeah, it's fucking.
I think all of us looked at what they were doing with this battle system and said, "Yes,
Oh,
that's
dude,
what I want."
I remember
day
the
one.
night. I think it was the E3 night where they showed the video, and we all were like, "Wait, does this look good?"
Like,
Yeah, we're like, this looks really good, guys.
What the fuck?
This was fun. I want to play this.
it is. It plays so well though. It really does.
Yeah, when your options start opening up, it just plays so much better.
I hear flying enemies kind of suck.
They
they're
do.
not the best, but
that's
flying
you
enemies
have ways
kinda
to
should
you have
suck.
ways to handle it.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what Magic's for, and Magic
They
is
usually
busted.
don't give you flying enemies when you're
Don't
running
have
around with,
Barrett.
like Tifa plus Cloud, and that's it.
Yeah.
Which doesn't happen too often.
No, it doesn't. And even then, they're more than equipped to handle it. Cloud's the second best spellcaster in the game, so.
Yep.
Yeah.
Barrett is really good.
They're all really good.
Yeah,
Battle Mage Barrett is really good.
Barrett is good, but for different reasons.
Yeah, Barrett's good for different reasons.
Yeah.
Right?
Tifa
I wouldn't
is just
be using him to cast thunder on things.
I was using
No.
Tifa to melt faces with her fists.
Yeah.
Because she
Because she got the ultra buff in this.
She got them Tekken combos.
Oh yeah, she does.
Bro,
Do you
Star
know
Shower.
that there's cancels.
Yep.
Like if you do her uppercut, you can just cancel it into her dive kick.
Her dive kick. Yep.
Because why not?
Yeah. This is have a Tifa game.
It's
Why
great.
not? Let's do that.
The battle system is great.
Put her in a fighting game. Put her in Tekken.
She was in one.
They're guys.
Yeah.
Hey.
It's a fighting game.
So I actually want to talk about the remember the demo that came out a while ago?
Yes.
So
the demo with omitted cutscenes.
yes, the demo. I liken the demo to the demo for Metal Gear Solid 2, where when you play that demo, you're like, okay, this is what this game is going to be about, and then you finally get the game, and you're like, oh no, they're doing something completely different.
What happened?
Wait. And they cut off right at the section where you notice things are just off, and you're like, oh shit.
Yeah, I played that demo.
They want a Metal Gear 2 moment where people are thinking they're getting one thing, and then by the end of this, they're like, that wasn't what I signed up for. And whether you're on board or not that's for you. That's for your heart to decide.
Yeah. Well, that's the theme of this game, isn't it?
Yeah, right back to it we go. We cannot avoid talking about.
And that's the genius of it.
Yeah.
Because not for nothing, if this played it straight, I'd have been like, yeah, we're gonna go to Calm next.
We're gonna be talking about it forever.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, except that they gave us most of what happened in Calm is in the game.
Yeah.
Almost
all of it.
I'm gonna talk about where I think this goes later on, but yeah.
Oh, I don't know where in so many ways, and that's why I'm happy. But anyways,
All right.
So yeah, bombing run
happens. Pretty much note for note the same, outside of just expanded characterization going on. You better be worth the money, Merc. So one of my favorite lines in the game happens right at the beginning.
He only asked for 2,000 gil, and I'm like, what are you doing?
He didn't even. He only got a quarter of it at the beginning.
Right. He had to literally work for the rest.
That's
Because Tifa made doe eyes at him.
Exactly.
Which I don't blame him.
You escape the bombing mission, and you have you get to see the devastation of it, and you get to play through the little like 2 or 3 battles in the original game becomes like a little mini dungeon of you trying to figure out how to get to the train station. With several battles, some awesome music.
Dude, they turned one room into a dungeon.
They've done that. They did that like 3 or 4 times.
So that's kind of the problem with one of the few problems I have with this game. But yeah,
you meet Eris obviously at that point, but there's some weird stuff going on.
Already.
And she's just kind of like flailing away at the wind. And when you get up to her and you're looking at her like, what is wrong with this meth head? She's just like,
she's sniffing her
something is
flowers
attacking
way
her.
too hard.
Well, when you first show up, you know you bump into her originally? Yeah,
Yeah,
she's
the real-
waiting for you this time.
So after thinking about all this after it's said and done, that's what the ghosts are. They're plot ghosts. They're
Yeah,
literally ghosts.
That's what
They're
they
literally
were.
ghosts to like
saying.
to stop things from either progressing or progressing too quickly.
Yeah.
'Cause
it's
it's
not that it's
meta
progressing or
narrative.
progressing too quickly. The ghosts are there to ensure that this game plays out the same as
Yes.
the original Final Fantasy.
because I'm actually playing over the game, and then you see her just waiting there, and you're like,
she's waiting there, and the
What the
ghosts
fuck?
are trying to stop her.
Which actually
Yeah.
She's
kind of
not supposed to be there.
Actually, doesn't make much sense. Like, why would things change if they weren't there? I don't know.
Well, this is where all the weird theories come in, and all these theories are centered around Aerith and Sephiroth.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Sephiroth, I Sephiroth one has the most weight.
Yeah.
So,
So the whispers are like temporal custodians.
Sort of.
Yeah.
or
No.
the fans.
Or
Or the
fans.
I like that. That's
Do
good.
not fucking change this game.
Yeah.
Don't
Don't touch it. Oh, he fucked it up.
Yeah.
The whispers represent the.
You're fighting the wrath of the fandom at the end of the game,
And
You
you
really do.
win.
You win.
and you win.
Right. So for some reason, things are playing out at this point, and it's really early to tell. So like if you're not really paying attention to what's happening, things are playing out slightly different than what they would have played out in the original game with Eris's position at this point.
Right.
And she's like Chris said, just kind of waiting for you instead of you bumping into her. She also doesn't sell you the rose. She gives it for free, which is something that's also different.
And what she says about it, what she says with it too. Don't forget that. That's key.
Give it to another person. It was what people used when they were to give to a lover.
Yep. And he hands it to Tifa. And you're like, Cloud, is that an emotion that you just showed there?
He didn't hand it to Marlene. You don't even get that choice.
You don't get that choice.
Marlene hates him. So
you're not going to give it to Jesse because all your choices with Jesse are no and definitely not.
One is we'll see. So
no promises.
Yeah,
that's one I put.
Promises. Yep.
No promises.
So she gets attacked by these ghosts. She touches you, and then you can see them. And then after that, Shinra soldiers come up on you, recognize you, say, "Hey, you gotta drop the weapon." Cloud's like, "Hell no, I'm not dropping my sword. This is my sword."
Yeah, it's the height of me. Why would I drop it?
And then Eris runs away, so you're now like,
oh, she's chased away by the ghosts.
She's
bye. She's like, well, bye. And then and then she like kind of peeks her head back. She's like, like,
Jesus Christ,
she's adorable.
She's great.
She's really good.
Absolutely
she's really great.
Adorable.
And they kept her the facets of her personality that was worried that they were going to change because they make her like all Jesus-y and all the supplemental stuff, and she's just kind of silly and flirty.
Stuff, she is the Earth.
Yeah.
So
she's like,
I just want to fuck sometimes.
She's the Earth.
Yeah, but
maybe that is what her name is supposed to
She
be.
forced Zach to go on a date.
yeah, when she was alive, she could do that.
Jesus was a man.
Facts.
True.
It's facts.
So you have your little chase through the city streets before you get back to Sector 7, and this, it's a little bit expanded, but it's still following the same ideas. You're trying to get to this train. You bust through the train while it's in motion by jumping on top of it and then like kicking through the door.
Don't forget the guard that sees you and is like,
that's right. I did forget about that. The guard who remembers you. It's like, wait, I know this guy.
Yeah.
And he just kind of hesitates, and then you get to.
I can't believe that came back.
But it was subtle and not the worst thing. Like it was a little bit more egregious later on in the game.
I was okay with it.
I love that moment.
Anything that nods the Crisis Core, I'm happy.
But it's not really nodding the Crisis Core. I mean,
it was.
It is, but it's like is it not the guy who went with them to Nibelheim?
Yes. Well, it's not. I think he knows the guy that wrote, because remember in Crisis Core how there's a guy that writes to Zach and tell him about the missions and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I think he knows that guy.
Right.
Because he was like, oh, I'm gonna tell him. I think it's like not Kunsod. He said some name. And I was like, oh shit, I think that's the guy that used to write to you in Crisis Core.
Right. So I mean, like this guy is the guy that went with you to Nibelheim. That's why he recognizes you.
Yeah.
So that happens in Final Fantasy VII. He's just a nameless mook.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Like you talk to him a couple times. He has like a couple of lines, but he's not like an important person. He doesn't have a name. He doesn't have a name in this.
No.
But like he recognizes you, and then Cloud doesn't really say anything, but he kind of
freaks out a little bit.
Looks like he knows the guy.
Yeah.
So I thought that was a little interesting touch to put there as a way to let him get away. But like later on, when you meet him again, like it just didn't really feel like it needed to be there.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know. You get to Sector 7 and you're basically doing the same thing. You go meet Tifa, chill out at the bar, make soldier eyes at Marlene, and Barrett gets mad at you and tries to fight you for a second. You don't get to go down into the little pinball meeting.
I was going to mention that. I was like, oh no! But there's a dart mini game now, so it's all right.
Darts, baby.
That.
It's pretty good.
Darts was great. Darts was great.
Some Yakuza ass shit right there.
I loved it. There's a lot of dumb shit like that in this game, Joe. It's great. Darts was great.
You hang out at Sector 7. You do some little side quest jobs for Tifa, which obviously were not in the original game. But this is hey, we're gonna pad out some stuff because this is a 6-hour at most segment, and we're gonna turn it into a 30+ hour game. So
I didn't find that
more
moment,
content.
I didn't find that moment too egregious because I feel like it let a lot of character development between the two characters.
Yes. Yes.
So I was like, okay, like we're
And
literally killing rats, but
Mhm.
there is some story with this.
I don't mind character development for character development's sake. That's fine. Like I said, I understand that you got to pad out the game somehow.
But it's good filler.
But right, if it's developing things, it's not bad.
Yeah.
Also, I felt like they were trying to create some kind of attachment to Sector 7.
Oh,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Like more of an attachment, which I thought was smart.
Mhm.
And I thought I honestly, it was the fact that we ran around and did jobs in there. I was like, okay, right. This is the place to be doing this. This makes sense. Like I 100 like if there was any place in the game for this kind of stuff, it's going to be right.
This is it, because this place is not going to exist.
Yeah.
So.
And like I'll be honest, one of the things I really loved about this game, I felt like its pacing and structure were very, very good. There's only one chapter I felt dragged.
That train chapter is not good.
No, because that train chapter's short. It's only like an hour and a half at most. And like you get through, like it's the shortest dungeon, it's the easiest dungeon to get through.
Yeah, yes, it is.
So that's why I didn't mind it. Like, although I had a fucking, I'll get to that in a second, but had a real bad close call with that because there's a bug in that game. So
with multiple things staggering at the same time. It's kind of,
no, this
that.
was a bug in the train boss, the ghost fight. So I figure I'll just touch on this now. I am very happy I do manual saves, let me tell you, because
multiple manual saves.
Yes, this would have broken the game if you were relying on auto saves exclusively, and you would have had to start over because it would have been a hard lock. So when you're fighting the ghost and it does it, that move where it kind of like grabs you and like, does some attack and drains you of health and all that shit or something. If that happens too close to one of the doors, you glitch out of the room.
Yeah.
You teleport down to the next cutscene, but the area hasn't finished loading.
No.
And it auto saves because you've reached the next cutscene. So if you were playing exclusively with your auto saves, you are now fucked.
Don't worry. The people that's playing this game, the old school Final Fantasy people doing multiple saves.
Who doesn't hard save once in a while? Who doesn't?
Some people
Joe,
don't.
People don't. People who have never had to worry about it.
You know what the problem is? You don't have save points.
Yeah.
And like when you have save anywhere, it's very easy to forget to save.
Yep. Yeah.
Which is why they have autosave as a thing.
I'm a compulsive saver.
Me too. I work in Photoshop too often. I save like 15 minutes.
Yeah, because I work on things. And I'm old school gaming, so I auto save. So I will compulsively do that too.
Speaking of saving,
I lost an hour on this because last time I saved was before the dungeon.
Damn.
It was the only time I didn't save before a boss fight. The one time I didn't save before a boss fight. Literally, and I was like,
now you know.
I'm kidding.
Speaking of saving, I love the little touch where you go to a save bench. Well, the bench, and it has like a little save icon on it. Oh yeah, and him putting up his sword.
And it's harder to see in the trashy slums area.
Yeah.
But when you're in the nice posh Shinra areas,
I'm like,
oh shit,
that's a save point. That's cool.
I love it.
And
it's a lot of the awesome little touches.
Icon does it too.
Yes. Yeah.
So you do some odd ends in Sector 7 for Tifa. If you do all of them, you can get an additional cutscene where you can choose her dress in Wall Market.
Yes. Yeah.
Which is interesting because she only had one dress in the original game, so cool.
I thought she was going to have one dress in this game, honestly.
Which one did we pick?
I chose sporty.
I chose elegant.
I chose mature.
I chose
mature.
I choose business ethics.
Joe chose Google image search. Filter on. Safety filter on.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yeah, exactly.
So to be fair,
what was the difference in the dress?
There's 3 entirely different dresses.
Well, I know there's also 3 other ones too.
Right. So the mature one is like this blue dress.
The blue one. That's what I had.
The sporty one is like this
Chinese kind
like
of looking
leopard print, tight dress.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's exotic, which is like just some like Asian,
just nude
inspired,
just nude,
like loose dress. Yeah.
Cool.
I don't know about nude. There's definitely a lot of legs, though.
Plenty of sources for that, guys.
Yeah.
So after that, you get to continue on with your story a little bit, except Johnny shows up. Johnny, this big loser guy who just kind of shows up randomly and no explanation on him in the original game.
I can't believe.
And he just kind of seems to know people.
They fleshed out Johnny. That's fucking crazy.
So stupid. Okay, wait.
On top of the fact they fleshed out Johnny, he's voice acted by Yuri Lowenthal.
Yuri Lowenthal.
Which is like one of the things that annoyed me so much. I'm like, you got Yuri Lowenthal in this game and you gave it to this loser Johnny?
I know, like he's just like playing this bum, but it's like Spider-Man is playing this bum. What is going on?
But it
So
was
funny.
good.
Johnny Young Bosk is randomly in there too.
Of course he is.
Of course, I recognize him
That's
immediately.
true.
He's one of Sam's helpers. I recognize him immediately. I'm like, oh, it's Johnny Young Bosk.
You can hear the timbre of the voice and know it's Johnny Young Bosch.
Yep, you always know. You always know. But,
I actually just missed him.
oh yeah, he's there. I reckon immediately. I was like, yep.
Maybe I didn't notice him because he just wasn't like yelling out enough.
Yeah, it wasn't
Probably
screaming,
would've
get
noticed him
it, or anything
If
like
he was
that.
fighting, I probably would have noticed it then. So Johnny is obviously a loser and he's a blabbermouth. So he basically tells the Shinra guys who capture him the entire thing that Jesse from Avalanche probably stole his ID to steal blasting agent. So that's great, you know, just get them all on Shinra's radar. But you guys stop that from happening, and you save him and you tell him to get the hell out of Sector 7 and run away.
There's actually a really good moment here where Cloud is about to kill this motherfucker. He's about to like off him.
Yeah, he's about to die.
Tifa's like,
What are you
Cloud,
doing?
you're scaring me. Like,
Yeah.
what's going on? This isn't the you I know. And he's like, all right.
I love that moment.
He's a talker. We got to get rid of him.
And I was like, yeah, he's right.
Let's get rid of this guy.
Cloud
He's
was
a
just like,
loser.
Yeah, he's like,
Murder mode activate. I was about to go.
I will socially distance you from life.
Exactly.
You go back to Seventh Heaven Bar, and you're just waiting for the next couple cutscenes to happen. But they decide that on the next mission, we don't need Cloud. So this is a deviation from the original game because you are obviously on the next mission.
Wait, we forgot something here.
what's up?
We skipped over running into Sephiroth in the beginning of the game
Oops.
and him actively telling you to go save the planet.
So this was the moment where I was very conflicted about.
Don't forget
how I
that
felt
part.
about this.
You know why I skipped that? It was because we were just talking about everything happening in Calm.
Oh yeah, that's true. The reason I felt very conflicted about this is because like the reason Sephiroth is so effective is because he is a boogeyman in that original game. Like he doesn't exist, but you're running from this person and trying to pursue this person that just does not exist. So the moment you see him then is like, okay, but I get why they did it because Sephiroth is Final Fantasy VII at a certain point, and you cannot have this game.
Shadowy flight.
I knew they were going to insert more Cloud freakouts with him in this. I knew that was going to happen.
There is no moment. Like, can you imagine if Sephiroth is not in this game, you end it, and then people that never played the original is like, "What's up with this Sephiroth guy that everybody kept talking about?" Like,
I don't understand.
This is what I was like a couple weeks ago. I'm like, there is no way that this game is just going to end with you guys standing on the highway and then leaving Midgar.
When I ended up loving this whole exchange between him and Sephiroth is the minute after this exchange happens, the music from Advent Children plays.
Yep.
The Promised Land.
Land.
I turned to Kayla and I was like, you know what song this is, right? And she's like, what? And I was like, the song in the opening of Advent Children. Why are they playing this song right now?
I texted Theo immediately. Like, it started playing, and I picked up my phone. I'm like, Theo, oh my God, there's Advent Children music in here.
And I was like, that's what kind of tipped me off a little bit. I was like, okay, they might be doing something a little different. I think I'm on board with this.
That's hint number 1.
Yeah.
Hint number 9, and it's been an hour in the game. Hint number 9, this is going to be different.
I mean, at that point, you just kind of dismiss it as part of the enhanced...
The Cloud freak out.
Yes.
Yeah. That's why I think it's really... I think they really did an effective job in using those. And like, the narrative of this game, people are kind of calling it a mess. I don't agree with them at all. Like,
people calling it a mess?
Some people are.
That's
some people, because
interesting.
Some parts of the ending are
the original.
Yeah, it's less. It's. I think it's super tight, even with including everything that we know.
Yes. Yeah.
I actually loved. Yeah. Well, God damn it, we have to really plow through this because we have to talk about this fucking ending. God damn it. So, yeah, Anyways, let's keep going. Sorry.
All right, so there's a deviation where they're like, we're gonna go to sector 5.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
We're gonna go bomb sector 5.
6,
reactor.
actually. 6.
It's 6? No,
Is it 5 or 6?
5.
Oh, it is 5.
Because
Okay.
sector 6 doesn't exist.
Yeah, right, sector 6 is already done. Yeah, right.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't exist.
Fell on it already. And we're gonna do it without Cloud. So they're like, hey, you're not a part of this, so you got to get out of the bar.
There's a really good character moment here where you kind of see the loneliness of Cloud, because when you go talk to the other members, they're like, yeah, you said you didn't want to be a part of us. Like, get the fuck out of here, bro. And he's like, okay,
cool.
You guys don't want me? I'm ex-soldier. You know?
I'm
no?
cool guy.
First class.
All right. That's cool.
And they're all celebrating and having a good time, and you walk out in like silence. Or you can just sit at the bar.
Okay, all right, cool.
Even Tifa's like, yeah.
Can we highlight this? Cloud's a fucking dork, and they hone in on it.
So,
and I love it.
I'm playing this over again, and still, my favorite line in this whole fucking game is when Barrett is like, "What are you, 20-something?" And Cloud is like, "First soldier, first class." He's like, "I'm not talking about your goddamn rank. I'm talking about your age." And Cloud's like, "Oh no." He's
so
a dork. Good. He's too cool. He's so cool that he's like, come on, bro. Like,
he's a dork.
Even Jesse's like, there's a such thing as like too hard to get. Like, relax.
I love it.
Jesse.
I love Jessie so much.
Yeah, they kind of made her lay it on real thick.
But they did it right, man.
She's
real thick.
I'm okay with that, and we'll get to why I'm okay with that later
okay.
on.
So Cloud leaves in sadness while everybody's celebrating around him. Hopefully you beat the top scorer in darts.
Mm-hmm. You get threatened. Get threatened by the landlady to not break Tifa's heart.
Yeah, I forgot what material you get when you
luck up.
Yes. Yeah.
So you leave the bar and there's like these 4 thugs just kind of like milling about, and they ask you, "Hey, you know anything about this guy with a gun arm?" And Cloud's like, "I don't know. Maybe I do. Maybe I don't."
No, Jesus.
What's it to you?
The notion that they have.
The notion
they have to ask if you know where this big black man with the machine gun arm is. They're terrible at their job.
There's a scene on the train where Barrett's arguing with like Shinra middle management, and that middle management guy
he's a thug.
Might be the scariest man alive because he starts arguing with someone who looks like they might be the scariest man.
I don't think anybody respects how threatening Barrett looks.
No, he looks threatening. By the way, that Shinra middle management guy, his name is actually Shinra middle manager in the subtitles, if you have them on. So,
it's not an actual name.
It's his name.
He argues with the biggest, blackest, scariest man on the planet.
With a gun for his arm.
Gun for an arm.
It's a prosthetic.
Oh,
it doesn't make any less of a gun.
Take your cosplay gun and get out of my office.
Is it a persona gun? Is that it?
They'll still shoot.
The cognition gun?
They're not in the dark era, so
okay.
That shit still hurts.
So these lackeys are like trying to get this information out of Cloud. Cloud's like, I'll give it to you for some money, and they can't agree on an amount. So they try to beat him up in an alley. And Cloud's like, you're an idiot, guy.
You dumb.
See my sword?
Do you see this sword? By the way, I have a different one now.
The fact that I can carry this means I can beat you up without it.
Seriously.
Where they reveal that they're not actually working for Shinra, they're working for Corneo.
Mm-hmm.
And Cloud's like, not my problem. Then he goes to sleep.
Not interested.
Or tries to go to sleep. But then Jesse is like, hey, I told you I'd be back later. Let's go to my parents' house to do some stuff.
It's moving kind of fast.
At this point, it's like, hey, none of this is in the original game.
No.
So now it's like you're looking at it as, okay, we're really expanding what's going on. And I still don't know why Cloud's not going to bomb this reactor.
Yeah.
So Jesse wants to go to her parents' place so that she can steal her dad's ID so that she can go into a Shinra plant and get some different blasting agent so that she won't destroy the entire planet when she tries to blow up this reactor. So she needs you to go and steal her father's ID, who is badly
He's dying in the bed, essentially.
poisoned, dying in his bed. So you go into this like a pretty sad looking scene. He's hooked up to some medical machines. You got the IV drip and all this stuff, and you are literally rummaging through his shit trying to steal an ID from him. And by the way, this happened to Cloud.
Yeah.
So we mentioned earlier that Jesse lays it on very thick.
And will happen again, theoretically.
Yeah.
And why I'm okay with that is because of actually what Wedge said. We find out that she's an actress there.
Yep.
That she worked for the Golden Saucer as like
she was
trying to be
she was going to be in the play.
Lady. Yeah. And Wedge, like later on, Wedge is like, oh, don't get in dealings with her because like this is all a game to her. She like this. She loves the theatrics. And I was
Break your heart, bro.
Oh, okay. I see. I know what type of girl Jessie is. I get it. Yeah. But we also didn't mention that you're above the plate now.
Yeah,
you're like
you're
in the city.
This is the first time, like, you were kind of ish above the plate after you bombed the reactor, but
we never see it.
Right. This is like pristine above the plate,
like a cul-de-sac, and you're like, whoa, this is weird.
I love that. I love that
it
we
was
got
so
that.
good.
And on your way to doing this, you also fought some dude on a motorcycle. So.
Roche. Naruto filler villain himself.
We literally could just that's all we could bring up about it.
That's it.
He shows up on the bike, you kick his ass,
and
if you beat him really well, Jesse gives you a kiss on the cheek.
I guess.
Yeah.
Okay.
I was like, why is Dante in this game? Okay, that's weird, but all right.
He is super woohoo pizza. Like holy shit. He is like mega woohoo pizza.
You steal this ID. And you get the information from Biggs and Wedge about Jessie and her past. And you're going to this Shinra installation to create a diversion so she can go in and steal the stuff. But when you get there, you see, oh man, this guard's already been knocked out. What's going on? Jessie didn't do this. Never actually explain it. So just kind of leave it to you to assume what happened. But you eventually decide that you go in there because she set off her flare signal saying to go in, I need a diversion now. And you just chain fight a whole bunch of dudes. And then you see that there's more Avalanche.
Yep.
This is such a cool development.
Your Avalanche is just a cell of Avalanche.
And not only is it a splinter cell, we're the extremist.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, you're
which is
considered to
fucking
be extremist.
cool.
Barrett's too hardcore.
Yeah. I was like, whoa.
Wedge is like, we're the extremists, but they're the ones with military gear.
You're like,
It's like, okay.
And what's really cool is, I don't know if you guys remember Before Crisis, the cell phone game like years ago.
I mean, I remember it existing.
That's a Turks game.
Yeah. So you find out in that game that Avalanche, the Avalanche that we see, that's the other section, they're a splinter off of Shinra to try to weed out Avalanche members. Yeah.
Now it sounds like
I was like, they brought that back? What the fuck?
Yeah, it's a little crazy.
Holy shit.
So you have this section where you get into some chain fights, and then this guy on the motorcycle shows up again. You beat him up, and that's the last you see of him.
He's like, "Make me feel, Cloud. Make me feel."
I don't know if we should dedicate any more time talking about that guy.
Nope.
Wedge tries to be a little bit heroic and help Cloud, but I don't know why Wedge is trying to help Cloud because Cloud is kind of strong.
Handling it.
Because Wedge has that tiger blood. That's why.
So Wedge almost gets hurt and almost captured, but these other Avalanche come in and bail you guys out, and you're able to recover Wedge a little bit later, and you guys leave. Okay, so this was an entire weird side chapter, full chapter.
I actually really liked this chapter a
flesh
lot.
out what's going on, but this is where you start saying, or at least this is where I started saying, something about this feels like
weird.
off. Like
Yes.
this is like it's going in weird spots because Wedge got hurt, and I was like,
okay, maybe
I don't remember Wedge getting hurt
Nope.
or anything. He was definitely there when we were going into Sector 5.
Mhm.
So what's going on? You guys get back to Sector 7.
Yep.
You drop Wedge back off at his house. You get to see his awesome cats.
Mhm.
You get to see Jesse, who is laying it on thick once again.
Mhm.
Like, yo, you want to come inside? Like, let's do this thing right now. And you're like, oh, chill.
I'm
man.
like, what's happening?
Be gone, fuck.
Dude,
I don't know if you want to do this, Jesse. Let's just not do it. No promises.
she invites you in for pizza later. No promises.
Come back tomorrow. No promises.
It's the best, and that's the good one. That's the Cloud's gonna do it. Prompt.
Yeah. Right.
I actually love that, honestly. Like I like all the interactions with him and her. I thought they were great.
Yeah.
Like, and I'm happy that this all led to something other than completely tearing your heart out.
Mm-hmm.
Because I was like, oh, they want this to hurt. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Because I'm playing through this, I'm like, oh my god, why are they doing this?
Because they want it to mean something.
To a point where I was like, oh my god, can we stop the plate? No, really, that scene bummed me out.
Okay. Yeah.
It had me fooled,
Mhm.
which worked incredibly well, I thought, because I was like, oh my god, I might actually have a chance to save it this time.
Like,
you
what
know?
are you gonna change? What can you change in this version of the game?
That's what I'm saying.
Like, what did they do?
Enough things are changing
Right,
where you're
it's-
like, it gets your hopes up,
Mm-hmm.
and that's why the narrative of this game is so fucking strong.
They're doing
because
the
of
same
stuff
they're,
like-
they're doing the same thing with Earth too. The exact same thing.
And they are, and you're right, and I hate that you're probably right, but I also hope that you're not.
No,
he's 100% right.
I have predictions, and I'll get to it. At the
Okay,
end.
well, yeah,
yeah,
that'll be our last bit, I think. Yeah.
So because they spent a decent amount of time setting all this stuff up that at the time you don't necessarily realize you're setting it up, but all of these little interactions and doing extra stuff that weren't in the original game, it's to create that ability to have that hope that something different can happen. Because if they just let it play out the same way the original game plays out, and
You're
then
not gonna give a shit.
something different happens at that point, you kind of feel cheated.
Yeah.
You know, it's like everything is exactly the same, and then you get to Sector 7 plate, and then you stop it, and the plate doesn't fall, and you go, what?
Yeah. I mean, at the same
Kaboom!
at
There
the
was
same-
supposed to be an earth-shattering kaboom.
Exactly. Like, I think that was also like the fact that like they even got me to that point.
Yeah,
I think
yeah.
is like I think that's a testament to like
Look.
how strong the storytelling is.
Yeah, I
So-
heard they're gonna do a Big Wood spin-off actually. Yeah, they're gonna call it 2.5 Men.
Oh god damn it!
So the whole point of these like little changes to the story and additions is to get you to start feeling that something different might happen because all of this is different.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So when you guys get back to Sector 7, you go to sleep, you wake up, Tifa wakes you up, and it's like, yo, something is going on.
I don't know what the hell's happening.
This was the moment I was like, oh no.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no. All right. Maybe this is a dream.
Oh no.
No.
Oh no. Theo, you say it all came out of nowhere. It really didn't. This was your preview.
Yeah.
This was your big old fucking preview of
Yeah.
how crazy it was going to get.
Yeah.
So maybe it really didn't come out of nowhere.
These ghosts are back, and they're just kind of stopping you, and they kind of pop up to fight, but they're not really any type of threat. They're not doing anything to you.
They're not
really.
attacking really.
It's as if they're just trying to hold you back for a
Yeah,
time.
they're just kind of stopping you from moving,
Mhm.
pretty much just being a nuisance. And they're kind of like spongy, so it takes you a while to beat them, and they're not really fighting you. So it's just like, come on,
And they have no affinities.
let's go. Can we please move? And then they make you slow walk because you're just like wind tunneling you, and you know how much this game loves your slow walk.
Mm-hmm.
So you get through that, and you have a little quote unquote boss fight with something that's not really doing anything to you either.
Mhm.
And then after that, Jessie hurts her ankle.
One pushes her off the fucking top of the stairs.
Just pushes her off the stairs that she hurts her ankle.
And you're like, it's like, man, we fans are rough. This is
So you have Wedge hurt, and you have Jesse hurt. So then Barrett goes, Cloud, man, we need you to come on this mission.
Also, before this, remember, Tifa was benched.
Yeah.
Right.
She initially wasn't going to go to this.
She wasn't going to go.
Yeah, she was like,
Also,
I'm not down with this.
Yeah, Tifa's not down with how crazy it's getting, and that's a big point for her character in the entire story. Where she's
honestly,
just like, this is too far. This is too much.
Up until that point, I didn't really care for Tifa because now seeing her character, she acts very innocent. She acts more innocent than Aerith, to be honest with you.
She is. She's the girl next door, not Aerith.
Yeah, and there's kind of a weird juxtaposition between like her outfit and how like her character is to her actual portrayal of her character. Yeah, so that moment when she's like, nah, I don't want to do this, and I'm like, oh shit, they're actually doing something with Tifa that I'm down with.
Yeah.
You know, she's like, always been like that.
Yeah, they didn't change anything. They just kind of re-emphasizing, like, okay, logistically, if we were writing this character, would this character be down for this? Probably not. It was just they let the character. I think like they looked at the character and they just told the story according to how it would go.
Yeah, remember Tifa, like Chris said, is the girl next door. She's from the small town that has like 17 houses at most.
Yeah, like she's not about this crazy
is from
shit.
the big city slums.
Yeah.
So like she's the one who knows how to survive in these situations. Yeah.
She's the hood rat. Yeah.
Yes. It's exactly it. Like, and there's the two of them.
Look, that's one thing that I think that I really loved about Final Fantasy VII. When you even just stop to think about it, it's like the way these two characters look and the way they act seem to be completely swapped.
And it makes them memorable because of that. Yeah.
So it was always, I always thought that was interesting, but I never used Tifa in the original game because I thought she was garbage. And outside,
she's not super great.
She does have a really good weapon, the Power Soul.
Yeah,
it's a really good weapon.
She gets better later,
but like
she's better late game.
Outside of that weapon,
much like this game.
Think about the original.
Or she gets her best weapon. Her second weapon's the best one in the game.
Sometimes you just don't want to switch those weapons because it's like it's more powerful, but the materia sucks.
Well, dude, her Metal Knuckles' second weapon you get with her.
Yeah, the most powerful one.
She's
doesn't necessarily mean it's the best one, but it's definitely the most powerful one.
Yeah. She is a beast.
She does a lot of damage.
She melts the life bars, man.
Yeah. She's also the only character. Well, Eris does it too, but it's a little harder. But she's the only character that can reliably increase your stagger percentage damage.
Yep. Yeah.
That's also.
Yeah, that's how you're gonna get that 300% one, which I haven't gotten yet, but I know that's how you do it.
I got it.
Yeah. I'm gonna bother you for those tips later on that. Yeah. Did you platinum this yet, Trey?
No, because I've.
You haven't gone through on hard mode yet.
I haven't had the television as much as
Animal Crossing.
Because like I hog the TV to beat the game, right? So I have to give the TV back so that Nina can play Animal Crossing.
I get that.
So unfortunately, I have not platinumed it yet, but I've set the most of the groundwork. I've done about like six chapters in hard and.
Nice.
Maxed out everybody. Most of my materia is maxed out. I'm just trying to build up my MP ups because those are required.
Yeah.
No items? Yeah, you need that. You need those MPs.
Required.
I was wondering why they're giving you so many. I'm like, why am I getting so many of these? And I'm like, when I saw the requirements for hard mode, I was like, oh,
okay.
I was like, well, I never use these in normal, so it's gonna be interesting.
Does that mean your ins will restore your MP?
No.
So you gotta wait. You gotta use the shards.
The only thing that recovers your MP in hard mode are the random shards.
Oh my god.
So, hey, for those of you who are having problems with hard mode, prayer materia is your friend.
Prayer materia is the best thing you can level.
Yep.
Prayer.
AP,
Chakra's really good.
Chakra's really good too.
But
it's a free heal and poison cure. Oh man.
You know what else is a poison cure? Regen. Costs 6 MP. That's its best use.
I love the low MP cost in this game.
Yeah. Kind of because you need them.
Yeah.
Hard mode exists.
Hard mode. I'm staring at hard mode. I'm like, oh god, I don't know if I want to do this to myself
it's
right
not
now.
So bad.
No, I mean, I'll probably.
It's not so bad.
Well, I'm gonna take a break for a while because like I destroyed my sleep schedule to play this game because like I was playing it at like I was playing it late at night, so because Claire doesn't want to get spoiled on it, right? And we only have the one big TV, so I was like, well, was literally would play it from like 12 o'clock to like 5 in the morning.
You said she knows nothing about Final Fantasy VII, right?
Nothing, and that's part of my gripe with the ending, which I want to rant about later.
Yeah,
right.
Because it has everything to do with what is going to be her experience with the game.
Let's keep going then.
Yeah.
So you guys go to Sector 5. You go through that whole train sequence where you would jump off of the train earlier than intended. Mm-hmm. They flush it out a little bit, but it's pretty much exactly the same.
Running through the train tunnels.
And then they turn the train tunnels into a dungeon.
Yep. With these weird graffiti guys that will
sort of Stamp. The dog. Yeah. Which just kind of... This is the first time you're actually seeing Stamp, but Barrett calls Cloud a Stamp early on in the game, and you're just like, what does that even mean?
You see a toy of him in the alley when you're escaping the bombing from the first reactor, but it's like you will not even notice.
You won't notice it if you're not looking, because I didn't even see it. So Stamp shows us the way, and he's always pointing to the direction you want to go, except, you're trying to go in different directions because you played Final Fantasy VII. And you want to get all the weapons. If you go all the way backwards, you find something, except you don't. It's just, there's just nothing.
Yeah, you really don't. And they actually have a room, and you're like, no, nothing. All right,
there's
cool.
Nothing.
Damn it.
It's like, great.
Or you get like an ether. You're like, great.
It's like, thank you for making me run all the way back here, knowing that I would do it and putting nothing there.
I mean, Tifa's
constantly say, Cloud, it's the other way.
I mean, you got to put stuff like that in the game. Like,
you're right.
Reward the people who remember.
They do later on.
Okay.
It's just in the first couple, they don't really.
I feel like it was also important that they did that to show, hey, this isn't the same game.
Yeah.
Don't go expecting everything to be the same.
Yeah.
That should be the same.
That should have been the same because it was long.
It was very long.
It is.
But yeah, it turns into a little mini dungeon. You get separated from Barrett, so you have to find them, and then you're fighting these, like, I don't even remember what they were, like some poison creatures or something.
Yeah. Oh, like the
mono,
like,
not the
they're
mono.
like they're like insects. They're like insect creatures.
Yeah, some weird stuff.
And this is the first time you have a full party.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you actually have a full party.
The Avalanche team Avalanche.
And you're blazing through this area, and then I got to the first fight at the end of these tunnels that actually gave me a game over. The fight against the two flamethrowers and the two missile bays.
Oh yeah, me too.
Yeah.
Me too. That fight kicked my ass.
And I was just like, what just happened here? Because
Yeah.
up to this point, I was cruising.
Yeah, I was killing
everything. I
everything.
didn't have any issues. And I was like, what happened? I don't understand what happened.
They just
here.
murder you in this one.
I got it the second time. It wasn't like a big deal. It's just that, I wasn't really focusing on the right stuff, I guess you could say.
Wasn't paying attention to that assessment area.
Well, I knew what the assessment area was, but I didn't know which of the two things were the bigger threat.
Yeah, right.
Mm-hmm.
So while I was trying to kill the flamethrower guys, because they are obviously in your face, hitting you with flames all the time, I was just getting missiled from the back. And it's like, oh, that's bad, because those missiles hurt.
Yeah,
the fire doesn't actually hurt that much.
No, it doesn't.
So I was just okay.
Note to your future pyromaniacs out there. Fire doesn't actually hurt. This guy said it.
It will stun lock you though.
Oh God. Some of these fights, man. Jesus.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What do you think was the hardest fight for you guys?
Optional or like main?
Main. We'll have to go with the if you want to go for the arena. If you want to throw an arena fight.
The Hell House.
Hell House was a fucking nightmare.
Yeah.
And the worst part about it is when they got the Hell House and they're like, this is the secret boss, and it was the Hell House, I was just like, oh my God, not this stupid thing. Because I remember the Hell House from the original game. It took 20 years to beat it. It was a regular battle. It gave you like one experience.
Dude, real talk, I was so happy that it was in here.
I was so upset. Like, this is going to be a super obnoxious fight.
I was like, they put that in this?
The fanfare for Hell House was crazy.
Yeah.
No, I'm not saying it wasn't a good fight or an interesting like setup for it, but I was just like, oh my God, I know
why?
This is garbage.
And it is a nightmare.
You should play it on hard.
Oh God.
Oh no.
I'm not looking forward to that fight because that fight was awful on normal. So
You should play it on hard.
Oh my god! Yeah, dude, I was literally doing that fight for like an hour.
Damn. Oh,
Yeah.
you didn't realize the switching out the
First time.
yeah. At first I was like, oh, what the fuck? And then
Actually, no, the first 2 times. I died like 3 times in that fight.
shit. Yeah. It was
Yeah.
a rough fight.
Yeah, it was really hard.
For me, the hardest fight was the console exclusivity.
That sounds like that
That's
might be the most difficult fight of them all.
That's the hardest.
It's not a difficult fight at all.
It's not. It's called borrow a PS4 from your friends and play the game.
Not in this time.
Not this time. That was the plan.
That was the plan.
I remember.
But now it can't happen. Sorry.
It's true.
There's a reason we're not live together.
Yeah.
So you finish with the sewers, abandoned train tracks or whatever, and you fight this giant enemy crab boss. So you hit its weak point for massive damage.
You just had to say that. Shut up.
What was it?
It was a giant enemy crab.
Okay.
And what did you do to it?
Hit it for massive damage.
Where?
I don't know.
Where?
Go ahead, say it.
On his head? I don't know.
It had a freaking heart that was exposed once you staggered it,
Yep.
and then you killed its pilot.
That
You hit its weak
mix
points for massive damage.
mix of the battle theme was fucking bonkers.
Yeah, it was really good.
I'm listening to this. I'm like, oh fuck, this
It's really
is
strong.
This operating some different levels right now, and it goes through phases.
Yes, and almost all the boss fights have like multi-tiered music too, so
Yeah.
it's just like really good. Then you think that you're gonna make it to the reactor, but you have a one-screen thing in Final Fantasy VII Original that has turned into a very twisty-turny dungeon.
Yeah,
I did not like this dungeon.
I didn't love it.
I did not like this dungeon. I thought this was the worst dungeon in
Which
the
one
game.
is this?
The one where you see the artificial sunlight.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I didn't.
Only
this
because like
dungeon.
it's bad if you're trying to be a completionist and get all the material that you fucking see as you get there. You're like,
Fuck
Oh, yeah,
that.
by the way, this is chapter 6. Is it chapter 6? Yeah, This is chapter 6. This is the first time you see a blue materia.
When I saw it, I was like, blue.
Yeah, I actually got hyped for it because I was like,
yeah,
wow, blue materia. I
You know
haven't
what
seen
that
this
is?
yet.
Yeah.
we're gonna get this.
You think
Oh, yeah.
about it, and blue materia for like the beginning of the game was the materia you were least excited to see outside of like the first all that you got.
Yeah, but
it's
once you learn what blue material
Yeah.
really does, you get excited for blue material.
Right, which is why as a seasoned player,
Yeah.
when I saw that blue materia, I got really
Me too. I
really
was like,
hyped.
oh, I hope that's like HP absorb.
I was just looking for all.
Oh yeah, well that's that's the first one I said. I'm like, I want all material. God damn it.
Yeah, I was like, please let this be all.
So-
and it was elemental, and I was just like, hell yeah,
I'll take it.
hell yeah.
Dude,
I
elemental
remember
is
when the original Final Fantasy VII came out, and elemental was just like, I would never use this.
Yeah.
And I was like,
you're an idiot.
why,
You need to know
why
better.
am I not using this?
Yep.
This is great.
You don't realize how good it is. That's
Yeah.
why, like, because you know what it is. The original FF7 does a really bad job of selling how good blue materia is. Like they don't do a really good job of explaining why blue materia makes the game busted,
Yep.
or one of the things that makes the game busted.
No, it's pretty much the thing.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it is. No, it's straight up. It's
Pretty
like,
much the thing. Outside of Master All,
oh, God.
that purple materia Master All, which is literally the most busted one in the game because it applied all to everything. But yes, just general blue materia is mega top tier. Like even the worst blue materia is some of the best materia in the game.
Yep. It's all really good.
Anyway, this dungeon was just like, you gotta power down lights to power on elevators or something, and it took like a really long time, and the path was really twisty and turny, and it was pretty easy to double back on yourself because everything looked the same.
Yep.
Yeah, this is probably my second least favorite dungeon.
I have a feeling what the least favorite dungeon would be, because it was almost my least favorite dungeon, and then I remembered this, and I was just like,
Name it, Dre, because I have a feeling it's the same one.
It's the drum.
Mm-hmm.
The drum is really terrible.
Really bad.
Which one's the drum again?
The last actual dungeon.
Hojo.
Ah,
Yeah.
I have a big issue with that section, and when we get there, I'll talk about it.
There is something about it I like, but not the dungeon itself.
Yes, yeah. The mechanic that you're doing in it, where you're doing some party switching, is awesome.
Yeah, that was awesome.
But the dungeon itself is bad.
Very Final Fantasy VI-ish.
Yeah, that made me think of FF6 as well. I was like, oh, this is Final Fantasy VI. This makes me happy.
Almost as if adding character uniqueness to the characters is a good thing.
You know,
you would think.
They did a real strong job of that in this game, man.
Every character is extremely unique.
Yeah, and they're all good.
Yeah,
they're all good.
Yeah, part of what I didn't like about the original was that every character was a template.
Oh, you know what else that you would actually really appreciate about this game? Limit breaks is not necessarily a comeback button. You gain limit break for staggering enemies.
That's good. Disney, that's fantastic.
So it rewards your offense as well as your defense.
I never liked that about 7.
There's no reason not to have Fury.
I spent so many years playing RPGs trying not to get hit, doing everything I can to not get hit, and I'm being rewarded with character uniqueness for getting hit.
Yep.
No.
No,
I loaded up an old save like last year of Final Fantasy VII. And I was like, why are all my characters on Fury? Oh yeah, I remember.
Why wouldn't they be?
I remember why.
Well, they replaced the limit, like the idea that you want to keep doing the limit breaks with the weapon abilities.
Yes.
Which I love.
Which are also some of them are also limit breaks too.
Mm-hmm. They are, like Braver is one of them.
Blade Beam.
Blade Beam.
No, Cross Slash is actually.
Cross Slash is actually
limit break. Yeah.
But the Blade Beam, which is really busted, like
Anger Max or Unger Max, as they translated in for some reason, is Maximum Fury.
Maximum Fury is
in this game.
busted.
It's pretty good.
It's really good.
So, you know.
Although I think Tifa ran away with this game for me, man. Like, I know you guys are shocked. I really like the monk.
Shocked. Would have never guessed.
I know. Like I was. Yeah. So who was your favorite character loadout?
You mean like the 3 characters that you?
Yeah, and how did you like to use, like which one did you like the most? And who did you have them as?
I really like Barrett as a support.
Okay, he's paladin.
Really like Barrett.
Me too.
Especially when you get
what I used him.
When you get the melee stuff, he hits hard.
Well, he has a natural stagger ability on his 3rd hit. So now you know it is an actual stagger, but like it puts them in a down animation, which might as well be a stagger.
Pretty much. And it's hard to knock him off. So like when you have him with Cure, you're like, okay, cool, yeah. He doesn't. That's going out. That Cure is gonna go.
My favorite loadout was probably Cloud and the ladies.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I would rock Aerith, of course, was my mage and healer.
Team Corneo.
Yeah, Team Corneo, exactly. I had Tifa as my main DPS. At one point, I was using Cloud in a more balanced manner, but when as I got towards the end of the game, I just stuck the hard edge on him more time.
Yep, it's
best weapon.
And the only time you shouldn't be using the hard edge is when you don't have Eris.
Yes.
And then you're like, okay,
then
somebody needs to cast the Cures.
Yeah, Cloud's your mage after that. Which I always thought was actually kind of cool. Like, I thought it was interesting that like your second best healer is Cloud. You wouldn't think that, you know. You'd think it'd be like Tifa or even Barrett, but like it's Cloud.
My favorite team was actually Eris, Barrett, and Tifa, which is something that you can only do in like the simulators.
Yep.
Yeah.
But that's the team. It's just the most balanced. You have
it is. Yeah.
You have a ranged physical attack. You have good support. You have strong offense, and you have your ranged magic.
Yeah.
It's just a really strong party. And the problem with Cloud, while Cloud is obviously a great character, the problem with him is that he's always overlapping with somebody.
Yeah. He's second best at literally everything.
Yep. Like which is what you kind of want from a main character.
Yeah, because you want to be flexible. Like because he's second best melee and he's second best magic. You know.
I mean, I think he's better than Tifa at most melee up until the stagger point, where then Tifa is just like, nah,
son.
But like
at first strike material on Tifa. Oh man,
Cloud is a much better staggerer than Tifa is.
No, it's true. Getting them to the stagger state. That's why those 3 running that way was my favorite, because I felt like I got a lot more staggers that way, because Cloud would do the stagger damage, Tifa would come melt them, Aerith for support, and when I needed to help with spells too. But because Jesus, spells are busted.
So you'll notice we're not talking about this dungeon because this dungeon was ass, and nothing really happened in it.
Yeah.
It just was there.
It was one of the more egregious padding outs
yeah.
of the game.
There is a cool moment when they talk about how this artificial sun, and you look down at the you're like, okay, that's actually really fucking cool.
Yeah.
You're really high up. This is a nice PNG of Midgar below it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you're being nice. PNG, that shit is like a fucking Microsoft Paint. That shit is ugly.
There's so many weird like parts of this game where you look at this game like this game looks incredible, and then sometimes you look down and you look at one texture, you're like, what the
That's
fuck
what I was saying the
there?
last time. I was like, yo, there's parts of this game that's incredible. But then you look at that door, you're like, is this a PS1 door?
Like, what's going on?
It-
They forgot to shade this shit? What's happening?
It's clear where all the art art direction went to.
It feels like a bug, honestly.
Yeah,
It's
ridiculous.
It's a Monet of our generation, of this generation of gaming.
Looks better from afar.
Don't look at the details.
Yeah.
And
The characters.
That's right. Just look at the awesome looking characters, main characters.
Just repeat
Don't
to
look
yourself.
don't look at those side characters.
Just repeat to yourself, it's just a game. I should really just relax.
Oh man!
So you guys finally get to the reactor, and you're doing your normal application error. Thank you. You're doing your normal thing in the reactor. There's not a lot of different stuff happening until you get to the bottom, and all of a sudden you're on TV because they're trying to set you up.
Mm-hmm.
And now you have to get out of the reactor, and getting out of the reactor is a new mini dungeon of disabling airbuster parts, which is actually pretty cool because
I like
airbuster
this.
is a very obnoxious enemy in this
Yes,
game.
he is.
So
kicked the shit out of
And
that
depending
asshole.
on what you don't want to deal with, you can take that
I
out.
remember you saying this fight isn't so bad.
it actually isn't though. But
It's not. It could be.
It can
when
be.
I said that this fight isn't so bad, the individual I was saying it to did not disable the attack that just stuns you all the time, which is the worst attack.
Yeah.
He still beat it though.
He still beat it. Good on him.
Yeah. Playing hard mode before he got there. No, he was in hard mode. Never
He
mind.
was in hard mode too. So you can disable it. It has like this AI core, which is, it says it's speed, but it really just disables its like a stun attack. It has like these white laser beams that shoots at you and stuns you. It is so obnoxious.
It was really annoying.
I disabled that, and I never saw it. And that fight was so easy.
I think it didn't do it often for me. I think I like
You probably took
I
it
took
out
it away
because you can do it
twice.
twice. Yeah.
yeah, I took it away twice instead of the 3 times to completely disable it.
Mhm.
So it didn't do it often. So I found that fight wasn't too bad for me. A couple points was a little dicey, but I didn't think it was like far from the hardest boss fight.
He has a big bomb attack that does a lot of damage, as advertised. It does a lot of damage.
Mm-hmm.
He has a tank buster, and it's actually called Tank Buster, and it kills tanks because it does a lot of damage.
Yep.
So don't have Barrett stand in it because it will
It will
do a lot of damage
melt
to him
him.
too.
Bust your
Get out that
tank.
AOE. Get out that cone.
You might want
Don't
to
stand in it.
hollow grounder home gang through this one.
Yeah, something, anything at all, please. But outside of that, it's not that bad. He has a little phase where he's not hittable by your melee, which is a little bit different than the normal airbuster, but
Yeah.
I figure that this would make more sense because it can fly around. Every boss area is an arena, so it should be able to get away from you, and you are on random catwalks.
I shake my little tush on the catwalk.
On the catwalk, yeah.
And you're, instead of President Shinra
Being there.
being there, it's a VR
Hologram.
projection of
Yeah.
him, or a hologram. Yeah.
It's just absolutely mustache twirlingly hilarious.
Yeah. he's like,
Oh my god. Whoa.
I am
the
evil,
audience is
President
laughing
Shinra.
around as a hologram while you're in a boss fight. I'm like, this is a fantastic villain moment.
I love it. No, I mean, like he's so mustache twirling. It's
Yeah.
ludicrous.
Yeah.
I'm like, this is so much fun watching him just flying around in this boss fight. Watching you struggle with this, it was great.
Oh man.
You take down the airbuster, which also has a nice kicking boss theme
Yes,
But yeah.
it does.
playing at the time. And the normal stuff happens, so blows up the catwalks that you're on, and you just fall, And remember, you were really, really, really
So-
high up.
So this was the moment where I was like, the old Final Fantasy VII hit, and I was like, okay, maybe they weren't that high. And then this
You
time
were
I was like, no. Cloud
really
should not have
high up.
survived that.
Nope, dead man.
Nope. I don't
There
buy
is
it.
no life after
There's-
that fall.
Fuck flowers catching that fall. Nope.
So one thing this game does well is it really shows off verticality of Midgar, and that fall is very, very far.
Very far.
But he falls through the roof of the church, and all of a sudden he's perfectly fine because that roof didn't hurt him at all either.
Nope. Well, he's soldier.
Yeah,
Ex-soldier. First class.
right. Not his age.
Don't worry about it. Not his age.
His rank.
What's your goddamn rank?
What a fucking goon. Oh my god.
Falls through the church, lands on the flowers. Eris is there, and she's expecting you.
Yep.
Like she just knew it was going to happen.
And shit continues to get weird.
Yeah.
So then, Reno shows up, and you have to fight Reno. And this was actually my favorite boss fight.
Oh, he kicked my ass.
I think this feels like a check. This
Yeah,
feels like,
well,
yeah.
Both Turks are extremely good tutorials for how to play this game.
It's like, oh, you're not dodge rolling? What are you doing?
You're not blocking? What are you doing?
What are you doing?
Well, with Reno you're not parrying.
Yeah, you're not parrying? What? Why aren't you
He's like,
parrying?
all of my attacks are parryable.
Yeah.
Are you going to hit me? Because if you're not parrying, you're not going to hit me. And then the second phase was really good. This is like this is the first time when I saw like you had a second phase that was, you had so many things to take care of and focus on, and you had like these 6 little magnetic electric ball thingies that were constantly shooting off electricity between them, and Reno was just always dancing in them, so you had to take them out. And at this point I was like still not really solid on what I need to be doing all the time in the battle system, so I'm trying to figure out how I'm killing Reno at the same time as dodging these balls, when I really should have just been busting out triple slashes all day.
Yep, that's what I was doing.
Yep.
Triple slash is an amazing move, man.
Crowd
control.
Yep.
Cloud's crowd control move, let me tell you.
And he teleports.
Yeah, he's boop, boop,
yes,
like it is
great.
Amazing.
It's great.
Yeah.
And triple slash makes that fight dumb. It's just dumb and easy. But if you don't know that you should just be spamming that ability, that fight's pretty hard. So it taught me pretty well. So thank you for putting in a nice instructional boss fight to tell me that I was playing the game wrong up until that point.
That was very nice of them.
So then you have your little chase scene through the back of the church where you're supposed to be throwing barrels downstairs. But instead of that happening, you have these really weird ghost things showing up in the church now.
And moving you around where they want you to go.
Yeah, literally.
There's a little point where Eris is about to like actually fall off of the second floor and the goats save her. And at that point you're like, oh, so they're like not evil? If you still don't really understand what they're doing at that point.
Yeah, what their intention is.
Because like at that point, up to that point, all they've done is hinder you. And even in this part, they're hindering your ability to move because there was a nice yellow materia just sitting there and you just couldn't get it.
Dude, that drove me crazy.
I'm going to figure this out. And I was like, we can't figure this out. We're going to have to come back here.
You know, the moment I could run back to the church, I did.
Yeah, and then you got a chakra materia and you're like, this didn't really feel like it was worth it.
No, it wasn't. I was really hoping it was enemy skill. I was really, really hoping for enemy skill.
Blue magic. Everybody loves it.
So
dude, enemy skill was amazing in the original.
Not quite amazing in this
No,
one.
it's terrible in this game.
But, I mean, it's there.
Yeah, it's just not good. There's only 4 spells.
Yeah, well, one of them is bad breath, so, you know.
That's true.
That's the one.
That's the only one, yeah. Of course, it's the only one I didn't get.
You can't get it in normal.
Yeah, I know. I realized that.
Yeah, it's not even possible because you can fight a Marlboro in normal.
Yeah.
So hard mode adds Marlboros.
Yeah. Well, not plural, specifically one.
Oh, okay.
At the end of a 5 battle arena fight.
Is there a Tomberry too?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
There'd be a Tomberry.
A terrifying
Tomberries.
one at that.
Oh, they're terrifying.
Oh yeah, they are.
Oh
Creepy
yeah.
little fuckers.
If you
That just
haven't
walks
fought
slow to you. He's like, yeah, I'm just gonna come to you and just stab you. What?
Yep, and one hit kills your
Yeah.
party.
if you haven't fought a Tomberry on hard yet,
I don't want to. That's cool.
I don't want to think about it because it killed
Good.
my party instantly on normal. So I was like, oh, that's great.
in that
Cool.
specific arena fight, you have to fight a Tomberry twice.
Oh,
Cool.
God.
You fight it once by itself, and then a second time
God.
with it and a bomb.
Fun. That sounds real fun.
So you think, oh yeah, that's nothing because bombs are nothing. Except
I'm
this
not
is a
saying
har-
that, but
This is a hard mode bomb that is also a lot more threatening than
Cool.
it is on normal.
Level
mode.
50 bomb.
Yeah, it's great. So you go through that section, and the ghosts are like not really stopping you. They're just kind of there. It was a little weird because I was expecting them to try to do something else, but they didn't really do anything. They were just kind of there.
Yeah.
yeah.
And that's when you realize you're like, oh, these might not be enemies necessarily.
Could Reno see them?
They never talked about it,
Okay, I didn't remember if him and the Shinra guys couldn't see them.
but we know that Sung couldn't see them at the end. If you were paying attention at the end of the game.
Yeah.
So you guys get out of the church. Not much is different from the original version, except you're not pushing barrels. You chop down a chandelier, but otherwise it's pretty much the same.
Mm-hmm.
You guys running along the rooftops, pretty much also the same. And then you're trying to get back to Sector 5, and it's not really a dungeon. It's just a long line. Hello, Final Fantasy 13
Mm-hmm.
and Final Fantasy 10. This game is littered with long lines.
There's
Yes.
a lot of hallways in this game.
But I think there's a lot of storytelling that's told with these long lines.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it
there's a
doesn't
lot of chatter.
feel
This
like
moment,
the hallway.
I was like, wow. Like I was actually like gobsmacked at how beautifully ugly this section looked. I'm like, oh my God, look, this is just ransacked and just
Awesome.
horrible looking.
Yeah.
God, wow.
It's so cool.
Yeah.
So you guys trying to
And-
get back to
There's a really good Aerith moment here too.
which one?
When she's climbing the ladder
And the ladder
And-
breaks.
and she's like, shit.
Yep.
And I was like,
Yeah.
she's like, I don't need to be saved. And she was like, ah, fuck.
Yeah, it was so good.
So when she said that, I just kind of stood there and just waited.
Laying it on thick still.
And then I walked away, and she's like, Cloud! Like, what happened?
Yeah.
Before you were claiming that you were being scouted for soldier. What happened?
Yeah.
Their banter during the section was incredible.
Very good.
It was some of the best in the game.
Mm-hmm.
It like completely endeared me to Aerith.
Yeah.
Completely. I was like, all right.
This whole section is just, I was like,
The next two, this is chapter 8 and 9.
yeah,
This is a very strong point into the game.
yeah.
Mm-hmm. Really strong stuff.
So you go through a little mini dungeon because you can't go the main way because there happens to be a Turk buzzing around
Mm-hmm.
in a helicopter. So you take the back alley roads and fight a couple of random things that will hedgehog pies,
Yeah.
Mhm.
which have the
There's
same
the-
name. Very nice.
There's a line that stuck with me when they got to the train station and Cloud is like, what the people that's there like that's kind of freaking out because of what's going on, and Cloud's like, he said something to the effect of like, what is wrong with these people? They need to figure out where to go. And Aerith is saying like, they know that. It's like she was like very like uncharacteristically like forceful to him, that I was like, oh wow, this is actually a really cool scene between. It was very small, but something very nice.
There was a lot
This
of that.
character moment.
yeah,
Yeah.
and the thing is that's not something the original Eris would have done.
No. That's why it stuck out to me. I was like,
And
oh,
also
wow.
when she talks about being afraid to leave,
Hold on to that.
that was big for me. I went,
Hold
huh?
on to that.
That's
Oh,
something Aerith would never say.
Yes, she would. And I'm going to tell you why later on.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so you guys go through the back alleyways, and then you end up at Sector 5 slums, and they're trying to propaganda Avalanche into the bad guys. Here's a video of them escaping the reactor bombing, this, that, and the other thing. You get to meet all these random people that she's involved with. You go to her house. Her mom seems incredibly mean compared to the picture that they painted of her in the original game.
I don't know about
did I lost on
incredibly
that?
mean.
I thought she was extremely mean.
Really?
Yeah.
She felt like a mom. She's like, yo, what are you trying? I know you soldier boys. What are you trying to do with my daughter again?
Maybe.
Love that.
But she did that in the original game without feeling like she was really mean. Maybe it was the voice acting.
I was about to say, it's like no voice acting. You reading it like, oh, she said that's sweet.
I was like, wow, she.
You didn't see no
like
explanation
really
point, so
mean.
you're like, okay, she didn't scream this, so she's fine.
No, Elmira was just like, yo, fuck off.
It's like, I need you to get the hell out of this house in the middle of the night. Okay, jeez, calm down.
Which, to be fair, yeah.
Yeah.
So can we talk about the
original one
kids?
did that too. Yeah, the kids are cute.
I like
One
the
of them
kids,
has a
man.
nail bat. He gives it to you.
Yeah, I was like, oh, this kid got a nail bat.
One thing I love that the kids, after you help them the first time, their swords are all Buster swords
Yeah.
that they're running around with. I love that.
They love Cloud.
Yeah.
This was
After
another
you-
good. This was another good endearing moment for Cloud because you're going around helping these kids and like he comes off kind of a hard ass, but like one of the moments I loved was when
Oh.
It comes off as a hard edge.
hey,
Ew.
He got the
says,
discount.
like, yeah, he was like
Discount
he
on
was
the
like,
Toad Cakes.
he was like, all right, you get the discount. It's like 3 gil.
It'll be 3 gil. I'm offering a discount on Toad
And I'm
King
like,
hunts.
look at you.
He was great.
Yeah.
Like I like that's because that's also one of the first times you see Cloud let down his guard.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like with the kids, where he's kind of like, all right, I'm gonna fucking banter with the kids a little bit.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
I loved that section.
I like the Moogle kid, and he's like,
He decapitated an albino koala.
That fucking kid, man.
yeah, he was like, Arthur was like, how much would it cost to have him to smile? And he was like, a lot. I was like, oh, you are, woo!
Go get me a Happy Meal.
So good, man.
Yeah.
That there was a scene
As
that I
opposed
really
to River City Ransom.
liked. Where smiles are free.
Smile is free.
Oh yeah.
The scene had a couple of things going on in it. It's like a Sephiroth clone. Oh, we did meet a Sephiroth clone before.
we meet a second one.
early in the game.
Yeah.
But
And you get a
this
nice
one-
Sephiroth freak out from
Yeah,
Cloud.
Sephiroth freak out. So they're kind of making it look like these Sephiroth freakouts are still dealing with the clones, because in the original game you see Sephiroth, but it's actually just every time it's a clone.
Yeah, almost every time. Yeah, it's just Cloud kind of freaking out because he can sense Sephiroth in them. So he's
Then
seeing.
Sephiroth himself can just kind of manifest himself into clones.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like he just has that ability.
Oh, we know. We saw him in Children.
So I mean, it's basically happening here. So like you don't really know if it's a freak out sometimes or if it's not a freak out. But this is a freak out because it's just some random dude with a tattoo, and
Was it number 2, I believe?
Number
this
2.
one is 2.
This one was 2.
Yeah, this guy are sick.
He was super sick.
He was super sick.
This guy are really sick.
That guy are really sick.
They did not have that line at all. I was hoping that they like when
Be a
he
little
fell
cheeky?
down. When they fell down, I really was hoping that Eris would have been like, "This guy is sick," or something at least. But nothing.
X-Men, welcome to die.
So you do some side quests in this area to your liking, and for some reason this old guy is like really angry at Cloud for Cloud telling him to go visit his wife himself.
Old man yells at Cloud.
Yes.
Oh, God.
Oh, that's the title.
God damn it.
That is not the title.
It should be. God damn.
We have
Joe killed it with the
specific
last one too.
We have specific titles for our spoiler warning episodes.
I know.
So that people are aware of what they are.
It's a shame. Oh man.
Old man yells at Cloud.
But that, yes.
We also, during this section, we also meet the amazing teacher that we'll talk about later on.
Miss Folia.
Uh-huh. I love her. She's a great character.
Yeah. She's pretty great.
Who inherited, she spills that she inherited the orphanage that's there from
Biggs.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
So, you get a little bit of backstory on Biggs there, which is nice. He was from Sector 5. And
He was the only one who didn't get as much fleshing out as the other two.
Yeah, Solid Biggs. Yeah.
Yeah.
So you do your
So
little
nice.
side quests, and when you're done with your side quests and endearing yourself to the locals and all that other jazz, you go to Eris's house, and all of a sudden, Rude is just kind of chilling there, and you don't fight Rude at this point at all.
Nope. That's
And
different.
much like how Reno was a good tutorial on how to play the game,
Mm-hmm.
Rude was like, "I'm gonna teach you some more stuff, buddy. You
Yeah.
better get ready for this. These are called grapple attacks."
Yeah, yeah. I found Rude a lot easier than Reno.
He was a lot
personally.
easier, yes, but this was also like
Learn how to
So-
dodge.
a very good fight for me in terms of like I really enjoyed the fight.
Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah.
And-
It was fun. It was fun to play.
And part of that was just Rude's character, because he didn't have a character. Like, it took a long time before Rude had any sort of character.
Rude gets a
in
character in
Final
having
Fantasy.
children.
He has a character in this.
Kind of.
It's just like, no, I'm not a bad guy. But like it or not,
I do-
sometimes
I do bad
I
shit.
do bad things.
I was just
Well,
drawn that way.
Yeah, it was not a hard fight. And obviously, you also had Eris fighting with you, which is
Yes.
kind of helpful for making things not difficult. Because
Yeah, could have really used her in the Reno fight. That would have been nice.
yeah, and Rude doesn't really try to fight her. So like, if you're controlling her, he will
He
just
just-
put you to sleep,
He just cry chops her, and I'm like, okay, that's cool.
or he'll sweep her and do
Yeah.
like a little minimal damage. He doesn't really
Yeah.
fight her.
He doesn't hurt her. Yeah.
It's a hard fight to lose because of that fact.
Mhm.
But I still thought it was pretty good, because now you know, okay, well, Reno taught me I need to parry, and Rude taught me I can't rely on parry.
Mhm.
So those two guys gave you all the information you needed to know for the entire game. Those two guys are basically the highway stage from Mega Man X.
Oh yeah, yeah, they are. Which makes
Heck,
you
good.
wonder if they should have put them in earlier.
Yeah, that good.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Like,
But
if-
then
You kinda can't.
that would have run against the narrative, like
More.
in a
Right.
very jarring way.
Yeah.
like they couldn't put them before they needed to put them, but they made it so that there was really only one enemy up until this point where you really, if you were parrying, you had a good advantage, and that was the Huntsman, which was like the stage 2 boss.
Darn the luck. Darn.
Is that the one with the shield?
Yeah,
Okay,
Mhm.
not the spiky shield.
yeah, basically the spiky.
Yeah,
shield.
yeah.
Where if you were parrying against that guy, you already had a leg up. And I was parrying against him, but I wasn't really using Punisher mode because you were really slow.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But
the
I did it
movement
against
is really
that
bad
guy.
in Punisher mode. Yeah.
But there's a fix for that, basically. The parry material is pretty damn good,
Yeah.
because it lets you dodge roll and not lose Punisher mode.
Yeah. Yep.
Dude, yeah, that was on cloud for the entire game for me.
Yep.
Yep.
Because why wouldn't it be?
That against the final boss is
Pretty good.
trivializes it.
Also counter. Counter stance.
Yeah.
Yes.
I was like, oh, I got this. I wasn't worried. I was like,
Yeah.
all right, asshole, I got you. Don't
Counter
worry.
stance. Pretty good. So you really weren't really forced to parry anything before that. And Reno was the first time you were forced to parry, and then you were just like, okay, well, now that I'm forced to parry, let me try it out a little bit more.
Mhm.
And they put a lot of enemies that you can parry in that area. Basically, the only thing that you can't parry are the hedgehog pies casting fire. Everything else you can parry. And then you come up to Rude, and he's just like, oh, here's an unblockable, here's a grapple, here's a grapple. And you're just like,
Oh,
okay, well,
Can't
this
parry
is not
everything.
working.
Jeez.
Yeah, this is not working, so I better figure out another way. It wasn't as hard of a fight as Reno. Reno wasn't really a hard fight.
he's just obnoxious.
It's just that you need to understand what it wants, and
Yeah.
this is the same way. And understanding what this one wanted was not as
No, it's way easier
Not
because
as
you're more likely doing the stuff required to win the Rude fight than you are the Reno fight
yeah.
at this point. Just the playing video games. Like,
Right. No,
okay,
but
dodge button's good.
it-
No shit.
yeah. So it was just good for saying, hey, you should rely on parry, and then say, hey, don't rely on it too much,
Yeah.
as the pair of them. So it was pretty good. And when you fight the two of them together later, I thought that was a great fight.
That fight's amazing. That whole scene is incredible.
Yep.
Which I
So-
imagine we're coming up to.
You fight Rude, then you take Aerith home, and okay, it's time to go. Let's go. So you leave in the middle of the night, and of course, she just kind of appears because
She JoJo teleports over there.
Because you know she's in her room. Because if you make a noise, she will stop you. And
Hey.
why is there a bucket like what like you were
Why was
up in
there
her house?
Why
before.
was there stairs just right at not stairs? Why were there chairs right at the stairs?
Right there.
I was like,
You
what? Who does
you
that?
were in her house literally 15 minutes ago and nothing was there.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden
She left traps for you on purpose.
And it's
Yeah,
like,
No,
here's
she
the bucket.
I got that. Like, she just left traps for you. It was like, oh, I'm gonna catch this motherfucker if he tries to sneak out. Like, that's what that was there for.
And that
And then she
bucket
just
is
keeps
so
letting
hard
it
to
happen.
find.
Yeah, right.
So no, I don't buy that.
She must have. Unless the mom's trying to fuck with you. And there's some like reverse psychology shit. I don't
She
know.
don't want your ass there.
Yeah, she's like, oh, get the soldier out of my house. But like,
Get
There-
out.
I mean, there's ghosts in this game, right? One of them could have been a poltergeist.
it's true.
Poltergeists. Yes. Okay. So you leave, and then you're trying to get back to Sector 7 because Cloud's like, I need to get back to Sector 7.
Mhm.
So you're like, oh, there's Wall Market. And you look at the nice straight line to Wall Market with no battles or anything. But we're like, no, we have to get to Sector 7. So let's go through this mini dungeon instead. So,
Fight some bandits.
thanks.
This dungeon kind of sucked also.
I actually
No,
didn't mind this
I
dungeon.
love this dungeon.
Same here. I actually like this dungeon a
I
lot.
love this
Because of because of the mechanics in the dungeon, or because of what happened between Cloud and Aerith?
Everything, all of it.
The music.
I liked the music
Oh,
and the song.
The music.
Yeah. Is this under the rotting pizza?
Mhm.
Yeah.
No,
my favorite.
Isn't it?
That's
I
not
thought this
bad.
was.
no. Under the Rotting Pizza plays in the previous chapter.
Oh, okay.
This one is like a Final Fantasy 13 sounding.
Yeah, this does not sound like an FF7 song. This
Yeah.
sounds like FF13. I was like, this sounds like, and I said out loud when I'm playing, like, this sounds like a fucking FF13 song. By the way, Tim watched me play this entire game.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, I share played this, and actually I went on Twitch last night for the first time ever.
Really?
Broadcast.
Tell us
Wow,
about
good
it.
job telling
Well,
me.
no, I didn't do it. I literally did it to just have share play essentially and not interrupt.
Oh, okay.
So like, it wasn't like I didn't have chat up or anything like that. I just, I'm probably gonna start that at some point. I was thinking
All right,
about
fine.
it. It's
Oh,
why the
cool.
fuck else?
Good job telling nobody.
Yeah.
I'll
right?
tell you guys next time.
You told-
It wasn't.
You just told everybody.
Yeah, I just told you guys. Well, look,
Yeah, you
I will do actual Twitch streams probably coming soon because I can't
Hey.
think of a reason not to play fighting games on stream. So,
Yes.
we'll figure that out when the time comes. But
Yeah. Another reason why
yeah.
this dungeon is awesome is that you get your all materia
Yes.
or magnifies.
That doesn't make the dungeon awesome.
Of course, it does. Don't be absurd.
The fake high fives.
Mhm.
So good.
So good.
That I think it's the second to last one.
Where he goes up for it instead.
And she walks away and he's like nothing. Nah.
Nothing to worry about. It's fine.
We'll get on the same page next time. What are you talking about?
What are you
I'm
talking-
sorry, okay?
It's so good.
Yeah, I mean, like, it's a little slow because of the stupid crane puzzle, whatever. But like, I enjoyed what was happening. I enjoyed the banter in the dungeon. I love the
Yeah.
music in the dungeon. So I find it very difficult to dislike it, and
Yeah.
it's also not that long.
No, it's not. It's very short.
So
Comparatively, yes. It's
Yeah,
short.
it's not a
right,
long dungeon. It
it's
really
not
isn't.
like it's not like whatever they put you through before getting to the Sector 5 reactor.
Yeah.
Right, like this is over pretty quickly.
Yeah.
And you fight 3 random dudes at the end of it who are trying to bite off a lot more than they can chew, and you really hand it to them, and they just say, "We gotta play dead because we don't want to fight these."
I
fools."
love when you walk away from them and they then they get up.
I like. So one of them fell in such a way that I thought that the game had like a weird ragdoll like glitch.
Yep.
So
Are you talking about like when his like legs are completely folded over his
Yes.
head? Yeah, same here.
So I was like, "Oh, look at that! That's really funny." So I walked into him, and then he like freaked out and made a sound, and then I just kept walking into him, and he just kept doing it. I was like,
Yeah, he literally like lands like this.
yes. I'm like, I guess
But you
that's
have
not a
multiple action
ragdoll
figures
glitch.
to
Like
show
that.
us.
So,
Literally like that.
Why do you have Spidey in that position?
Because Spider-Man's
just-
one of the few figures that can make that.
He's just kind of sitting there like that, huh? That's how you just keep him?
Nah, bro.
That doesn't answer the question of why he's in that position, but okay.
Because he was doing the leapfrog position originally. Like so.
All right.
If you say so.
It's an easy way to transition.
Okay.
You're
It's
making
an
him
easy
do
way
the
to
spinner,
transition.
Rooney. You're making him do the
This is
spinner.
been a Rudy.
It's the most electrifying move in sports entertainment.
So you kill these guys, and then they say, "Oh man, we got to run." So they run, and you guys are walking through to get to Walmart now because you saw Tifa being carted off in a cart.
I actually like the new interaction.
Right. She was like, so the way it looked like before, it was kind of like she was being kidnapped. This time, Cloud runs up to her, and actually they're talking to her, and she's like, "Go back to Sector 7 and tell them what I'm doing."
Yeah.
I was like, "I'm gonna go and beat the shit out of Corneo."
So we actually missed a really good moment where Cloud and Aerith are talking, and she brings up her last boyfriend or whatever,
and the freak out,
and he was like, "Oh, what was his name?" And she says it.
She says it.
He just does not hear it. He's like, "Yeah, his name was," and he's like,
you see her say it, but like he has a fucking panic attack.
Yeah. I was
and
like,
a meltdown.
Oh, shit.
Like a full out freak out.
Mm-hmm.
Like his biggest freak out, I think.
Yeah.
Now we'll never know her boyfriend's real name.
I know, darn. Never see him again.
He might be a Lego maniac. I don't know.
God damn it.
So you guys go to Walmart to save Tifa, and it's really different.
This chapter just won my heart.
It's
Everything
really
about
different.
it was incredible.
And
all the new characters are amazing.
Interestingly enough,
every single one.
If you are on a certain route, it's exactly the same.
Yep.
So there's an arena in here for some reason, and there's also this random dude.
That makes sense to me.
It really does.
Sure.
If you're gonna have it in Midgar, that's where you're gonna have the arena.
Okay. Yeah.
Logistically.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, not every anime has to have the arena.
I like the little mini
tournament arc.
I love the little mini tournament.
Yeah, every anime needs a tournament arc.
Yeah, every anime does need a tournament arc. Strong disagree.
Okay. There's also this random other character who's like a guard for Corneo.
Leslie.
Basically Noctis.
Mm-hmm.
It's just like
Noctis.
I'm like looking at him. I'm like, why is this guy Noctis?
He looks and sounds like Noctis.
Yeah.
He's just Noctis with white hair and a hat.
Yeah.
Yep. And I mean,
same attitude. Also,
you can actually give Noctis a hat in the game. So, like, so he's telling you, I can't let you in to see the Don, but if you want to go see the Don, you need to get approval from one of the three. What do they call them? The trio.
Trio.
Yeah, the trio. Yeah.
The trio who knows Corneo's tastes in women.
Yeah.
Because he's only going to see women, and Eris is too plain. And she did not like people talking about her being plain.
And people shit on her the whole time. It's like, this chick, you want her to? Nah, man. That Tifa chick, though, yeah.
Well, I mean,
it's Tifa, bro. Yeah. Like, come on.
Emphasis on the T.
So you go through. You talk to Chocobo Sam, who is one of the trio, the person in charge of the Chocobo state carriers that are ferrying around and will eventually ferry you around in a later chapter. And he tricks you with the two-headed coin. Thanks, Edgar.
Mm-hmm.
Then you go try to see the Andrea Rodea and the Honeybee Inn, but
He's like, no, what?
You need an appointment to see him, and the next appointment is in 3 years.
3 years, yep.
So it's probably not going to happen.
You're a pretty boy, but not that pretty.
I was like, yeah, not pretty enough, apparently.
So then you go to Madame M, who sees you and gives you an option of what type of hand massage you want.
Hand job. Say it right. Hand job. She gives you a hand job.
A hand massage. And you can take the poor man's course or the standard course.
This is the
reason, luxury course.
Okay, the reason we were saving our money.
Which all of you took the luxury course?
Of course,
I didn't. I didn't have enough gil.
You make it. You sell your weapons. You do something.
I didn't want to do it.
I know.
Kind of top of that shit.
In that scene,
all right, so I want to see what's different.
Yes, I do too, because I don't know what happens when you get the luxury one. I got the mid tier one.
I've seen all three.
Luxury.
Man, she gives him the hand massage of the heavens.
And you hear Cloud moan.
He's there like he is.
He can't take
really,
it.
He's really
He
enjoying
can't take it. He's
and
like,
then he leaves, and Eris is like, Cloud, what's going on? And he's like,
and he puts his hand on the wall and just like he's just lost. He's like, whoa. Woo, she blew me away.
Oh, it's so good.
She blew me away.
in the standard one, she hurts Cloud a bit, but then she's like, no, go ahead, flex your arm, it should be okay.
And he's like, oh.
And he's like, wow, yeah, this is really good.
Yeah.
And then he's walking out, and he's just like looking at his arms, like, yeah, this feels good.
Yeah.
And then in the poor man's course, she basically like abuses him. She's like ripping his fingers off and like punching his hand and all this other stuff.
That honestly seems like the most fun.
That seems all right. Depends what you're into.
It comes out like it's like he's limping and is like, I don't want to talk right now.
Honestly, the cheap one seems like the most valuable one.
The cheap one was definitely the two extremes were funny.
Yeah.
But for different reasons.
Yeah.
So then after that, she agrees to help you. And then depending on your actions in the wall market and how well you explored it and your reactions and if you met Johnny and others, blah, 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 all this other stuff. By the way, Johnny's there because that's where you would meet him originally.
You really would, yeah.
Depending on your actions there, you will either do a couple side quests for Madame M or a couple of side quests for Chocobo Sam. I got Madame M the first time.
I did too.
Same.
I did too.
So I didn't actually realize that there were a second set of subquests.
I didn't know that either.
But then I was like, there's all these buildings that are not being used. They have the tailor.
Yeah, he's drunk in the bar.
Yeah, the materia dude.
Like all these people are there, but they're not used. So I was just like, this is random, but whatever. You know, it's probably just so that the world still feels like the world.
The same machine gun venom machine is there.
Did you get Sam, Theo?
Not the first time.
No, I got
You got Madame M as well?
M, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, when I went back and hard and I did it again, and I got Sam. And
well, what do you have to do? It just matters of where you go.
Well, you get the squats quest, and then you get both of them have an entirely different second quest.
Interesting. Okay.
And Sam's second quest is literally what you do in Wall Market in the first game. In the original game.
Got it.
You're going through the steps. You're not getting the prizes. You're not getting the wig,
the underwear, or the garters, etc. Yeah.
Because initially you could like go to that bathroom where that dude is like throwing up. I thought he's taking shit in the first game, but like you go into the bathroom and he's like, oh shit, they're actually gonna do it. And at least in my playthrough, they didn't do. Yeah.
Yeah. It was interesting.
In Sam's, you give him medicine.
Cool.
Fascinating.
Yep. So you visit the little restaurant, and you can give him information. And the funniest part about Sam's quests is that all of them depend on your mastery of certain materia.
Yes. Yeah.
And then Cloud will take out the materia and just start fondling them while he's talking.
Oh, he did do that.
Yeah,
it's like the guy.
He's like, yeah, I know this fire materia pretty well.
I learned this from Madame M.
Because there's a restaurant owner that has a busted fridge or something like that, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right, we can do that. Interesting. Okay.
That's so weird. That's kind of
actually the answer to that is whatever your highest level elemental materia is.
Yep.
So you can either have a busted fridge, or you can have a busted stove.
Yeah, stove. Yeah.
Or he has poor electrical something.
That's neat.
And you would just answer it based off of which one of your materia has the highest level, and you choose.
Yeah.
So you could make the wrong choice if you really wanted to, and you get less of a reward for it.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Kind of the same way that if you did not get the optimal choices in the original Wall Market, you would get less of a reward.
Yep.
So how do we feel about the squats game?
Love it.
It's great.
Me too.
I love it.
It's not really different.
No.
You once you get into that rhythm though,
you get into the rhythm and it starts speeding up, and it feels really good.
Yeah, it does.
The pull-ups game is
like regular
garbage.
The pull-up game.
I don't like the pull-up game just because it does like that weird thing. And
it wouldn't be so bad
if you didn't have the yes.
If it didn't switch, it wouldn't be as bad.
Yeah.
I forgot the teacher, the gym teacher, Jules,
yeah.
He is hard. Like
he's no joke.
I was like
the pull-ups are insane.
He knocks out like 40, and I'm like, oh, fuck.
Yeah, you have to. You have to
perfect.
not. You have to be perfect for the pull-ups one.
Because when you mess up, it's like okay, because it takes too long for you to reset.
You can mess up it, but it has to be usually in the very beginning of it, and that's the only real time you can mess up.
Man.
But other than that, you can't. He is unbeatable.
Yeah,
you have to.
When I did it, I was like, I had to do it perfectly. I think I
he not because
47 or something like that.
Because he can do like 13 in the time it takes you to do like 4 sometimes.
Yeah, I'm like,
you're like, what the fuck?
Yeah, squats is dope though.
Yeah,
fucking love squats. Shit's awesome.
So yeah, you do these little mini quests for these 2 characters, and then after that, you can get Eris's dress. The arena happened just before this, and you fought nobody special except for the Hell House.
Yep.
Which was
fucking Hell House.
like one of the worst fights that I've ever had. That fight was one of the worst fights in the original Final Fantasy VII, and it was just a random battle. It's one of the worst fights in this game, and they knew what they were doing, and they're jerks.
They gave that thing had so much fanfare. It was crazy.
Yeah.
They hyped it up so hard. I was like, you've got to be kidding me with this shit.
Yeah.
I love that. I don't know how Chocobo Sam does it, but I love how Madam N freaks. Not like she flips out because it's like, yeah, you won, but you got to do an extra, fight.
So
and she's like,
that's the same on both ends because it's after that that you get the divergent quests.
Okay.
Because I remember, and I called it. I knew it was gonna be Hell House too. I called it. I'm like, this is gonna be Hell House. I already know it. Like, because it's gonna be so stupid. And I'm like,
honestly, I thought it was gonna be the sewer boss. I thought they were just gonna put the sewer boss in the arena.
No, I had a feeling they were gonna do Hell House. I was like, it's gonna be Hell House. It's too random, and it's that perfect Easter egg for your like the hardcore FF7 crowd.
Yeah,
like they're gonna put it and they're gonna make it a boss fight. Yeah. Like I knew it was one of those things that like I kind of knew was gonna happen, and I had a feeling it was gonna happen right there. So stupid. So
after you do your couple of quests, you go and pick up Eris, but then good old Johnny is like, oh my god, Tifa, she's going to be auctioned off or whatever. And it's like, yes, we know this. That's why we're here. Yeah. And he's panicking. So you go with him and then you tell Noctis, hey man, you gotta let me in. And he's like, no, the Dawn only lets in women. And he's like, well, I got this letter of recommendation. And he's like, cool, that's for that other chick. You're still not getting in.
That's for the plain chick.
It's not for you. So then you leave, and Eris tells you, hey, Andrea Rodea from the Honeybee Inn wants to see you. So now we have the Cloud.
Andrea saw you fight, so
he was very impressed with how you fight. He loved the way you moved. And you got a little dance-off mini game.
This is the moment my heart melted. I was like,
I was smiling the entire time.
Okay,
it was great.
Okay,
the entire time.
Where you guys remade Final Fantasy VII. Okay,
here we go.
I'm here now.
And if you didn't know, there is a CD that you can find if you perfect the practice round.
Yep. Yeah.
So that is the only CD we missed.
Same here.
I missed it, and I was just like, I have no idea where this CD is. And I ended up having to look it up.
Because you it's almost impossible to miss it.
The second time you go through it, it says, hey, do you want to skip the tutorial? I'm like, yeah, I'm going to skip it. I don't need to do this. I already know what I'm doing. So I had to do that chapter a total of 4 times.
Fun. Well, it's a good chapter, so it's okay.
It's incredible. It's my favorite chapter in the game.
It might be the best chapter in the game, yeah.
It's incredible.
It's
that and the
not good
chapter.
enough to do that many times because I still have to do it more times.
Yeah, to get all the dresses,
the manuscripts, because you get a different manuscript for Madam M and the Sam quests. So that means that you have to do it twice on hard. So you have to fight the Hell House 2 times.
Oh no!
On hard
I didn't think about
to get all the manuscripts.
Nah.
Oh, the Hell House also has Tonberries on hard.
What?
Oh, I'm sorry. Did I? Plural.
Pass.
3 of them.
Pass.
Spits out 3 of them.
Pass. Nah.
Well, I might not platinum this game then.
No, I'm not. I don't care that much.
They're actually not hard. You can kill them with 1 triple slash.
That's cool.
Okay.
All right.
You can kill them with 1 triple slash.
They don't murder you dead first.
If you don't, if you don't kill them with 1 triple slash, they will murder you.
Of course.
Because that's what they do.
That's what they do. 1-touch death. Little fuckers.
They have like 3 different 1-touch death attacks.
So when we fought them the first time, Kayla's fighting him and it stabbed her, and it said no effect, and I was like, uh-oh. And she's like, yeah, it's no effect. I was like, that's because death didn't hit you this time. The minute I said that, it stabbed her again, dead. And I was like, yeah. When it says no effect, death.
Death. Yeah, instant death. Of course. Ridiculous.
So you do your mini game. It actually has no bearing on anything. Like, you can just put the controller down and fail it, and nothing bad happens.
Yeah.
The dancing minigame?
Yeah. It plays out exactly the same.
Oh,
and
okay.
the dress that you get has no bearing on how well you do in that minigame.
Okay.
So
did you guys get Cloud with pigtails?
No.
So I didn't.
Not the first
Apparently
time.
you can.
He's there. I got all of Cloud's dresses.
Okay.
The first time I went through it.
Pigtails is the one with the purple dress?
He has pigtails in 2 of the dresses.
Okay, I got the purple and black dress.
Yeah, I got the purple and black where it was just mullet hair.
Yeah, I had like this royal blue. Was it royal blue? Yeah, he didn't have his pigtails. It was so if he didn't have the pigtails.
So how do you get the pigtails?
Apparently the pigtails are a separate thing too. I don't know the difference. I'm not sure. I just know that you can get them.
They're not a separate thing. They show up specifically with the other dresses.
Okay.
And the way you get the other dresses are just based off of how many quests you do.
Okay.
Oh, because I'm almost positive we had pigtails.
I didn't have pigtails.
We're talking about this for too long, I think.
Well, it's the best chapter. It's so good.
Joe, this was the scene that everyone was like, yo, this better be in the game.
Yeah.
Yes.
And
I did not forget that.
And not only was it in the game, they handle it
Yeah, they were
masterfully.
So
it's better than the original.
Significantly more respectful than the original one was.
Yeah.
No like random gay gang rape.
Yeah.
I was looking for it too. That's a weird thing to say, but yeah.
Yeah, they handled it very well. They were like, they don't touch on the fact that the guy who's murdering you in the pull-up competition is as gay as the day is long. It just
you know it, but that's
cool.
But
they don't.
It doesn't matter.
He's there and he's doing his thing, and it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, that's great.
Andrea Rodea is incredible character.
Oh my god, I love Andrea so much.
So like, I'm watching the Honeybee Inn, and I'm just like, I just feel like this is Lucky Sevens.
I'm like, yeah, the same thing. I had the same thought.
This is what it is. This is just what it is.
You know what it is too. They class it up in this. They make it more of like a Vegas stage show.
Yes.
Feel
were
than
there
like
were there men in the
Ruffle.
original? Were there men be in the originals?
No,
there were just random bodybuilders that were waiting for you.
Yep.
Okay, all right. I think that's a distinction also, where it's like anybody could come here.
Yeah. They made it like, nah, bro.
Yeah.
Whatever floats your boat.
Whatever you want. I'm like, yeah, this is
get whatever you want in Walmart market.
So
it's Vegas. They made it Vegas.
Mm-hmm.
You take Dress Cloud now into Leslie with Eris, and
you
he just takes one look at you.
Probably. I love how like strong he looks as he's walking.
Doesn't like Aerith like Cloud? You got to do this different. Like, does she like lecture you on how you're walking?
Mm-hmm.
She doesn't.
I thought she says the things to you.
Because like you're controlling her at this point, right? And he walks away from you.
Yeah.
Yeah. And she's like, Cloud, hold on.
Oh well, you know what? The first time I was talking to him, but like the other 3 times that I've done this, I did not talk to him. I just walked to where he walks to, just to make it not take as long. So
okay.
If she actually said anything specific.
So funny.
So
good.
You go to Corneo's mansion. You talk to Leslie, and he takes one look at Cloud, and he's like, "Are you serious?"
He's like,
whatever.
All right, if you say so.
And it's like, lets him in.
It's like, you went through all this trouble, whatever, man.
Hope you know what you're getting into.
My second favorite line read is coming up right now.
Okay. Let me know when I'm going to pass it.
Nah, you're almost there.
All right. So you guys go into the Corneo mansion. You get knocked out by some sleeping gas. They stick you down in the S&M dungeon where you find Tifa.
And the best part is Tifa, like, afterwards notices that she's like, yeah, is that you, Cloud? And he's like, yes, I look amazing. I know. Let's just figure this shit out. I'm like,
Yep.
That's the best line in the game. Right. I like when I got to that, I had to pause it. I fell out because Cloud's like, yeah, I know.
I look amazing. Yes, I know. Let's figure this shit out. Let's get out of here.
That was perfect, man. That was fucking perfect. Oh my god.
So you get called up to Corneo,
Mm-hmm.
and he evaluates. He decides that his wife for tonight is going to be, and Cloud takes exception at that because he thinks it's pathetic, and he says, pathetic. And then Corneo's like, you, the big-boned girl. I'm going to take you. And he always takes Cloud.
Yeah.
So it doesn't matter what dress you have
Mm-hmm.
or how well you did, you will always take Cloud.
Mm-hmm.
That's the better outcome.
Yeah, it's a more interesting scenario.
Yeah.
So while he's in the bedroom with Cloud, and Cloud is calling him an asshole and threatening him, and Corneo's
Which is his kink. That is just his kink.
getting off on it, he's loving it. And he's also taking pictures, and Cloud's like, what is that? And he's like, I'm just taking pictures just to ensure that you don't get any funny ideas about saying no.
Oof.
So it's like, okay.
Yeah.
Meanwhile,
I'll be right back, guys. Keep going. I'll be right back.
Uh-huh.
oh, okay. Meanwhile, Eris and Tifa are about to have a little bit of fun with Corneo's lackeys because they want to have what could be the best cutscene in the game, in my opinion, with some of the best music in the game, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Where one of the lackeys notices Eris from the arena, and then she's like, all right, well, I guess we're going to have to fight now, and kicks him in the balls.
Mm-hmm. Persona
Tifa
cheers
goes-
him.
Tifa goes around and starts roundhousing people. Somebody tries to run at Eris. She literally pulls out the rug from under him, and he falls down. And while he's trying to get up, she WWE chair shots him to the head, which they can't even do in that
No,
anymore.
that's a concussion problem right there.
Yep, and she has no problem giving the concussion
Right?
to this guy.
Hood rat.
Yep. She compliments Tifa on her form. That was great. And like, I just thought it looked really cute.
It was.
Their interaction is like my highlight of this game.
Yeah. And give a little high five, and then Noctis comes in, and they're about to fight him, and he's like, no, I don't do that fighting in this game. That's for 15. Here, I brought your weapons. You can do the fighting. Andrea
I'll
Rodea
have
told
warp
me.
strike in this game.
I'm the inside man.
Yeah. And then you're like, oh, okay, so this guy is actually not that bad? Question mark?
Mhm.
We'll come back to him later. So you guys go threaten Don Corneo in the classic way. Yeah, you're going to cut him off, rip him off, and smash him. Very nice.
I'm really happy they kept that. 'Cause that's
I
one of my
was like,
favorite.
Yes, I was like, please keep it. Please keep it. And the one thing they didn't keep was each one of them putting their foot on the bed.
Yeah.
But at least Tifa did it.
Yeah, it was fine. I was okay with that.
The lines were all there.
Yeah, the lines are all there.
That's all that mattered. And Tifa's the one who the foot on the bed matters the most. I mean, come
Yes,
Yes.
you're right.
And then you guys get thrown in the sewers because you just kind of hung around and let him
Yeah.
tell his dastardly story.
He's a villain, so of course that's what he's
He's
gonna
like,
do.
yeah, man, you're gonna make me tell my story. So by the way, when do villains tell their story? Question mark. You have your options, and no matter what option you pick, you're heading in the sewers. And if you don't pick an option, he's just gonna throw you in the sewers anyway.
I didn't pick an option. I was like, which one should we? And still
I
it didn't
picked
matter.
I picked it.
And he's like, well, when he's sure he's gonna win.
Mm-hmm.
And Cloud's like, well, it's when he's sure he's gonna win. Bingo.
Yep.
Sewers. And then you're in the sewers and you fight
Absolutely.
Apps, who is now Abzu.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty much immediately, and it's a pretty good fight.
Who did you guys wake up first?
Tifa.
I actually woke them both up because I took a game over in this fight.
Me too.
So
This
the
fight-
first
this-
time I woke up Tifa. The second time I woke up Eris, and it was significantly shorter.
Yes. So the first time we woke up Aerith, and then the second time Tifa, and the Tifa interaction is way better.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
I'm happy I got to
Significantly
Tifa
better.
first. I mean, besides
I
the
don't-
fact that Tifa's
I
dead.
don't
So.
actually remember why I took a game over in this fight because, like, I'm thinking
The
back on
damage,
it, and
the damage
fight
on the sewer,
wasn't that bad.
the
but I
sewer
don't
damage.
Right, I think I was not. I missed the telegraph of the sewer damage, and I just got destroyed.
Yeah, because if you were even, because that essentially does half health at that point.
Yeah.
Yeah, that will smack you, and if you don't get out of the way of one of those the sewer hits, like it fucks you up.
Mm-hmm.
So like I could see why you can get a game over in that fight, because as long as you avoid the sewer, that fight's not hard. But if you get hit, ugh.
And because this is a JRPG, we are now in the sewers.
Yeah. And of course the sewers are great because they have Sahagins in it, and those
They're
guys
great.
are terrible. I hate those guys.
I love fighting them.
I hate
They're just dragoons in this game.
I know. That's why I hate them.
And not only
And
that,
Frog.
but they're casting Frog on you like all the time. Like,
Nonstop.
It's super telegraphed though, so it's
sure, but sometimes it's not easy to see.
Yeah, because you're in such confined spaces.
Yeah.
You get I got turned into a frog all the time.
They take a while to take down also.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah, they're
They
meaty.
are very
man.
meaty.
Yeah, they're super meaty.
Yeah.
And even when you fight them later on, you come back with a ton more levels and better weapons and more SP for your weapons to have had upgrades. They are still meaty.
Yeah.
They're just always big boys. Nothing too remarkable about this dungeon. You fight the boss of the dungeon at the beginning of it, so all it takes is just to get out, but it's
Get
just
through it.
kind of...
It's cool. It's fine.
Well, you have like a mini boss fight at the end.
It's not drastically long, but it...
Prince.
Yeah.
Like the prince of the...
He's not fun either.
No, he's been...
Oh, I totally forgot about... Yeah.
Because once you... Yeah.
I totally forgot about him.
He's not fun either because he only has specific times when he can be staggered. He can only be staggered when he's in his counter stance.
Yep.
Which means that anytime you hit him, he counters you. And it doesn't matter at what range. He's a very fun fight. No, he's not.
No, he's a pain in the ass.
He's kind of a pain in the ass.
Yeah. You get to fight him again in later one of the arenas, too.
Yeah. It was also
real good time.
not great.
Yeah, not fun.
So you get out of this dungeon, and then you are in a 2-screen dungeon in the original game that now has become an hour and a half long train graveyard plus train graveyard operating station.
I don't like this section.
This is my least favorite. Actually, this might be my least favorite dungeon, actually.
I wasn't hating it, but it was not that great.
The only reason I didn't completely hate it because it wasn't. It only took me actually like an hour, but I had to play it twice.
The dungeon itself is not.
Yeah, because of the glitch.
Oh yeah. You come into this with different feelings. For me, the dungeon itself is not entirely the problem. It's the story stuff that's here that I'm like, I don't really like this.
Yeah, nothing here was really felt like it was important.
Yeah,
we get. Don't we? The best part about the sewer and this part is Tifa and Aerith's interactions with each other.
Yes, 100%.
Because now you remember why those ships happen. You're like, oh right, okay. Everyone's new favorite ship, and I'm like, oh, that's an old ship, guys. Come on.
This is Final Fantasy VII.
Relax.
We're talking about.
I know. That's what I'm saying. Like this ship is old as time itself. Like, come on. I get it. I like that ship too, but like, nah, come on. It's not new. and those two, their chemistry is like really
off the rip. Is like okay, yeah,
they're so great.
Yeah,
and like it makes sense, you know.
So
they complement each other.
There's nothing really interesting, like we said before, happening here outside of their banter and such. You get a random like Eris glitch moment.
Mm-hmm.
Yes,
which was interesting.
Yeah,
where she flashes back to her childhood and like they're playing hide and seek, but nobody goes to find her, so she's just like by herself. And then Tifa's like, "Oh man, we found you. It's a good thing we found you." Like, because we really needed to find you, kind of hammering home the point that they found her, so that she wouldn't feel as like down about it. And then you fight Eligor, which is just like really random because like Eligor is not a Final Fantasy VII boss.
Yeah,
no,
right?
He's actually a Persona fight.
Quite honestly, he's basically Dullahan from Final Fantasy VI, which was just like as random as I thought it could get.
Yeah,
this is a Final Fantasy VI boss. What are you doing here?
Yeah.
Do we also see like a ghost Marlene here?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
So
what was that about?
I have a theory on that. It ties into the ending, and
this is also
too.
part of the random shit that's going on where Eris is like, there is something up with Eris too. And at this point, you have to realize it.
Yeah.
There's a Marlene thing. This isn't even a new theory. This is an old theory that Marlene might have ancient blood too, because she knows it's Aerith at the end of the first of the original game. Like when the live stream comes out, and she's like,
Yeah.
she goes to Flower Girl, like she's
Okay.
the only one who does that, and it's like
And
Marlene has little weird moments like that.
Well,
And
it's
there-
like you can attribute that to the like a kid being a kid.
Well, there is a scene, particularly in this game, that we're going to get to later on, that like kind of leads credence to that. So
Yeah.
I could see that.
Yeah, and
Alright.
when you know, here we go, because we're getting to it soon.
Yeah, because this is going long. We're talking about chapter by chapter here.
So, yeah. Well, they fly off pretty quickly after the
This
next
is
chapter.
yeah.
Right. So they go through the train control center, which is, slightly more padding on this dungeon, and nothing interesting happens here either. You're just getting through a dungeon and you're fighting a random boss that has no relevance to the storyline at large at all, except that it can make you replay the storyline.
Yeah,
Real Final Fantasy VII experience.
yeah, exactly. Old jank square experience.
So you finally get out of that into Sector 7, and shit's going down.
Turks are on their way.
And you get to the plate, and Wedge just kind of falls out
Yo!
of the sky.
I was like, what?
And I'm like, what?
They're doing it?
Yeah.
They didn't
He's
do
dead.
it.
And then he's not dead.
They ain't do it.
They
I was
can't
like-
kill off Charlie Sheen.
No, that's Breaking Bad. That's Badger.
Yeah.
Yeah, Charlie Sheen is Wedge.
Oh, that's right. Wedge, right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wait, you said Wedge.
No,
Biggs.
Charlie. Yeah.
I mean, Biggs.
Biggs
I'm
is,
sorry.
yeah.
Charlie Sheen is Biggs.
Charlie Sheen is
Sorry.
Biggs.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. When he fell, I was like, oh
It's
fuck.
like, yeah, it's like they're all gonna die. Here it
And
comes.
he just took out his grappling hook, and I was
He's
like,
Right before that, or right after that, we get before Tifa can even say it.
yeah, it's a little bit after this. A little
Yeah.
bit after this.
Okay.
So Wedge isn't dead, and then Cloud's like, "Hey, Tifa and Eris, like, look after him." And then Wedge is like, "I can come," and then he tells Wedge, "No, you stay with them." And he goes up the pillar by himself
Mhm.
and finds Biggs, and Biggs is dead or dying.
No, he's not dead yet.
He's dying. He's definitely dying.
Yeah, he's not doing too good. He's on his way out.
And talks to him and is like, "Hey man, the orphanage." And Cloud's like, "No, you gotta go back there and handle it yourself." And then he's dead. Supposedly. He's dead.
Damn it.
A little bit after this, you get a cutscene of Tifa being like, "Yo, I can't stay down here." And then she goes to Eris, like, "Eris, I want you to go to the bar." And Eris is like, "Marlene, right?"
And you're like,
yeah.
And then Tifa's like,
yes.
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah. This moment, I was like, okay.
And
I
now-
started to kind of grasp things. I was like, okay. I
And you're
see
like,
what they're
this
doing.
I mean, like, you did just kind of have that random vision thing, but like, how do you know this?
Yeah.
That, like, what is going on?
Well, I mean, you can attribute maybe because Cloud's been. Did we talk about how Cloud's been having future visions throughout this
Yeah.
game?
No, we haven't actually mentioned that.
Yeah. So like
But yeah,
Cloud
Cloud
is. It's not just past freakouts. He's having future freakouts too. Like he
Yeah.
sees the plate fall
Cloud is the king of the
before it happens.
He sees
Yeah.
the plate fall, the meteor fall,
Meteor fall,
Aerith's death.
Aerith's death, the materia drop. Like
He sees all that stuff.
he sees all that
Mhm.
shit, and you're like, what the fuck is going on?
Yeah, it's random.
So you can attribute
Something
maybe
is-
like, oh, maybe Aerith's just getting these visions too, but she just kind of understands what's happening a bit more.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe. So you have like a little scene of Eris going through and trying to find Marlene, and instead of finding Marlene, she's helping everybody else. But she eventually gets there. Marlene's freaking out because she's a little kid, and
Bad shit is happening.
shit's happening, so she's gonna freak out.
And Daddy's not there.
Then there's just this moment where Eris touches her, and you get a little like glitch moment, and then Marlene's fine.
Yeah, Marlene's like, oh, I think I know you.
Yeah.
Let's go.
And then Eric goes like this. And you're
Yeah.
like, what is going on?
What is this?
That's the ultimate what the fuck is happening moment.
Yeah.
So I'm just watching this. I'm like, what is going on?
Yeah, that is the proper question to be asking at this point.
So you have a little scene where Sung from the Turks comes in and he's like, "Hey, Eris, we're here to take you back." And she's like, "Hey, I got conditions." And they just leave it at that.
She doesn't get slapped this time around.
Right, which is
I forgot
nice.
about that.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, saying just like, toma, last game.
Which is nice, I suppose. But it seemed out of character for him because like he was never really somebody to be like that.
No, he's not. He's way more chill.
He's not about
even in FF7. Like that was a really out of character moment for him once you start seeing him more.
Yeah.
So I don't know what that was about.
Probably not. They didn't finish writing the character yet at the time.
Maybe.
Yeah, and that's probably true.
Yeah, we have like how many decades of retrospect and other sped up material to go off on now. So these character personalities have been fleshed out for years.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm saying like in that one game itself, the way
it was out of character.
That like an out of character moment.
Yeah, they've fleshed things out since then, so I get it.
So you get back to Cloud and Tifa coming up the plate.
Yeah.
And they wander into Jessie, who has basically blown herself up with her own bomb.
Oh, no, she did not, sir.
Yes, she did.
Yeah, but because of what? The spirits are flying around her.
Yeah, but okay. I mean, that's what happened. Is it not what happened?
I mean, it feels like they interfered to like fuck her shit up. Like they fly at her when she goes to throw the thing.
The bottom line is the spirits really don't like Jessie.
No, they do not.
Yeah, they really don't. They're like, girl, you're too thirsty. We need you out of here.
They interrupt her because she is meant to die at this point. So they're trying to keep the storyline correct. Yeah. So you guys meet her and she's like partially crushed by rubble and she dies.
She dies in your arms.
Supposedly.
In theory.
Yeah, supposedly.
There's a lot of that in this game.
Yeah.
Damn it.
So you guys ascend to the top of the plate, where they have the self-destruct on it, and Barrett's firing off weapons, and you got Rude piloting the helicopter, shooting stuff. Oh, there was a little cute moment where Tifa was about to join Cloud, and Reno was about to fire off at him, and Rude abruptly shifted the helicopter to make him miss. Yep. And he's like, what happened? My hands.
There's a lot of small moments in this section, like when Cloud runs over to Barrett and he kind of like slides, and I was like, oh, that's fucking cool.
Well, what Dre's pointing at though is something.
No, I know that.
Like
feel it. Yeah.
They go in because of Rude's crush on Tifa to the point where he never attacks her ever.
Yeah. Like I'm
including in this fight.
Not going to let her get shot. Right? Oops.
Can you blame him though?
Nope. Bro, I'm Tifa for life, bro. Like you don't like.
I've never
hit that.
You and the internet.
Yeah, well, I'm a basic bitch in some cases, and this is one of them. So,
Aerith actually won me over in this game.
Aerith did, but Tifa's stuff was still good enough that I still like her more.
This stuff is good enough.
Yeah.
All right,
her character development, etc. Jesus Christ.
Her character development, yeah.
So we have the fight on the pillar, which was just Reno. But then Rude.
That was Rude.
But then Rude jumps in, and then you have a fight against both Turks, which is
awesome. Awesome.
Might be my second favorite fight in the game.
Yeah, and it's hectic.
Yeah,
and you're trying to really balance these two because they have very unique demands between the two of them.
Yes.
And they're both coming at you at the same time. And it never felt overwhelming, but at the same time, you always felt pressured.
Yes, yeah.
So
because now you know how to take care of both of them, even though
you should know how to take care of both.
Even though Reno's, like I said, I found Reno to be a bit more problematic, honestly. Than Rude.
Yeah, he was definitely.
This time he wasn't as bad as the first time you fight him.
No, definitely not. But because now I know how to deal with him. But yeah, still I still found him to be the harder of the two to put down.
Yeah. and you actually win.
Yeah.
You succeed.
You win, you stop them.
But you don't.
But then you don't, because that button still gets pressed.
Yep.
And they can't stop it. So that plate's fallen. So the explosions start happening, and they give you this cute little countdown that's happening, and you're just like, oh, this is actually happening.
Yeah.
It's actually happening. Okay, let me run.
Yeah.
Before I die.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not like a serious countdown. It's like starts at 30 seconds, and it really only takes you like at most 5 seconds to get away. They
try to impede your progress just a little bit, but you just got to jump over some rubble, and he's like, okay, cool.
You get away, and the plate crushes the sector.
Funny thing though,
you get a nice little snapshot at the end of Wedge, who went through the entire town to get everybody out, and he went back to get his cats.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of cats, we also see a bit of Kate Sith during this section.
Reeve, yeah, we see.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, but you see Kate Sith, yeah.
Katshi.
I never know. Kate Sith.
That whole Celtic thing of using letters that we use but not sounding anything like what we expect them to sound like.
Was that a Gaelic name? Like
Katsi? Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. Okay.
That's why they gave him an accent and having children.
I didn't see having children.
Yeah. Again, good choice.
I'm not going to deny it.
No, I wasn't.
It's kind of a question mark why Reeve is controlling.
Just to put the cat down. Just put the cat down. Just be like, no!
No!
Why would you do that? He's like, I'm gonna remote control this thing right now in this section. Cool. This is gonna be hot. It's
so weird.
Real hot.
Really random, but sure.
It was nice to see him.
Throw in a character that wasn't actually there at that point. So Blake crushes them. They're not really happy about it. Eris is captured, and she says, hey, I found Marlene, but doesn't really say where. Cloud's like, probably with her mom.
Mm-hmm.
So they go back to Sector 5 to go find Marlene.
Great scene.
Mm-hmm.
And they get reunited. And then they go, okay, well, we have to... Oh, geez, where did they go after this?
Wedge.
They go back to Sector 7
the lab
to look for survivors, right?
And we get the lab that we heard about from
Weimer, way in the beginning of the game.
Jesus Christ, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And we never explored
in
the original game, but now we got it's a whole fucking thing.
Mm-hmm.
Awesome.
So you go back to Sector 7, look for survivors, and you find one of Wedge's cats who leads you to this big, gigantic, gaping hole in the ground all of a sudden where Wedge was supposedly crushed.
The minute I saw this cat, I was like, Wedge is alive.
Yeah.
Same.
So he leads you to Wedge, who's there, and you're like, all right, cool, Wedge is there, so let's just go get Wedge. Oh no, Final Fantasy IV trap floor, the floor is falling.
Yeah.
And then
you do the lab dungeon.
You get separated, and you're in control of Barrett.
Solo Barrett.
Cool section. Cool section.
Barrett-specific breakable objects that you only get in this one specific section of the entire game that nothing else can be broken by Barrett except right here.
Yeah. With his infinite bullet machine gun arms.
This was the most video gamey ass fucking part, but I liked it.
I liked it, yeah.
It didn't stop for me from enjoying it. Yeah, same here. Of course, why wouldn't you?
And they make sure to put it above you. It was like, nah, shoot these things.
Yeah, they knew. They knew what they're doing.
You can come back there later with Cloud, and you can only get to half of the blocks.
Yeah, you can't get to all of them.
It's just like, this place sucks without Barrett. Garbage. So you're controlling Barrett, you find Tifa, and then you're going through this lab area, and you start finding these weird ass like experimented monster thingies, and I don't know what the hell they're supposed to be.
Okay.
You start fighting them, and then there's like this one big one, and Cloud is nowhere to be seen right now. It's just it's just Barrett and Tifa holding it down, and like this is where they're being like, hey, you know what, you could actually play this game without needing Cloud. Like this is how you do it. You use Tifa.
Yeah. She's so good.
Nothing really remarkable about it because there's nobody there to explain what's going on in this lab.
Yeah.
You know,
Even though you know.
Yeah, like if you played the old game, you have an understanding.
You
of,
know what's happening. These are all Mako
Failed.
experiments.
Failed experiments and such. But like nobody there is really explaining it, and the one person who can probably
Is not here.
is not there. And he shows up, conveniently at the end of the boss fight because thanks.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks a lot. So you guys find Wedge, and Barrett's like, I'm gonna look for more survivors because if Wedge is still alive. And then Cloud's like, listen, man, they were on the plate. They were not in good shape when I found them.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think you're finding them. Like, this is all we're gonna get. We need to go. So they take Wedge back to Eris's house.
Mm-hmm.
They're trying to beg Eris's mom to be like, let us go and get Eris. And she's like, no, they're not going to do anything to her.
Her mom believes. Yeah, her mom believes because up until this point, the Turks and Shinra hasn't. They know where they are, and they haven't been, coming to try to harm Aerith. So they're like, it's fine. They're not going to do it. They're going to return her, but she don't know Hojo. So
no, she does not.
And Cloud's trying to explain it to her, and she's like, listen, man, all right, fine. Just give me some time to think.
Yeah.
So in this time to think, you have like 1 billion side quests that you can do.
This is where the game kind of
the chapter 14 trillion side quests.
Did you guys leave? I don't know if it's at this section, but did you guys leave the house at night to talk to Tifa?
Funny thing about that.
That's at the beginning of chapter 14.
Okay.
Except that I didn't talk to Tifa.
I talked to Tifa because you took and talked to Aerith.
I talked to Eris.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's the first date system.
Yeah. So you can get Eris, Tifa, or Barrett.
Yeah. I don't know how you get Barrett, but you can get any of the three of them.
I couldn't get Barrett trying to get Barrett in the original.
Yeah. Like you literally have to never use them in battle. And
wow.
It's weird and it's hard to get Barrett on a date. But interestingly enough, if you go and watch the scene, the scene with Barrett is probably the best one.
So, wait, we're talking about in this game?
In this game.
Oh, shoot. I got to look that up.
I would recommend watching it.
Okay.
I know we're doing a spoiler cast, but I'm not going to spoil this one because these scenes are like heavy. Eris was like, in hers, I'll spoil this. Eris in hers was like, do not fall in love with me to Cloud. It was just like, that's a weird line.
That's a death flag right there.
That's a weird line.
Yeah.
Right? Like, that's not something that you would just randomly say if you didn't know something was going to go down.
Why I like this moment so much because you are dealing with these characters after this plate has fallen, and why I felt talking to Tifa was so like impactful because obviously we never got to see how the characters felt in the old game because it's so rudimentary, but like actually see like Tifa was not good after this. She was not, and like actually speaking to you like fuck, like Shinra has taken a lot from her.
Yeah.
And you get that through her conversation. I thought it was very incredible.
And with Barrett, you can kind of see why he was like their leader when you have this conversation with him. So I recommend checking it out. Like I don't know if I could really do it any level of justice.
Okay, I'm definitely gonna look. I didn't even know that was possible. I'm definitely gonna look that up.
You can also replay the game and try to actually get it. It's logged in your game log thing. It's called the Chapter 14 resolutions.
Oh, okay.
On your game log.
Oh, okay.
Well, it's not a spoiler title there.
Well, I mean, the game log doesn't exist until you beat the game.
Okay. Cool. I'm gonna look that up. Yeah.
So there's like a ton of side quests in this area, and if you do every side quest that you can actually do in one playthrough, you will get a reward of a second elemental materia.
Yep.
At the very end of it, which is nice.
Mm-hmm.
Out of all of the side quests, they had a little mini recurring one with the Angel of the Slums, which is you had like a total of 3 different side quests involving the Angel of the Slums, which is like a phantom thief.
Yes. Okay. Yeah.
Character or a gentleman thief character, except she's not a gentleman. But it was pretty interesting. But for the most part, side quest is gonna side quest, and you're only really doing them for the rewards at that point. There's not much world or character building left to do in this moment because you're you know what your objective is, which is I have to go up and beat up Shinra at this point. So the reason you're doing this is basically just, leveling up and stuff.
Get more powerful.
Yep. You get another trip through the sewers with our good friend Noctis before you can truly finish a chapter. It does have like a mandatory dungeon in there with that. Just to expand his storyline a little bit and why he seems to be cool with helping you, even though he's one of the Don's henchmen. But I don't know. In the end, it just kind of felt
hollow,
a little tacked on.
Yeah. There's no resolution with it. That's why.
Yeah, there's a resolution. It's probably not the finality that you were looking for.
Well, yeah, that's kind of my point. Like,
you get an Absu refight, but at that point, it's not really.
This felt like padding. Like the padding was real strong in Chapter 14. This is probably the only part of the game that I felt like was like the most egregious with the padding, to be honest.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's just a side quest chapter, so like, it's as much padding as you want it to be, though.
Yeah, that's true.
So if you didn't want to do the side quests and miss out on that elemental materia, by the way, then you could not do that. But I mean, like, you don't know your reward is an elemental materia, but that's literally makes it worth doing.
Of course.
So I had Cloud with elemental attack, and I had Barret with elemental attack, and one of them had fire, and the other one had lightning, and that covers almost all of the weaknesses in the game.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
It was pretty useful. After that, you guys get these grappling guns, which didn't work very well the first time, but you're going to go ahead and try it again this time, but now they magically work because they're...
I love that they don't go in your video game pocket and you can actually see them.
Yes. And you actually do use them as you're going up. So
I like this chapter a lot.
You climb up the wall.
This is awesome.
And now you're like trying to ascend up, and there's like a lot of things going on. You get to see like the people at the top of Sector 7, all being like, yo, what is going on? Like, why is everything in ruins? So you get to see some topsiders suffering from stuff that you guys have essentially caused or the root issue of why it's happening. And then you get to ascend using your grappling gun as an actual mechanic,
which is fun
in this chapter. Not really any like major developments, because at this point it's just going through dungeons to get to the end. Major storyline points are not happening at this point.
No, nothing really crazy happens until you get to the Shinra building.
Right.
Yeah.
You have a pretty cool set piece boss moment where you're fighting, like, it's called the Valkyrie, and it's flying around shooting at you, and then you eventually get to fight it on even ground. You have one of those Crash Bandicoot run into the camera moments, which is never fun.
No.
But at least it's not Crash Bandicoot, so you don't have to jump over pits while doing it.
Exactly. So it's not as bad.
Yeah. But you finish that, you eventually get to the Shinra building, and you decide, hey, instead of breaking through the front door like Barret wants to do, you're going to take the stairs. No, wait. We're not going to take the stairs. We're going to go through the parking garage, because the stairs are inside the building, not outside the building. So it was kind of like different.
Yeah, which was fun.
But that was fine.
Yeah.
So you go through the parking garage, you beat up a couple of mooks, then you have to do a little bit of a mini game once you get inside of the Shinra building, where you're climbing around with Tifa, because she's the only one agile enough to try to get to a random key card that you can't get to. And she can jump in from above with the chandeliers, but she misses and has to go through like a little like climbing sequence, this, that, and the other thing.
Yeah. It's just there, like basic platforming in the lobby of the Shinra building, and you see the motorcycle and you see the car.
After you get the passcode, the key card, which for some reason after you get in there, everything gets disabled. And Tifa's like, I didn't do that. So what's going on? I don't know. So you guys at that point can choose, hey, I can take the elevator or I can take the stairs.
Just like in the original.
Yep. So you take the stairs like any smart player does.
And
it's actually really long, excruciating, and funny.
Because it's hysterical.
as you're going up the stairs,
I did it for the dialogue alone. I knew the dialogue was going to be amazing.
Let me know when you get to 21. I think I'm going to throw up.
Dude.
That's essentially what the dialogue was.
Yeah, like it's all of them sucking wind so hard.
Except for Tifa.
Except for Tifa, she beats you up there.
The first thing Barrett's like, a good thing it's not a race, and then Tifa's like,
yeah, and you're just like, thanks, Tifa, and you never catch up to Tifa,
never,
like ever. She's up in front of you the whole time. You took the stairs, right, Theo?
Of course.
That's why
I knew it was gonna be bonkers when he said like, yeah, you got to climb this whole thing. I was like, they're gonna make us climb this whole thing, and I'm here for this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, me too. I want to hear every bit of crazy dialogue we're gonna get.
Oh man, Barrett, like he was ready to give up. He was like, do we
Just
gotta
leave me.
save her?
Like, everyone, all of you thought of Ghostbusters, right?
Oh, of course, I did. It was so funny, especially because like you get slower, Joe.
yeah.
Not only do you get slower, the music gets slower.
Yeah, it's so fun. It's like everything grinds to a halt,
Yeah.
and by the end, everybody is sucking wind so hard.
Yeah.
It's so
And they
funny.
make you wait there.
Yeah,
Everybody's like,
it's great. It's such a good moment.
It's like a good 30 seconds of you just standing there watching them breathe.
It's phenomenal. It's such a. I'm happy they like. Yeah. No, it's great. It's really amazing.
Fantastic.
The elevator is also pretty interesting if you checked it out.
I heard some good things about this.
What happens in the elevator?
So you
Story
get
stuff.
ambushed twice,
Mm-hmm.
and then
I
after you
figured
get ambushed twice, you guys are like, we're not getting ambushed again. So like the elevator stops, everybody draws their weapon, and some random Shinra employee is about to walk in, and she's like,
That's good.
That's amazing.
as the door's like slowly closing on you guys.
Oh God, the comedy in this game. You know what? And that's the thing. I don't know if you guys remember me saying this a while ago when they first announced this. I was afraid that they were going to lose what the original Final Fantasy VII had. The original Final Fantasy VII is goofy.
Oh yeah, super goofy.
Yep.
And I thought there was gonna be like, oh man, it's gonna be having children dour and just sad. And no, this game is funny.
Yeah, it's really funny.
Yeah, it has some good charm to it.
Mm-hmm.
There's another employee that gets on, but you guys are like, okay, we'll play it cool this time. Play it cool. So you're just like kind of like in the back of the elevator, just kind of chilling. And he gets on, and he's on his phone. He doesn't even pay attention to you. And he gets off 5 floors later, and he just never realizes you're there. And then you get to the top.
I got days that work like that. I get it.
Yeah, it was pretty good. So you get to the Shinra building, you talk to a virtual receptionist. She gives you the key card, and you're like, okay, I got to go do all this Shinra building key card stuff. And all that Shinra building key card stuff is a virtual museum or an actual museum. So
Way a lot nicer than the shit you had to do in the original.
Yeah, but
you know
it's
what?
also less engaging.
Yeah.
So I mean, like it's decent for some story.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
Especially the
I was
Neo
actually
Midgar stuff.
I was actually dreading the whole thing from the last game. I was like, "Fuck, we're gonna have to find the passwords," and I was like,
Hate
"I'm
that
glad
shit.
they took that out."
Yeah, me too. I was very happy about how they streamlined this section.
Yeah.
So
You actually get some really cool stuff here.
yeah, so there was the most significant moment was where you have like this. They called it like the Cosmo Theater or whatever.
Yeah.
Yes.
Like Bugenhagen's.
I was just about to say it's very reminiscent of Bugenhagen, like when he showed you like all the planet shit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And it's showing you like this VR thing of
The ancients.
the ancients, and you see like a Bahamut running around and all this other stuff, and it's like, wow, this world
This
looks
is
pretty
cool.
cool.
Yeah.
And then they're like building up Shinra, and they made like the Shinra building look like all like white and pristine, and like
Which
this
looks
is gonna be,
amazing.
like a good thing for the world and all this other stuff. And like, yeah, cool. Screw Shinra. We already know what they're doing. And then like it just you get another movie, but a vision, but a movie.
Mhm.
So like there's like the stuff is in ruins, and then like Cloud looks left, and then there's Sephiroth there, and like stabs Tifa, and then it looks right, and then there's Barrett dead on the floor, and it's just like, what is going on? And then you get like that key art pose with Cloud and Sephiroth standing back to back
with the meteor in the background of them.
Yeah. Meteors like coming down.
Yep.
Everything
And
is
it's
like falling apart. You see pieces of the Shinra building flying around. Like,
Yeah, and it was just like, whoa.
yeah, it's crazy. Although, like that,
They mentioned
really-
that the thing was malfunctioning too.
yeah. Well, also what's interesting about that when they show Shinra's future plans for what they want Midgard to actually look like.
Yeah.
Like I actually because you see a painting of that or like a picture of it before you go in there.
Yeah,
like, I remember staring at that. I'm like, what the fuck is that supposed to be?
Yeah.
I'm like, that's kind of cool.
It looked like some Mass Effect Star Trek shit.
Yeah, it did. It looks like the oh god,
the Citadel.
Yeah, it looks like the Citadel.
Yeah.
And I was like, this is interesting. Okay, that's kind of cool. And then like when you go in there and you realize that they're talking about it, and you're like, oh shit, that's what they want it to actually look like. That's really fucking cool.
Yeah, if only they
Shame
weren't.
they're the worst.
A bunch of mustache twirling evil dudes. So after you come out of this, you get approached by somebody who claims that he is the mayor's assistant. And he's like, we need to take you to go see the mayor. So you go.
I completely forgot about the mayor from the first game.
Yeah,
Mayor Domino.
Yeah.
And he was just like, he was angry in the first game. He's angry.
He's a
I'm a mayor, and they have me in this library doing nothing.
Like I'm a librarian.
He's basically the same way in this game, except he's also Avalanche.
Yeah. Surprise.
Like, oh, and then it's like, you guys basically destroyed everything on your way up. Managed to walk in front of every security camera,
like,
and
how did that happen?
You haven't heard a single alarm. Why do you think that happened?
This guy.
It was me. Okay.
I love that.
So you're going to go talk to everybody on the next floor and say the mayor, and the person is going to respond with the best, and that's how you're going to know that that's the person that you need to talk to. And I was like, well, that's cool. They found a way to put the little mini game. To this without you actually having to do the little mini game. Because that minigame sucked. And on your way out, there was the mayor's assistant is just standing there, and he's like, hey, for 10,000 gil, I'll give you some information. And the information sucked, and he's like, okay, fine, have this gun.
Mm-hmm. And you get Barrett's last weapon.
Which I totally missed.
Oh, no. I don't want to fucking pay that guy.
Everybody has 6 weapons.
Yep.
Oh, shit.
I never found Barrett's last
weapon.
no
one ever buys information in RPGs.
I know, but still.
I would have missed it too. I'd have missed it too. Don't feel bad, 'cause I would have missed it too.
I haven't found Tifa's last weapon. That's the only one I'm missing.
That's Purple Pain.
Yeah.
We
that one's in the
where is that?
First floor of Shinra.
Really?
When she's doing the climbing exercises.
When she falls, yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
I ran around.
I remember making Prince jokes when someone found this weapon.
I ran around looking pretty thoroughly, so I'm actually surprised I missed that. Okay, well now I know where it is. Thank you.
It's on like the mid-top pillars, like in the back area.
Because I got the bladed staff for Aerith.
Yeah, that's a missable. Easily.
That's a steal. You have to steal that from
Eligor.
Eligor, yeah.
Yep. And I actually ended up taking off the steel material because I was like, nobody has anything good.
Yeah, I stopped putting it on.
By that point, I still had it on. And I was
like, same here.
Whoo.
And I saw it. I was like, bladed staff. Oh, good thing I had the steel material on. Because I normally was like, I wasn't using it a lot because I realized it's
steel sucks in this game though.
Yeah, it's not good. And you don't get mug even.
Yeah. Well, that's probably fine because mug is actually usually worse than steel.
Yeah.
Because
at least I'm damaging you.
Well, you don't want to damage them.
You want to get the item. Mug sucks.
Yeah. Yeah, you don't want them to get hit.
It's so bad in 7 because you can't go back to steal after you get mug. Mm-hmm. So it's just like, well, I hope I steal this on the first try because this thing's gonna die when I hit it. So yeah, Barrett's last weapon's on that guy. It's a pretty cool one, at least.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But I missed it my first time through, so I only ended up getting it later on my second playthrough after I found out where it was, and I'm like, I really missed that, and I was so angry.
Like I said, I missed it because
I didn't even talk to the guy.
Oh no, we talked to him. And he's like, "Yeah." I was like, "No, I'm not giving you money's hard to come by in this game."
Well, yeah, I was gonna say like they shit's expensive, and you do not get a lot of gil in this game. But at that point, I was flushed with money.
That's the kind of point where like I quick save, pay it, get the info, reload, and they'd be like, "No."
You quick save, give the witch a mushroom. Check what it is. It's 50 rupees. Hard reset.
Saves come that shit.
That's right.
So you go up to the next floor, you start randomly telling people the mayor, and they don't understand why you're responding to what they're telling you with the words the mayor, and they act like you're an idiot, which you kind of are because you're just walking up to people and saying,
There's some good
"The
ones
mayor."
too.
Yes, there's some really funny lines.
This scene's amazing.
There's one that's pretty easily missable because it's after the person that actually you're supposed to talk to, where he's like, "I need to get stronger. Do you have any hints for me?" And you say, "The mayor," and he goes, "The mayor, like a horse? I need to be strong like a horse."
Mayor.
I was like, yeah, that's all right.
So we're gonna talk about Chadley.
I guess.
No.
AI thing.
He's like he calls himself a cyborg, but then he says he was created. But like, if you're a cyborg, you're part human, so
That's
you
right.
weren't really created.
Joe, I swear he's a Kamen Rider side character. Like that is the only way I can describe this character.
Weird.
He is so weird. It's like you are like some Kamen Rider sidekick.
I think he exists to set the precedent for when we actually get Katsith or Keishi or whatever. To know that Shinra can put that information out. It can make something like that.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not compelling.
No, not at all.
When you fill it out and finish all of the Hojo battles and the Hojo arena battles, the Hojo VR battles.
Yeah.
You finish all of them, he just goes, "I am a cyborg. I was created to help Hojo, but I don't like him.
Yeah.
So now I am not listening to him anymore."
Yeah, I feel like you told us that when we first met you. You were off. I knew you were a cyborg.
You sound like a robot.
Thank you for this revelation, dude.
Yeah, we knew you were a robot, kid. There's no way in hell you weren't a robot. You look and sound like a robot.
We've given Chadley enough time right here.
Fucking Chadley. It's just because he's such a fucking weird character.
Yeah. Yeah.
So you meet the confidant, and then he's like, "Hey, I can't just give you the card. Do this Shinra's battle simulator thing," and then you do it, and then it opens up another Shinra battle simulator stuff that you can go and get more stuff out of it if you really want to. You go up and progress, and then you're in Hojo.
I didn't love this part.
You don't love what the battle simulator?
Like, yeah, I get he's like, yeah, I got to know if you guys are tough enough to actually fight against Shinra. But I'm like, okay, all right.
Yeah,
sure.
I'm on the 64th floor of the building.
Yeah. You see my sword?
But that's only
have a gun
because
arm.
I'm a soldier, first class.
Are you?
I'm 1 year old.
The mayor.
The mayor.
The mayor.
I'm strong like a mayor. Yes.
So good.
So you go up to Hojo. You encounter pretty classic, the poison boss, the guy who you find the poison materia beforehand, and then you fight the poison boss. So of course you have your poison materia that you can cast it on the poison boss, and he's like, "Ah." Well, in this game, you already had the poison materia from a long time ago. So
well, I didn't actually have. I never used the poison materia, so
it's actually really good because it can't miss.
Like, I believe you. I just
Since when?
No, like almost everything can be poisoned.
Yeah.
If it's not a machine, it can be poisoned.
It feels like a Persona game in that way.
House.
Yeah.
You can poison the Hell House.
Really, good to know.
Ways to make it not obnoxious.
Yeah, I need to level up my poison materia because like I never used it. Like,
why would you? It sucked before.
Yeah, it's like
but
there's
it doesn't suck.
No. I'm saying in the previous.
Yeah, that's why I never.
Final Fantasy.
Regular FF7 Bio was amazing.
I thought Bio was terrible.
No,
I always found Bio to be very terrible.
No,
never really used it.
Yeah, same here. I never used it ever.
Use Bio. It's good.
Okay.
It's good in this game because it has no tracking. So like how you can miss ice and you can miss arrow, and
it just
you usually don't miss fire, but it's possible, and you will pretty much always hit with lightning. Like it is impossible for Bio to miss. Like it just starts on the enemy, and it is just that's it. It just hits them all the time.
Okay.
It does decent damage. It's pretty good. Okay. It's a nice spell to use when there's no elemental weaknesses.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, that makes sense because there's a lot, especially later on.
Every Final Fantasy game always has been.
Yep.
Like Bio, Virus, call it whatever you want.
Well, I felt like I never used it also because like I never ran into any enemies that were weak to it. So like I never had that thought process of like, I should have this.
It's not elemental, but every enemy can be poisoned.
So
almost
many
every
things
boss is poisonable.
And so many things in the game are weak to fire or lightning.
Yeah.
Like like if those materials are like crucial.
Yeah.
Crucial to this game. But yeah.
So yeah, and you fight the boss is interesting, but not terribly noteworthy. And Hojo is kind of just like there trying to get some information out of you while he's doing it. He needs his combat data and all this other stuff. Interestingly enough, Genova is not where you would expect her to be.
Nope.
No.
And I actually forgot about this. I was like, wait, was Genova here? I don't remember.
He's just not on that floor.
Mm.
And
That's the reason to put the song in the game.
Also, Palmer didn't Palmer run into Sephiroth at this point?
Palmer sees Sephiroth.
Oh yeah, that
Palmer
was cool.
sees Sephiroth.
That was cool.
Like Palmer's like walking with his tea, tries
With
to start
butter
like
in it.
dancing
With
over
no, it's butter in this now.
a butter in this. Right.
I was like,
love.
man, all right, sure.
Love Palmer. Ridiculous. But like he
Did
like, sees
Hojo-
Sephiroth.
Did Hojo mention something about Cloud yet?
Not yet.
No.
That's at the end of.
All right.
Yeah, where. Yeah, that hasn't happened yet. That happens at the very end of the Hojo dungeon.
All right, I was trying to remember.
So you fight the boss. He's not too particularly interesting. You can find Red in his holding cell, and then after that fight, Hojo lets him out of that holding cell.
Sir not appearing in this film.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, sort of.
You go take your elevator.
He's not. Something's off with him.
Yeah.
You take the elevator, and then you find Eris in the next room or the next floor, and you guys help her out a little bit. It's nice. And then Red's also there, and he kind of goes berserk at you, but he takes a look at Eris, and
she does the same shit that she does to Marlene.
Does the same shit that she does to Marlene, and then he goes off and tries to go and kill Hojo. And so after he fails at doing that, he starts talking, and everybody freaks out because it's a talking lab rat dog. And he's like, "Hey, man, well, I am what I am. This is me."
Let's leave it at that.
I love Red 13 so much.
His voice is
He's amazing.
Amazing.
I love him so much. I love that character so fucking much. I was so happy to see him.
Did they ever allude to his that not being his name so early in the last game, or is when you get to Cosmo Cannon?
No.
It says in the original game that it doesn't matter what my name is.
Okay.
Yeah.
And he was like, "This tattoo is just a designation that Hojo gave me."
Yeah, because Tifa, I think it's Tifa specifically says like, "So what is your name?" He's like, don't worry about it. Worry about that. In part 2, we'll get there.
Yeah.
Not that it matters.
Kind of does. It plays into his identity, which is the thing, which is one of the best parts of the original game.
I don't mean like it doesn't matter what his name is.
Yeah.
I mean, he's saying what does it matter? He's saying what does it matter?
Yeah. It's really good. Anyways.
All right. So after you're finished with that, then you're like, okay, well, let's go and try to get Hojo, and then all of a sudden you're in yet another dungeon, and this dungeon is trash.
It's so bad. If it wasn't for the party switching, I would have been miserable.
So why I don't like this dungeon is because they took out one of my favorite moments in the original is when you guys are locked up in the jail. And and why I like that moment so much, and it goes into a later scene, is because Cloud Cloud freaks out, like fall asleep, and then he wakes up and things are just fucked.
Yep.
Mm-hmm, yeah.
And you're like, who did this?
And you still haven't seen Sephiroth.
Yeah. So that was I always remember that. Yeah, in the original, I'm always like, oh man, this scene is so amazing, and then they just completely took it out, and I was bummed out because that's one of my favorite scenes in it. Yeah,
it's one of the better scenes. It makes sense why it isn't there in this version. But I get it though. It's just a casualty of how they were going to tell the story regardless. So I had a feeling that was not going to go the way it did. So.
So you're in this drum, and everybody's down there, and you guys are all together at once. You have a Sephiroth show up, a Sephiroth clone, perhaps. And him and Cloud are not going to be happy chilling together, so they want to go ahead and fight. And Sephiroth is like, "Nah, you're not fighting me, bro," and he just kind of knocks him away.
So at this moment, I didn't know if the party could see Sephiroth.
Yeah.
I didn't know. Cloud was just jumping at nothing.
Yeah, and cut the bridge himself.
Yeah. Yeah, right.
Because Barrett actually said something a little. He's like, "Yo, you good?" And he's like, "Yeah, I'm fine." He's like, "Whatever you say, bro." I don't know, man.
Kind of going a little crazy, man.
Yeah.
So after that happens, we kind of get the Nibelheim scene of Sephiroth taking Genova, because Genova is magically not upstairs. She's in this drum area now. So Sephiroth has taken Genova.
Yeah.
So
You see Tifa. Do you see Tifa grab the sword in this scene too?
No.
Yes.
Okay.
No.
Yeah.
This
Well,
scene?
you see the I'm sorry. You see the flashback.
Yeah, that's what I'm
Yeah.
saying. The flashback. Yeah.
But she doesn't actually, in reality, grab the sword.
Yeah.
So the party's all like separated and stuff again. But this time you have Cloud at least, and you find Red. So Red fighting with you as a guest character.
Yeah.
Totally fine with that.
Yeah.
And so it's
Too
way
late
too
to add
late
him.
in the game
Yeah.
to add him in
Yeah.
as an actual character.
Yeah.
But
I
it's
like
nice
how
that
they
he's-
handled this.
Yes, it was a fantastic way to handle it. And you see some of his moves also.
Yeah.
A preview.
Unfortunately,
For episode
since the AI is god awful at actually doing anything,
They don't do
kinda
anything.
Stands there and lets you handle everything, which is
Yeah.
kind of like what your AI allies do. Yeah. So you eventually meet back up with Barrett, and then you find a random kiosk that you can talk to Tifa and Aerith. And through these kiosks you can switch between parties, and you have to work together with both parties to get through the dungeon, clearing out various wings on you with each party. So like the concept, tried and true Final Fantasy VI, it works fine. It's just that the dungeon at this point is such a downer, because like you're so close to getting to what you expect to be
exactly,
the end, and they've thrown this in front of you.
Yeah, this was a real bad place for this dungeon. And I think the placement of it really pissed me off more than the dungeon itself.
And you're not
because you're right there,
and you're not getting anything out of it. Like you really know Hojo is a jerk.
Yeah, you know Hojo's the worst already.
And like nothing is changing with that. And you know he wants your data, this, that, and the other thing. And sure, thanks. Apparently, this location also had a very difficult fight that I didn't actually realize that a lot of people had a lot of trouble on. You get ambushed by a bunch of bloodhounds when you're playing as Tifa and Aerith, and there's actual like articles of people saying you might need to turn the game down to easy to do this.
Really?
And then I was like, when I read the article, I'm like, when did this happen?
I literally don't remember that. I remember that fight, but is there something more to it?
I don't know. I don't. And then like
I kicked the shit out of them. Like
I didn't realize what was so hard about it. And then I'm looking on GameFAQs, and there's some people who are like, this fight like really wrecked me, and I'm like,
interesting.
What is with this fight? Like I
you know
don't
what?
remember.
They probably didn't do side quests. And,
it was I don't know. It was just like it was so not noteworthy to me.
Yeah, that's weird.
I didn't really remember it.
Yeah, same here.
Well,
that one.
Okay.
For you, the Bloodhound ambush was the hardest part.
But for me,
it was Tuesday.
Yeah, like because I had, you know what it was too at this point. I had spec'd the party for pretty much. I had designated everybody to be doing what I planned on having them do for the rest of the game. Because I was like, okay, we're in the final throes here. Like let's do this. And
I was barely switching materia at this point.
I didn't have to switch materia
anymore. So I have to figure out a setup for everybody.
Yeah. Yes, exactly. Because I was just like, I didn't want to have to keep taking stuff off of Barrett and whatnot. So I was like, okay, I have a feeling they're gonna interchange everybody here.
Yeah.
So I made Barrett. I finally like gave everybody like, okay, this is their goal for the rest of the game now. Like Cloud's gonna be on attack and alt healing. Tifa is going to be full DPS. Barrett's going to be a paladin support with damage, and Aerith's going to be my mage and main healer.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's kind of cool that you get the PHS system.
Yeah, I have to throw the psychic homie system in there somewhere. Because nobody ever explained what PHS was, so we had to make up our own.
Psychic homie system sounds good.
Yeah. They eventually did say it was the personal handy phone system.
Yeah,
Some shit. Yeah.
Now
like
it's a
that, I don't
kiosk,
know.
so it doesn't look like a handy phone.
Nope.
Psychic homie.
Psychic homie.
system.
So much better.
So you go through that dungeon, and it's a slog. It's just kind of long and not really exciting, and you're fighting some enemies that are not really cool, like those like power armor skater dudes
with the lightsabers. Yeah, that was weird.
Those guys were so weird.
I was like,
I mean, they exist in the original game.
Yeah.
yes, I remember them.
Yeah, they exist in the original game.
Vaguely.
Significantly less annoying in the original game.
Well, most things are.
Mm-hmm.
Well, yeah, because it's not a real-time battle system. You
Yeah.
don't actually have to catch up to
There's not that many sponges in the original game.
It's true.
I don't even remember if there was a boss at the end of this.
There is.
The centipede saw thing.
Oh yeah, the saw,
Which is
just a regular
awesome.
enemy too.
Yeah, yeah.
I was not the one. I'm like, oh, I had a feeling they would turn him into a boss, or at least a mini boss. Yeah.
So yeah, and you fought that one. You fought that guy with both parties, so that was all right.
Super
too.
awesome.
You finally get out of that dungeon with Eris pushing over a gigantic safe lock door by herself. So that was
so good.
That was pretty good. And then Barrett just looks at her. It's like,
Well, because she almost smushed him in Cloud, so he's like,
it's
what the hell?
She's like, you all right? And he's like, yeah. I'm all right.
It just opened easy on that side. It's fine.
So you see them like banging on the door.
It didn't open that side.
Mm-hmm.
So
Like they're clearly they're doing something with that.
Oh, we didn't talk about Hojo's ghost encounter.
All right, so go ahead.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's coming up now, right?
Yeah.
Oh, actually, I think it
they
happened
pulled them
before,
away?
but yeah.
A little
Oh,
bit
okay.
before.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
that's fun. So Hojo is, I think it's like Cloud and Barrett, and Hojo's is, oh no, it's all of them actually. It's before the dungeon even starts, I think. And Hojo's kind of staring at Cloud. He's like, because he's just like, oh, you're a soldier. And then Hojo looks at him. He's like, wait a minute. No, you're not. You're not a soldier at all. And then the ghosts fly in and like blow
like,
Hojo
chill,
to
man.
the end of the wall.
The fans are like, stop breaking this game.
Yeah. Like they like fly Hojo away, and you don't
Yeah.
see Hojo until like later in the dungeon again.
Yeah.
But like, and he's like limping. He's like, what the hell?
So that's
He has
why
no idea what happened.
That's why I really like the scene with the Shinra soldier that sees you in the
Mm-hmm.
because you're like, oh shit, damn, is Hojo telling the truth? And then you see the Shinra soldier, and they're like, oh yeah, he's evil. He's gonna be lying. So it's a good divide between the two.
Yeah.
I thought that's why that thing was necessary.
I mean, like it's good because you as a player already know that Cloud is not actually a soldier and didn't make it, but the world doesn't know that. So having that character is a good indication. But then he shows up when you're climbing the Shinra Tower, and it's just like, "Oh, hey, Cloud, what's up, man? I'm gonna go get our old buddy." It's like, come on. We already established that,
I think that was for the new people.
Yes.
To like drop the hints for the new people. I think that's all that was there for.
Regardless.
Well, I mean, honestly, compared with what happens in the ending, I think you're right. It's not really necessary because you're like, well, what?
Yeah.
Maybe part of me is excited to watch Claire play that ending. Because she's just gonna be like, what the fuck is going on?
I have to
Yeah,
know.
like-
I have to know.
I will document it. It will be great.
It won't make any sense.
I know.
So this is like Anthony asked if he should play this game after I finished it, and I was like, it's a good game, but I don't think that you would appreciate half of what happens.
Yeah.
In it, and like
Half? No, I don't think that's true.
There's a lot, man. It's
well, the problem is that it is like half. That's the issue. Is that he wouldn't appreciate it, but that's because he won't even know that he needs to appreciate it.
Yeah, that's what it is.
All right.
It's just stuff he's gonna completely miss. Like there's stuff that Claire's just not gonna understand. Like Claire knows one spoiler about Final Fantasy VII. That's a spoiler that everybody knows.
knows.
Because Eric dies. Like that's
it's
it.
such a spoiler that it's not even a spoiler anymore.
Yeah, exactly.
It's just like okay, sure.
It's fucking culture at this point.
Like
It's
the way Darth Vader and Luke Skywalker.
Exactly.
yeah, it's just known at this point, right? It's not a spoiler anymore. But like, that's all she knows. She knows nothing else about the game.
Mm-hmm.
Like she has, so all the little things that I'm like, this is the best thing ever. I mean, the game itself, I think, is solid enough to carry someone.
Yeah, like I think that someone who hasn't played the original can play this game and enjoy it.
Yeah,
but like
they're going to be missing something,
or not if you didn't sign up for that ending.
That's true. I mean, yeah, because like you said, Kayla was on the Noposaurus. Noposaurus Rex somehow.
Yeah, Kayla's one of the ghosts.
Yeah, she did not like getting killed.
Tell her that.
I'm gonna tell her. Yeah.
But babe, it's you. It's you though. Don't you understand? You're fighting yourself. Nomura's telling you to let it go.
And she literally didn't fight them. They were just like, nope, I'm not fighting these ghosts.
So let's get to some ghosts.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
At the end of this.
Oh, that's why they climbed the stairs to the ending. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Ghostbusters.
There you go.
Yep. At the end of this agonizing.
They go up.
We see the blood trail, except now it's purple blood.
Mm-hmm.
And you follow it, and Ares has a little moment. An interesting little moment. And then you go up the elevator, and the blood ends in President Shinra's office. And in the original game, President Shinra is dead on a sword.
Yeah.
In this game, he's not there.
Another one of my favorite scenes, just not in this.
Mm-hmm.
Bummed out.
Yeah, he's just not.
Well, we get another moment that we're gonna talk about in a second. That I'm like, oh god.
Yeah,
so
I'm still not happy about this moment.
Dude,
yeah, let's go on.
Oh, okay. No.
So we go outside. Go outside of the office, and there's like a helipad right outside of the office. So we were outdoors, and President Shinra is hanging off of the building.
Before you get out there, you see somebody who was thrown out there because the window is broken.
Oh, right. Yeah.
You see the hole where he
fired.
Defenestration, is that the terminology?
To be hurled violently through a window? Yes, defenestration.
Oh,
yes. So he's hanging on, and then everybody's looking at him. Barrett's like hops over the railing, grabs him, and he's like, oh man, I've waited for this moment.
Mm-hmm. I loved this.
And he's basically playing around with him, like making it like he's threatening to drop him and all this other stuff. And then Tifa's not having it, and she's like, Barrett, don't do this. Barrett throws him back into the onto the ground, the floor, not the ground, because he'll probably be dead 66 floors up or whatever. Throw him to the ground, and then Shinra is promising him pretty much anything. He's like, I'll give you money. He's like, it's not about money. And then Barrett's like, I want you to get on this television and clear our names of all the stuff that you did.
And what does he threaten him with?
And he lets President Shinra get back to his desk, and he stops sounding panicked and starts sounding confident because he's the man with the golden gun.
Oh my God. He pulled a gun out on a man with a machine gun for an arm. And I'm like,
I looked at that. What? I'm like, Barrett's gonna eat those bullets and smile.
What? It brought a gun to a bigger gunfight.
Yeah, like.
Well, you see, a machine gun takes time to.
No, it doesn't. It does not.
It does not shoot instantly.
That's a minigun he's got in his hand.
I don't know, man. I press square. And that gun fires real fast.
Yeah,
There's no startup.
fast.
It's not like Team Fortress 2 where you have to set the heavy weapons.
Yeah, you gotta go. No, exactly.
I was like, this is ridiculous, but whatever.
He's holding.
Barrett no-sells it though. He's not scared of it.
No, Barrett looks a little. He knows it's a cutscene, and you die in cutscenes.
Yep, you die in cutscenes.
Yeah, you do.
Yeah, you know why Biggs and Jesse are supposedly dead because it wasn't cutscene; it was in-game engine graphics. Yep. So, they didn't die in the cutscene. Mm-hmm. So, Shinra is threatening Barrett and saying, you could have had anything you wanted to, and you just wanted me to clear your name. Like, this was never about the Earth, then was it? Like, this is just you glory-seeking stuff. And then, they have a little tense standoff, but then who appears? Sephiroth. And,
because we can't get enough of him.
Nope.
Nobody can ever.
President Shinra the ending that we expect him to get by sorting him.
Yeah.
Not in the same way, but it's
all right.
It's not as gory.
And then he goes ahead and does the same thing to Barrett. And
Sucked the wind out of my sails, man.
I'm like, what?
Really? Not
Yeah.
for a minute did I was like, okay,
Well,
sure,
I just went.
whatever.
I said to myself, I swear to fucking God, this better not be permanent.
I didn't think
I'm
it was
like,
permanent, but I was just like, what?
dude, that sucked the wind out of my sails, bro. I had a minute because I was like, because you gotta understand, the backlash of this game was like, oh, the ending of the game goes crazy and changes shit.
Mm-hmm.
And then that happens, and I'm like,
That
oh,
happens.
Wasn't even
What?
worried. Wasn't even worried.
glad you weren't, man.
Nah.
I don't think they can get away with killing off a
didn't
main
yet.
character. In the first chapter of the freaking
Well,
remake.
I mean,
I'm like, is that a self-aware comment?
I don't know, man. Like it was.
Well,
I didn't
It fooled
didn't
me.
like that
It
scene
fooled
at
me.
all.
I was
I
like, oh
thought,
boy.
because it just came out of left field, and I was just like, what?
Why I didn't like it is the resolution to it kind of set a precedent to be like, nothing really matters. And like,
Yeah, but it does now.
Well, in common
Which-
Final Fantasy XIV, nothing really matters type of thing.
They can't commit to deaths anymore.
So, I mean, it's hard to commit to a death, and it's especially hard to commit to a death for a quote-unquote remake of a game where that character does not die.
Yeah.
Hard. Sephiroth 6 Genova on you.
Well, hold on. Before that, so you want another reason why? Other than the dying stuff, what does Barrett do in the rest of the story?
Well,
mean, honestly.
in the poor English translation, not much.
That's my point.
But unfortunately, the game isn't the poor English translation. It's the actual game. And
Yeah.
Barrett's like a father figure to Cloud.
Right. Okay.
And in the actual game, that's not just translating and be like, all right, oh shit. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, like, you know, he doesn't act the way that he acts in the original translation. So, like, it would be a very weird thing to have had him just not exist.
I was almost upset. I was almost like mad over it. I was like, no.
By this point, with me playing, I figured out what the Whispers were doing.
Yeah, me too.
Like,
Oh yeah,
but,
I
like,
definitely figured it out at this point.
By this point, I had already figured it out.
Yeah.
But like, I wasn't really worried. But the scene was still a shock to me.
Yeah. The fact that they did it, I was like, oh shit. Like,
maybe I'm just cold to this. It felt nothing.
Nah, bro, it hit me. I sucked the wind out of my cells for a minute. I was like,
you thought it was just bullshit.
Yeah, it
Well,
felt like it.
The thing is that, like, Barrett has such a significantly better character in this game than he did in the original version of FF7.
Yeah. I completely agree.
And for them to take him out in the first chapter, didn't buy it one bit.
I didn't think it was happening, but I was just like,
they could go this direction. At this,
it could have happened,
right? And that's the point. It's like they could just go this direction.
I thought it could have happened. That's why it hit me. I was like, yo, that could have happened. That could have been a thing. I'm happy it wasn't, but it could have been.
Sephiroth 6 Genova on you. You got a pretty cool Genova fight with
that fight is great.
Very good Genova remix song.
That remix,
very good. But like most Genova fights, it's not hard.
No.
Genova is, for whatever reason, a pushover, despite the fact that her cells are like really something.
Great Calamity Genova.
Mm-hmm.
But she's never hard.
Nope.
So
she was easy peasy.
Afterwards, Cloud runs outside to try to chase Sephiroth, and then Barrett gets the breath of life put back into him by the Whispers.
And that was the first time they did that too. So that was the other reason why I kind of sold it. It sold me.
So like this is like the first like major thing that they did. Like everything they've done beforehand was just like a little minor inconvenience to stop something, but this is like the first time they went and repaired something that went wrong.
That did not happen.
Yeah, so there wasn't any precedent for that. Hence why I thought, oh shit, he might be dead. So
Barrett comes back up to life.
It sounds like that whole thing happening was to cement what these things were.
Yeah, like if you hadn't figured it out by then,
now you know.
Now you know.
Yeah, now you know for sure.
Purposes. Cloud goes to try to chase after Sephiroth. Climbs up a really long ladder. Who climbed up or flew or whatever the hell he did.
What a thrill!
Yeah, thrill. There's a few what a thrill moments.
There is.
And then he's trying to like fly away with Genova, but he just ends up falling because he's not Sephiroth. He's just a random clone. And Cloud's like, "Oh, it's a random clone."
In that tone.
This one is number 6. Great. And then you can climb up that ladder if you really wanted to. If you wanted to really have your what a thrill moment. There's nothing up there.
Damn it.
By the way. If you wanted to see, maybe there's a chest up there. Nothing. There's nothing.
Yeah, I went up there. There was nothing up there.
You come back down, and the Avalanche is trying to get you out. So they're kind of flying around waiting for you, and then Rufus and his helicopter
My boy
comes in and blows up that helicopter, and that's the first time you see Rufus in this game, and true to form, the first time that you would see Rufus in the original. Except he didn't blow up some other helicopter because that other Avalanche didn't exist.
And he had significantly less belts before.
Oh boy, does he have a No More design?
Now he is a more character. He has been taken over.
Oh boy,
he basically looks like he's wearing Lulu's dress.
You know, if it wasn't for the straps, I actually would love the rest of the design.
I love how he looks.
I think he looks really cool.
I think he looked amazing.
Maybe he needs a scarf, like a really long scarf.
No, he's got the belt.
Yeah, we love scarves.
That's right.
He's got his belt.
Of course, we're
Belts.
Westerners. We love scarves.
Belts. Don't forget that.
Belt cape.
Belt cape.
That's what it is. He's wearing a belt trench cape.
This leads to my
I love
favorite
this
scene.
fight.
Well, this fight is incredible, but this leads to my favorite Cloud moment in this whole game. This whole game, you have Cloud just like very like, yo, I don't need anybody help. I'm by myself, whatever, blah blah blah. And Barrett is like, yo, I'll help you fight. And he turns around to Barrett and he's like,
I'm asking you.
Go
with
like,
that.
Please.
He's like, I'm standing here protecting you guys so you guys could get out of here. Incredible moment. Absolutely.
And it feels really earned.
Yeah, it absolutely
feels earned. Like all of the really good character beats in this fucking game feel 100% earned. Like when everybody's like, yo, go do this thing, like you feel that shit. You're like, especially with this scene in particular. I agree. It was really awesome.
And he didn't like, he kind of he slightly turned around and was like, just, I'm asking you. And I was like, wow.
I also like that this is the first, because they always kind of say how Cloud and Barrett are kind of alike, and that's why they don't like each other. In this, you see it more. So, like, it makes more sense to you logistically. Like, well, of course, they're button heads. They're both stubborn. They're both, like, strong-willed guys who, like, you know, like...
Both leader types.
Both leader types, you know. One's just quieter than the other, but, like, they're very, very similar. In terms of their disposition, so... You know, but Barrett's better with kids.
Yeah, because he has to be.
Yeah, of course, because he's dead.
You fight Rufus. It's pretty much what you would expect from the Rufus fight from the original game. Except
lots of dive kicks.
He's doing some gun katas.
I was like,
He's a pain in my ass.
He takes a while to kind of figure out.
Yeah, I was having trouble with him.
He is countering you left and right.
You cannot hit him at some points.
It's hard to
get out into Darkstar.
Yeah, his dog Darkstar. And even after you get rid of him is when he.
Oh no, I actually have more trouble because I figured out. I'm like, I gotta get rid of that fucking dog. He's healing. Yeah, he's healing him.
It's like there's green lines between the two of them.
Yeah. That's some Gambit system shit.
Yeah,
it's the same thing in the original game because the dog would cast like protect on him, and you're just like, nah, we got to get rid of this.
Yeah, that dog's got to go. Yeah.
We can't have protect in this fight. Yeah, in this game he heals him, so nope, we can't. We can't have the white.
Nope.
Kill the white mage.
Kill the white mage.
That's how you work in PvP.
Kill the white mage. Kill the healer.
So the fight was really fun. You can actually just kind of really cheese him pretty easily. Like I saw somebody beat him in like 2 minutes on hard.
Well, once you limit break him, he dies like a bitch.
Dies. He dies to a limit break.
He dies to a limit break.
His HP is nothing really.
Yeah.
Yeah, but hitting him is hard.
It's just the challenge of hitting him. Like I thought it was a great fight.
Yeah, awesome.
So you're done with that fight, and then you're going through the escape from Shinra Tower. Cloud gets knocked down, and he's like hanging on by a thread. Tifa comes back to help him, and helps him back up, and it's like, if you're going to be the hero, you got to do better than this.
I love it.
Type of line, and it was more of that whole character building stuff when you look at the original game, she just kind of after the fight runs up to you and is like, hey, I came back to get you, let's go. It's just like, hey, I just saved your ass
again.
It doesn't look like anybody in this party is stronger or weaker than anybody else.
Yes.
You're going through it. And in the original game, you're meant to believe Cloud is it's like the strongest character all the time, and like in this, there's like, no man, he needs help. He's not doing it by himself all the time. And then when he is doing it by himself, he's managing, but like you could tell he could use the help.
Yeah.
And so
he feels incomplete without the other people around him.
The game does a good job of making you want your party when you don't have them.
Mm-hmm.
And they make sure that the amount of times you have a full party is very few.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
You have the Eris and Barrett and Red going down the elevator scene.
Bummed out they cut this out, man. This is an awesome moment.
There's no way they could have made it make sense that you're fighting on an elevator.
Happy, honestly,
60 floors.
I was dreading that fucking fight. I was like, oh god, I don't want to be on the elevator.
How are they gonna do this?
Well, I mean, once
when
Aerith
you
was
think
doing
about
ranged attacks, I was like,
about to say those are the two ranged characters.
Yeah, it would have worked this time, but the first time it's like a fucking nightmare. I hate that fucking fight.
I was like, ah, man.
I was so happy they changed it.
It's still a visually awesome moment in the old game. So I want to see how they were going to do it with this.
Well, that fight is awesome.
They just did not.
The glass shattering from the bullet shots and everything. So
yeah.
They paid reverence to it, and then you just fought them on the ground floor instead of in the elevator.
Kind of a obnoxious fight a little bit.
I actually thought it was easy.
Really? I thought it was fine.
Yeah, I murked this
they
fight
gave
pretty
you
easy.
there's a lot of cover that you can use to not get hit.
Yeah.
And Red instant staggering the things that are like making you not damage the boss. So it was fine.
I guess it took longer than I would
have
liked.
It's
a bit spongy. Yeah,
spongy because you didn't have Tifa and you didn't have Cloud.
Yeah, your two DPS machines are out there, so
you just had to have Thunder on Eris and hope that was good enough.
Yep.
Yeah. She could do damage anyway.
She can. She does.
She's almost broken with what's the one that make you cast twice?
Arcane Ward?
Yeah. Arcane Ward.
Something Ward?
Arcane Ward.
Yeah.
Or is it ATB? No, it's ATB Ward.
No, that doesn't make you cast twice.
Okay,
that takes your. I think that takes your limit away, and
it reduces the amount of ATB charge things actually take.
Oh, it's Arcane Ward then. It's it's the other one because she only has two of them. So
cast it twice.
Oh, so good.
Yeah, it's really good. Nice.
She's
especially when you layer them on top of each other.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
And you're just casting things, and it's like it takes half of an ATB bar instead of a full bar, and then cast twice. It's great.
Those wards fucking stick around too, man.
Oh yeah,
they don't go anywhere.
I love that about the Aerith's defensive spells or like her buff spells, like that they just fucking hang around, man.
Yep. Or her underrated fairy familiar. That's pretty good too.
I use that shit a lot.
Mm.
Oh, she's a scholar.
Yeah, she's great.
She's so good. Joe, she's gonna be your favorite character to use. Like she's awesome.
We'll see.
So you finish that off, and then you get the little scene of Barrett saying, "Hey, you helped out Marlene when I needed you. I ain't letting these guys do anything to you." Before Cloud rides in on his motorcycle, trying to be the badass saving the day.
the trailer shot.
Stealing Barrett's moment. Poor Barrett never gets his moment. He, rubs the back wheel of his motorcycle on several guards' faces.
Oh, it's awesome.
Just missing Heidegger.
And then you run into your boy once again, who recognizes you, and he's about to say, "Hey, Cloud, what's up, man? Remember me a third time?" And you just like throw your sword at the window near him.
No.
And he's like, what? I'm not gonna talk to you right
now. The same Cloud I knew.
And you drive through, and you have your little motorcycle chase scene.
Yo. Can we talk about the crazy motorcycle remix?
I think they butchered that song, man.
They kind of did. They kind of did.
So. I liked it a lot.
I don't like it more than the original, but I like it.
Well, you want to know something? They're never going to make it better than the original.
That's just what it is. But some of these remixes I've been hearing out of Square Enix lately are fucking fire.
Dude.
A lot of the songs in this are better than the original.
I agree.
But that's not.
This is not one of them. But I still liked it a lot. But it's not better than the original.
The problem is that they could have kept the like parts instead of making it more like they made it more like rocky.
Yeah, it's too much rock.
More like
it's synth. Like, you got to lean into the synth.
I
agree with you there.
You got to lean into the synth.
I had to strain to hear that part.
It was hard to pick it out.
I'm like, oh, there it is. Okay, all right.
That shit is all synth and heavy bass. It's awesome.
The Corneo song where it goes, like that part is so muted in the game.
Yeah.
That was hard to hear too.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Yeah, you
That's an earworm. That song.
Yes, it is.
It sneaks up on you. You don't realize
You hate how much you love it.
Yep.
You know what? I like of all the songs in Final Fantasy VII. I've hated Final Fantasy VII for a long, long time. That song would just pop in my head.
Just living life.
Just unsolicited.
Oh yeah.
Just walking down the street and it's like,
what
the hell?
About Final Fantasy VII? I hear that song and I see Don Corneo just chasing Cloud and the polygons running around a room. I'm like, where did this come from? Now it's stuck. Okay, great.
Yeah, impressive. For most of the music, but
yeah,
on a couple. But I mean, like even the miss, it's not terrible.
Yeah. It's different.
This song I didn't really feel because I couldn't feel the energy of the song the same way. But you know, whatever. It's not a bad song.
It's not at all.
It's just not what it was. I found the boss on this to be a little obnoxious.
It was
game
annoying.
over like 3 times.
Once for me. Once for me.
I game overed once when he was like 3 hits from dying.
Yeah,
and I was just like,
yep. And you got to do the whole.
And then
it's very frustrating.
Over and I murdered him.
I you know what my problem was? I wasn't using the spin and slash because that just knocks out 3 of the wheels.
Oh yeah, it's an instant side killer.
I was like, oh shit.
Sometimes if you're close enough, we'll hit a couple wheels on the other side too.
Yeah.
Looking forward to playing this game again in the Gold Saucer.
Yeah, right.
So it's basically like a nothing boss, but then after you finish it, and then
the game
here
happens.
We go.
Then you
here
get
we go.
The game.
This moment, this was the moment I was waiting for. I was on the edge of my seat the whole game just to see what they were gonna do because I was like, okay, after this boss, what's happening? Where are we going?
Since the Genova fight, the pace of the game is so crazy, and I'm like, I'm playing through. I played straight through from chapter 17, finished the game.
Yeah.
So I didn't actually go back and do the last bit of the last
VR stuff.
VR stuff. I was like, because I knew that you can New Game Plus it essentially. So I'm do that shit
you couldn't even go back and do it. Like it wasn't available.
Yeah. So I was like, you know what? Fuck it. I don't care.
But even from the Genova stuff, the Genova stuff was different. But even there was a lot of familiar beats after that. Man, after that motorbike, right?
Mm-hmm.
After that motorbike fight, you're like, okay, what's happening?
Tetsuya Nomura happens.
Yeah, Tetsuya Nomura happens.
Holy shit! Does he happen?
This is the when I went into this, started viewing all these people playing it and listening to you guys. This is what was on my mind the whole time.
Yeah, because I'm like, oh, here it is.
So I have a friend who finished the game. And he's also like a big Nier fan, right? So I told to him, I said, this game, 95% of this. Okay, so it feels like Yoko Taro and Nomura walked into Square's office like, hey, we want to remake Final Fantasy VII. And he's like, yeah, sure. Write a
just do whatever you want.
Write a thesis for me and whatever. Yoko Taro wrote 95% of this, and then Nomura came at the last minute and was like, I got the conclusion. Don't worry. And he wrote a Nomura conclusion because boy.
So all right, let's just get to it. Let's fucking get to it.
Kingdom Hearts bullshit.
So
you're about to hear.
Let's explain it first, and then
Go ahead.
Because
I've been dying to hear your takes on this for weeks.
Yeah.
So you get to the end of the highway, and you finish your boss, and then you see Sephiroth just kind of waiting for you, and it's like, all right, well, it's time, I guess. We're gonna do this, and instead of fighting you, you're just getting these visions. Meteor visions,
all the visions,
materia dropping visions, and all these visions, and it's like, what is going on? And then he freaking Virgil slashes into another dimension, whatever. He's gone, and Cloud's like, I'm gonna finish this bastard.
He's like, whoa, partner.
And then Aerith is like, no, don't go. And then it's like exposition time. And like you could tell, like her tone changes and everything, and she's just like,
she's a different character at this moment,
deadly serious, and it's like, yo, if you go there, like, I don't even know what this is going to do, but like what we expect to happen, things are not going to be it.
Also, at this moment, what is happening to Shinra Tower?
Oh, it's
surrounded
by ghosts.
Surrounded by the Whisperers, which we now know their name because Aerith tells us.
Aerith somehow told us. Well, in proxy told us through Red.
Yeah.
Yes. I'm going to send you guys an image from the End of Advent Children to the Discord. And can you guys explain
I already know what it is.
What this is?
I already know what it is.
It's coming up right now.
Well, there's 21 chats in here.
Yeah, Nina was talking to us.
Yeah.
Can I explain what that is? No, I can't because
that is some Deathly Hollow looking shit converging on the Shinra Tower at the end of Advent Children. I watched that movie today.
When Sephiroth goes like this.
Yes.
Okay. And the clouds darken. This is what darkens them.
Yes.
This was his plan from the beginning, like I said. And when we get to the ending, I will tell you my Sephiroth theory on this because I have a big old Sephiroth theory, which I am clearly not alone. I think I've read some of it on the internet already, but like I was like, this is exactly what I was thinking. So,
you jump into this portal that Aerith just like created.
Yeah, and she basically tells you that if you do this, you're defying fate itself.
Yeah.
So
the Final Fantasy VII that we know is no more.
It's gone now.
Yeah.
Once you destroy it, all of it is gone. So they can take this and go anywhere they want with it at this point.
So you enter the weirdest set piece of all time. Now you're going to Kingdom Hearts shit. This is Kingdom Hearts shit.
And this is the moment from when we walk into the portal and you like flying through the sky and doing some crazy shit. Kayla paused it, gave me the controller, and was like, nope. Nope. And I was like, what? She's like, nah.
Did she even see the ending at that point?
No, I beat Sephiroth and stuff, but she was not happy. She was like, nope. And she watched me play Kingdom Hearts, and I was like, oh yeah, the same dude that made Kingdom Hearts made this. She was like, yeah, I get it. I understand.
I told he couldn't keep his tentacles off it. He couldn't help himself.
So here's the thing. For what they were trying to do, I think it fit. So it didn't bother me.
So I went through a lot of stages with it. That's why I didn't even like mention that I beat this thing because I had to like actually like sit on it for a little bit. There are moments of that ending that I like actually jumped up and cheered because I thought it was so fucking cool as a fan that has followed this journey of Final Fantasy VII through the movies, the subsequent games, all this stuff. And
the books.
Like, I was like,
books?
Yeah, there was like 2 books.
2 light novels.
Yeah. One of them is actually really good. Like
one of them has some Aerith hints
when she
in it too.
It's actually a pretty good book. But the other part, as I thought about it, I was like, man, the reason Final Fantasy VII originally was so amazing is because it's a meta narrative on the unreliable narrator and you fighting against an enemy that is basically the boogeyman. And that is not this game at all.
Well, you have an unreliable narrator now, but that's you.
But it does.
You are now the unreliable narrator.
You're like, okay, well, here's the part where this happens. Here's the part where the plate comes down. Here's the part where they meet Hojo. And here's that wasn't supposed to happen.
What?
Oh, wait. No. Let me try that again. You're the narrator from Prince of Persia.
Yeah.
It's true.
It's funny because, like, you say the unreliable narrator, and that is a thing of Final Fantasy VII. So I'm playing, and Nina's watching a lot of it, and she doesn't really know too much about Final Fantasy VII. She knows some random things here and there, but, like, she's never played it, and she just knows what she knows from random playthroughs.
Osmosis, yeah.
Yeah. She knows a little bit more than Eris dies, but you know, it's not like she knows the backstories or anything like that.
Black materia and shit like that. Yeah.
Right. So like
the crazy shit with Zack and Cloud.
I'm explaining to her what's supposed to happen at each point, and like I just start being wrong. Like as the game goes on, I'm like, well, this is supposed to happen. And it didn't happen.
Yeah. As more and more shit starts to go sideways.
Well, because the ghosts just get completely out of control by the end, and that's why.
And a lot of times, I'm trying to remember. I was like, "Did this happen like this? Yes, no,
all right." So, for those of us who didn't play Advent Children or watch Advent Children, what explain what the hell is going on?
Okay. Oh man. Okay. Well, Okay.
See?
So
Try to give us a Cliff Notes version.
okay,
Yeah.
so all right, the short version of the story is Cloud fights some Sephiroth clones, right?
Mhm.
At the end,
Children?
Yes, and one of them turns into Sephiroth.
Because we have a reference to them, by the way.
Yes, we do.
Mm-hmm.
Kadaj,
Kadaj.
Laz, and Yazoo.
Yazoo. Yeah.
Yep.
So Kadaj ends up turning into Sephiroth after he absorbs the remnants of the Genova cells, right? And that's where we get the explanation of like, oh, well, yeah, all these Sephiroth clones are essentially just like, they're like larva states
Yes.
for Sephiroth. So you would put some Genova cells in them and they become Sephiroth. Like, so Cloud gets into a big old fucking fight with Sephiroth, and when Cloud finally beats him,
what's the last line that Sephiroth says in that movie?
Sephiroth says to him, I will never become a memory.
Yep.
I will never be just a memory. And he fucking disappears.
Yep.
And you're like, and then it's Kadaj, and Kadaj dies and faces live stream, blah, 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 blah. Okay. So, like, he has the weirdest fucking line. You're like, what the fuck? Because you look at that line, you're like, okay.
The first time I watched that, I was like, okay, that's an odd line. I guess
Makes
always the point of that movie is for Cloud to forgive himself. So like,
yeah,
that's a weird thing for him to say that he won't be a memory. But,
and you're like, what
right.
the fuck? Why the fuck did he say that? Right? So oh my god. Okay, let's get to the ending because this I can't tell the rest of this without getting to the ending.
So you fight like this big whisper amalgamation thing, like the whisper from let's call it the Mass Effect 2 final boss.
Okay.
Or
the Kingdom Hearts first boss.
Yeah, so that's essentially what they are. You can take those two and smash them together. That's what this boss is.
Yeah.
And the fight is fun.
It comes out of nowhere, and you're fighting, and it's also Final Fantasy 13 2 final boss too.
Yes.
Oh yeah,
if you remember that one.
Actually, don't.
So there were like the Bahamut's. There were like 3 different Bahamut's, and like you had to defeat all the 3 different Bahamut's to be able to.
Hey Chris, sorry, Dre. What does Kadaj summon in Advent Children?
Oh, Bahamut.
Yeah, cool. Continue.
Yeah. So when you are fighting
Bahamut Zero,
like 3 different. Well, they're not Bahamut's, but they eventually merge into one.
Yep.
Why not? You're fighting these 3 different things, and one's like a sword fighter, one's like a gun fighter, another one is a fist fighter, and you like scan them. They're like they come from a future time to
fighting crime in a future time.
And these are basically like shades of the Advent Children.
Yeah, this is Kadaj.
I was like, oh, cool. You're fighting against the future version of Cloud, Barrett, and Tifa.
That's what I was initially
cool,
about
awesome.
It.
And then, like, as I watched this movie, I was like, oh my god, this is them. They have the same weapons as them.
Yeah, it's Kadaj, Yazoo, and Lost.
And I'm like, oh shit.
Yeah, that's crazy. So much Nomura all over the everything.
And it is just an Advent Children sequel.
And as this is happening, it's actually a branching off point from Crisis Core also, because as this is happening, it is interspersing between fucking Zack's last stand, and you see the whispers there, and why this whole whisper coming around the Shinra Tower is so incredible because Zack sees it. So this is a singularity in time that is just happening.
Yeah, like everything is just this timeline is
getting fucked.
Yeah.
Things are just not happening the way they're supposed to happen.
Like,
that was
in the past.
The Zack stuff had me scratching my head. I'm like, what
the Zack stuff
is going on?
Zack is probably my favorite character of all of Final Fantasy VII.
Mm-hmm.
Like everything. And when like that stuff happened, I literally jumped up. I was like,
that was the exact same scene from the end of Crisis Core.
The exact same scene, but just with whispers now.
And I mean, like it wasn't exact. They remade it.
Yeah,
exactly. But like the every note, like you could take the 2 scenes and put them together.
Yes,
and it's pretty much the same thing.
And it's funny because since I told you Tim had been watching me up until this point. Because by the way, you can't stream Chapter 18 directly.
No, that's why I was like, bad stuff is this is real right now.
Yeah. So funny story on that. But so Tim had to watch it on YouTube while I was playing. But I had made Tim watch the end of Crisis Core. I was like, yo, no, you got to see how they did Zack's final stand. It's awesome. Like, if you take anything away from that game, it's that.
And also, as you're as you find these whispers, as you beat each one, you kind of get in a projection of the future in another timeline. And then, like you see, and Red actually has a moment when he's running with his cubs at the end of 7, and he's like,
humanity's dead.
He's like, fuck. He's like, this is what happens when we failed. And it wasn't until that very moment that this game made me think about the notion that the original ending of Final Fantasy VII is them failing. Yeah. I never thought about that ever.
Yeah. The planet said, "Oh no, fuck you." That's actually was always my problem with the ending of FF7. Which because it was like
it was ambiguous enough that it doesn't really clarify what's happening.
Yeah, but I was always under the impression that like the planet took care of what it needed to do, and like, our agency didn't matter anymore.
And 500 years later, right?
Well, you hear children laughing at the end of like the last scene in 7. No,
you do not. You hear nothing.
There's
like the space, like the what kind of song you did?
No,
like
the producer
space and stuff like that.
No, the producer talks about humanity being dead and gone at that point.
Final Fantasy VII has been in my life for 20 plus years, and it took this game for me to actually think about us failing the first time. And say what you want about the ending, that is an incredible feat for something to actually hammer home.
But it doesn't feel like it was a failure. It feels like they were successful.
Yeah.
And that's why Sephiroth is back doing this shit.
That's my theory, is that Sephiroth absolutely is manipulated to do everything he wanted you to do. Yeah. Complete with creating a new timeline that he actually has a chance to win.
Yep. Because the Whispers they will always correct time and stop him. Yeah. But now we have killed the Whispers.
Yeah. Or at least taken them out of this timeline.
Yeah. So or this dimension.
Yeah, whatever. Same thing. So like, yeah. So I think this whole thing was Sephiroth's plan. Yeah. So Sephiroth technically won by the end of this game. Because
you kill Fate or the Whispers, Destiny, whatever the hell you want to call them, and you erase the future of Final Fantasy VII, and you're basically making a new future. And then Sephiroth is just like, well, I'll try to kill him now.
Yeah.
Which makes sense.
And you get to the moment, the edge of creation, when Cloud. Oh, we're going to talk about the boss fight.
We didn't talk about the boss fight, which is awesome.
I mean, you have to play it or watch it. I don't know if we can really talk about anything really there that happened, because I mean, they're not really storylining anything in the boss fight.
It's just you fighting Sephiroth.
You're fighting Sephiroth, and then you get a party member back. It's one-on-one, then you get a party member back.
And they've ruined the one-winged angel in this one.
Oh, it was not ruined.
I don't think the song is ruined. No. I mean, it should not have been in this game at all.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, it's the final boss, but you sure?
That's why I think when we finally do fight Sephiroth. So here's my theory.
Okay.
Zack will become a party member.
Yeah. Yeah. No,
I don't see how he's not.
Oh yeah. No, I already knew that part. So
and
that's
you and Cloud defeat Sephiroth for good.
So Zack is gonna have the Buster Sword, and Cloud is gonna have the Buster Sword, or the Bustest Sword,
or Busty Sword.
So, question, right? And this is I already assumed that because spoiler alert, Zack somehow lives.
Yep. Which had me fucking pumped.
Dude, I went, what?
What is this story if Zack and Cloud lives? What is that?
Okay, but I got a question.
It's really weird.
Yeah.
Because they're time paradox themselves.
Yeah, they time paradox themselves. It doesn't make any sense. So, all right. So here's my theory, too. All right. Sephiroth and Aerith in this timeline. Okay. They talk about the live stream. If I am recalling from the vaguest of recollections possible here, when you are in the live stream, time exists simultaneously, right? Yeah. Everything exists all at the same time, which is why people get fucking overwhelmed and freak the fuck out like Cloud did when he fell into the live stream, if you're still alive, right? And we know Aerith has the ability to keep her whole being while she's in the live stream. This is why she's able to appear to Cloud and Evan children and talk about it in one of the books and whatnot, right? So I think her and Sephiroth are like they
transcend time in the live stream.
Yep. And I don't know if they're necessarily able to project. I think they're just projecting their consciousness onto their past selves or an alternate self.
So I had a moment in when I replayed this game, and you see the opening moment when Aerith's looking in the pipe.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like that's her looking at time.
He probably is. At this point,
Joe is like, "What the fuck?"
No, I get it. No, I understand what you're saying.
Honestly, so when this game initially came out, I wasn't very excited. I don't get super excited for remakes because I kind of already played the game, but I was like, I kind of want to see how this goes and stuff like that. And incredible game, but still like, okay, this is just the Final Fantasy VII I remembered, but better. This ending actually made me way more excited than if they just played this straight. 100% more.
That was
excited.
absolutely their intention, because I think they somehow knew that if they didn't mess with the narrative a little,
they had to. I think they knew they had to.
People would have just been like, yeah, all right, that
was good. There's nothing to talk. There's nothing to talk about. Yeah, they're gonna go to Calm next. Yeah, that happened.
Yeah, and people are gonna like it, and people are gonna get the next one, and they wanted some shock value for this.
And I guarantee everybody who hates this
absolutely gonna get the next one.
It's still gonna get.
They wanted people to hate this. You kidding?
Yeah.
They wanted the people to hate this.
They literally have plot ghosts in this.
Yeah.
Literally. They did.
And the funniest thing is, I didn't hate it. Not even a little.
Yeah.
Like,
purists would hate it.
My problem.
People who didn't view the expanded material like you guys did would probably be confused as shit.
Understandably.
So, yeah,
that's one. Yes, my problem, but my biggest problem is Claire asked me, "Hey, should I play the original?" And I'm
before this?
Yeah, long before this.
I'd say yes.
I said no. I said no. I was like, I don't think so.
At the time, yeah, you would say no.
Yeah.
But as I said earlier, this feels like a companion piece.
It is now, and now. Yeah. And she asked me, she's like, and I told her, I'm like, so I'm going to say this without spoiling anything, but they are going to really have expected you to play the first version.
Oh, you know what? Or not.
That's all I said.
Or not. And you're like, you know what?
I told her, and I said, you know what? Honestly, I think you should play it anyway. Just
the game has its own narrative. So
it does.
Right.
It does.
Lost.
Yeah.
But it does have that, it gives you what a remake should, and especially something like this with like expanded material. It rewards people for following the story for as far as they did.
Yeah.
The more expanded content you've seen, the more rewarded you are. Like you two are with Advent Children and Crisis Core and the books or whatever. It's like, you are rewarded by this game
and
for having viewed that material.
So not only do I think this is the best Final Fantasy since 9, I think this is the best remake that has ever been out. It is.
Well, it's certainly Square's best remake.
I agree. I think I agree with that.
In terms of what it brings to the table, and
this man is a fan of the original Resident Evil remake here.
Yeah, that's up until this point, that was my favorite remake ever. Mm-hmm. I just bought it the other day on the Switch because I was like, I gotta.
Of course, it was like 10. It was like $15 or something.
And for this game hits on so many different levels. I think it hits on a game that is incredible for somebody that's playing it for the first time, that is like, you know what, this Final Fantasy VII world is kind of interesting. Let me go back and see what this thing is about. It hits for people that have been invested in this series, in this one franchise for forever.
I always say that's important,
Yeah.
Yes. And I now that you're saying it, I agree with you, because like everything was handled with such care.
Like, there's too many old franchises that try to like have like a fresh start.
Yeah.
And just be like totally new and do something completely different and not reward longtime fans because they want new people to get on board. So you're just like disregard previous continuity.
Yeah, this strikes a nice balance.
Or make a shitty prequel that incorporates some of the old continuity in there. But like,
there is something ballsy about Square taking their unarguably their most popular game and fucking with it the way they fucked with it.
Yep,
expect it.
I do too.
I didn't expect it to this level.
Maybe
not gonna lie.
Kingdom Hearts no more bullshit. But Iris,
it takes balls.
Yeah.
I respect the audacity.
Yeah.
Yo,
It's
did.
ballsy.
to take your this is sacred cow.
Yes.
And he was like,
and
we're gonna screw with it. And it was like,
we're gonna melt it.
Here's the thing.
whoa.
Here's the thing. That'll never change. That will never ever
That's
change.
exactly it.
Mhm.
And that's
And
why I
you
think
know
it's
what
so
that is.
incredible.
Somebody else say what it is. That will never change.
My feelings on the original game.
No.
Mhm.
The original game itself.
Yeah.
Will never fucking change.
You know what?
Yeah,
Now,
exactly.
and you know what?
It's still there. It's there forever.
I actually enjoy the original game more now.
Yeah, you do.
Me going through this like the last 2 hours, I was like, fuck, I'm actually filling in the little things that this game actually brought to the table.
Mhm.
It's
It's incredible. I really like the ending. I sat there and I had soaked it in, and I went, "Oh my god, I love that."
Now, here's the question I have for you guys.
let's hear it.
Could they remake the original game,
Mhm.
the original style, with these updated graphics?
Yeah, they could.
And then,
It would have been
and then-
easy.
and then do that.
Yeah,
Do that. Because
I mean, they
they could
could've.
the original game, but better.
yeah,
Mm.
that'd be nice.
Do that, sure. Why
Yeah.
not? Like after it's all over, like here's Final Fantasy VII with these assets.
And I'd buy it.
It would be pretty easy.
Yeah.
The thing is here is like when you take a property that clearly means as much to Square as Final Fantasy VII, and then say we're going to present it to you as we're remaking Final Fantasy VII, but in actuality, just saying we're making Final Fantasy VII 3, guys.
Yeah.
Because that's what they did.
Yeah.
This was, yeah, it was really ballsy.
Yeah,
and
'cause
I'm happy. I'm happy they didn't play it safe, man.
It's
I'm-
not-
Now you have
all
no
for it.
idea where it's going. You have no idea. Like there's
Yes.
no more
And that's
characters.
that's the most exciting thing.
We haven't seen Sid yet.
Nope.
We have Yuffie or Vincent might have a non-optional role in the narrative.
Oh, they absolutely have to have a
Yeah.
optional role. The way they set up Wu Tai in this is like,
Yeah.
she's in
Yes.
this.
Yeah. So like if they should be just incorporated to the narrative now because they're not in the any of the
No.
cutscenes in the original.
Mhm.
Well, they did enough setup for Wu Tai that they're clearly Yuffie
Yeah.
being the princess of Wu Tai is clearly going to play in a bit more now.
Yeah.
And Vincent was always theoretically more important, because of what he is and where he came from. Even though they never utilized him in a
Right. Because
in
he
the
was
best way.
optional.
yeah, which I always found to be silly.
You guys know how bored I've been this generation because everything just plays it so safe.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And-
Exactly.
And ironically,
Yeah.
the thing that would have played it the safest,
Yeah.
that could have played it the safest and been the most successful thing.
That's
didn't do it.
why I respect this so much.
Yeah.
I love
No matter
it.
how you
I
feel
love-
about
no,
it.
no matter how you feel about it, no matter how stupid or dumb it is with the whole meta narrative, whatever. I totally am thrilled
Mhm.
that Square Enix had the
Audacity.
had the audacity to do that.
Yeah.
I'm thrilled that they wanted to take a chance with Final Fantasy VII. That gives me hope for
Their
other-
safest bet.
you know? Yeah.
The safest bet of all time.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then they swung, and I think they nailed it. Honestly.
It's the safest.
Honestly.
It could have been the safest bet for 3 generations.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now it's just like, shit.
And also, I think giving themselves that creative freedom to go fucking crazy is awesome.
Yeah.
Well, you know what? Maybe that's why. Maybe because they knew they can go crazy with it because it was Final Fantasy VII.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah.
You can't really
That's
take
true.
that risk with another franchise because you're just not. It's a Final Fantasy franchise,
Yeah.
but 7 is undoubtedly the most popular.
It
So-
is the most popular.
So now look at it like this: what happens if we turn around and they announce Final Fantasy 16 later this year, and what it really is
Final
Final Fantasy Remake 2?
Breakthrough 7-2 7-4.
I don't know. I don't know. if I'd appreciate
they ain't
it or
gonna do
not.
that. That's
No, I
that's
want-
ballsy.
But I feel,
I want Final Fantasy 16 to be its own animal.
but it is going to be its own animal because we have no idea what the hell's going to happen in this.
But it's like
I still think
Fantasy 7
I still think they're
world
gonna
universe, whatever.
go through the same beats of the original game. There's gonna be a lot of different stuff, but I think
They're gonna have to. There's
There are certain things that are going to happen, and it's just now they get to play with that meta contextual narrative.
I mean,
of,
do you still
like
do
you get to do whatever you want, but some things might be
do you
slated
still
to fate.
do you still kill Aerith?
I don't think so.
Here's.
I think you
Chrissy
have
said-
to.
So Chrissy said something earlier. Hold on.
Damn it.
Chris, you said something earlier that Aerith would never want to leave out of Midgar, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's certainly not true because the last line in this whole game is haunting.
Yes,
It
I
is
know.
haunting. She said, "I miss it, the steel sky."
Yeah.
And the first time you meet Zack in Crisis Core, she says to his eye, she says about his eyes like, "It reminds me of the sky, but not as scary." He's like, "What?" He's like, and everything about the sky to her is just boundless and scary because she's so used to the plate being that sky for her. So when she's out, it felt like the fans, it felt like the creators actually talking, saying like, fuck, we had this ceiling before and now we can go anywhere.
So that's really good. I think catch that.
Incredible.
I also think I think Aerith lives this time around because I do.
Let me tell you my prediction before you go on. I think she will live in the spot she was originally supposed to die. And her dying will be the conclusion of the final game in this series. Because they have to kill her.
They have to.
They have to.
No, they don't. Hear me out. They don't. Okay? For two reasons. You really want to know what I think?
Go for it.
I'll tell you what you think.
Let me tell you something.
I know what you think.
So I think Aerith is... We're going to see what the Promised Land actually looks like. Because she's going to fucking take us there.
That's all right. That's all right.
I think Aerith gets a happy ending. Because do you know who she's going to have a happy ending with?
Zack.
Bingo.
They're both going to die then.
Maybe they will.
They'll both die at the end. All right, if they're going to keep Zack alive and they keep Aerith alive, they will die at the end of the third game.
You know why they have to die? Because the whole narrative of Final Fantasy VII is about life and death. You cannot take out such a monumental death. That means a lot to
I didn't say other people weren't going to die.
Oh, come on.
Okay.
Well, it's possible. It's possible.
The reason why Sephiroth loses is because he killed Aerith. Right? That's the entire reason that he lost.
Yep.
So now I feel like this is super convoluted, right? But Final Fantasy VII is convoluted. Final Fantasy VII is already convoluted the way it is. But they made it even more convoluted.
Yeah, now it's even gotten more nuts.
If you as Sephiroth say, hey man, I am basically eternal because I live in the life stream now, and I really want to mess up this planet because I hate it, and I hate the fact that this girl that I killed was the reason why I lost because she was able to manifest holy even better dead than alive. So I'm going to mess with time and go back in time, right? If this is the case, and he realizes this, and he messes up time and he goes back in time, why not have everything play out exactly the same and just not kill her at that one point?
Maybe because, I don't know, the Whisperers are getting in the way of this.
Whisperers are going to be gone. We're not going to see them next year.
So they all have to,
because you guys already killed them.
Right.
So outkills Aerith.
So
that doesn't make any sense.
So like this is the popular thing going around the internet, especially with this like 7 seconds line.
Oh, I forgot. Totally forgot about that.
Where it's like they did the analysis where like it takes 7 seconds for Sephiroth to fall from the sky and kill Aerith. I'm like, this is probably bullshit.
No, that's actually not what it is.
I'm not saying I'm pretty sure that's bullshit.
It's something else. It's not. That's not it.
But
it's too obvious.
Sephiroth is not going to kill Aerith in this, and I just think that this entire setup around it is just way too much setup around it. Now, I'm not upset by it or anything like that. I'm just saying like this is a theory, right? And
is your theory or
no? This is a theory.
Okay,
right? And I feel like it's the popular theory online right now, and there's so much like convoluted and bending. Where the thing is like, if the Whispers are stopping you from changing everything, why not just at that one moment? Because Sephiroth has already shown that he doesn't care about the Whispers. Like he's already cut through them. He doesn't care. So why not at that one moment when you're just supposed to kill Aerith, just not do it. Just don't do it, right? Like that wouldn't that solve the problem? Then she'd just be alive.
I think she'd still be able to use Holy regardless.
Yeah, but the reason why Holy is so effective is because she's in the freaking Earth.
It's true. She's in the live stream. No. Well, we'll see.
So I mean, I don't know what these theories are going on about, but what do you think about the 7 seconds quote, Chris? Since you saying that
There was something else that I was trying to remember, and I'm trying to remember if it was I don't think I can't remember precisely what it was because it's left my brain because of course it has, but I don't think it's Aerith getting killed by Sephiroth in 7 seconds because that just doesn't track. It's supposed to happen faster than that. I was envisioned it happening faster.
I mean,
than
I
that.
feel like it was just dramatic.
Yeah, it's
reasoning
instant.
why it would take that long in the game, because like if
Cloud would have reacted to
that. If it took 7 seconds for that to happen, I think somebody would have pushed her out of the way.
Cloud would have reacted to that. He's faster than that.
Yeah,
it's
just cinematic delay.
Yeah. So I think the 7 seconds might have something to do with the live stream being summoned. I think it's the use of Holy in the first place. I think it has something to do with that. I'm not quite sure precisely what it means, but like it's not Aerith getting killed because I think that's off the table now. You know, and I think that's going to be part of Aerith's character in the next game where she, for the first time in her life, has to realize, or maybe the first time in a long time, she realizes she's not going to die. Or if she is going to die, it's not going to be in the way she thought.
I feel like she needs to die because if she doesn't die, they can't beat Sephiroth because they need that power of Holy. Yeah. Powered up by the live stream in order to stop whatever meteor he's going to summon. He's going to do it again.
I think it's going to be a thing where if she does die, assuming she does die, it's going to be after some extra crazy things have happened.
Oh yeah, that's what I said. She's at the end of the last game.
I think it'll
happen.
I don't think Sephiroth gets the kill. I think she does it herself.
I think Theo's right. I think Cloud does it.
No.
Cloud's going to go rogue like that?
No,
not rogue, but
Aerith will force him to do it.
No.
Yeah.
He won't do it
because he'll get visions of the future of what's going on. He's like, well, fuck, shit, got to do it.
No, I don't think so. I think he'd rather kill himself in the process than
do that. A double cannonball swan into the live stream, and then just explode Holy out of it instead of having Cloud kill her.
I think that's exactly what will happen.
So let me ask you guys something. If this game was a 1-to-1 remake, you think we'd be doing this spoiler cast?
Absolutely not.
There wouldn't be a spoiler cast.
And
that's why this is the whole reason I read ahead. It's because I'm like, please don't read ahead if you don't want spoilers for Final Fantasy VII Remake. I'm like, the fuck?
What do you mean? What are you talking about?
I'm gonna fucking read these because they shouldn't be here. So I read them.
Yeah, and that's why I'm all the way on board with this.
Mm-hmm. I'm in.
No matter where it goes, I'm
in.
Ain't no getting off of this train. Right?
I'm in for the ride, baby. Strap in, baby. Let's do this.
Oh boy.
Also,
going off the rails on a phantom train.
Biggs ain't dead.
Oh, nor is Jesse.
Right.
Okay. You see your headband at the on his I
dresser. Saw that. Okay. Yeah.
I was like, okay.
And Wedge, who knows? But he got dragged out by whispers.
That was weird.
So weird.
I was like, you.
And they off-cameraed him.
I think he's alive. He's probably alive.
He might still be there.
Yeah, I guess that was a really weird moment.
It was very strange. I think they were just trying to get him out of the building. Maybe the whisperers were just there to kill him because they were just all freaking out at that point.
I mean, if there's anything that we're supposed to believe from them is that at that point they would probably try to kill him because he should be dead.
He should be dead. Because he's the first thing that breaks the narrative, really.
Yeah.
Oh,
Final
man.
Fantasy VII Remake. They remade... Well, I'm sorry. Sephiroth remade Final Fantasy VII.
Sephiroth did it.
Right?
Final Fantasy VII make.
Made. Yeah, exactly.
What an incredible title.
It was funny because when they were actually releasing the game, I'm like, I can't believe they're still calling it Final Fantasy VII Remake.
Wouldn't they?
And now you can.
What is it that Nina called it? Final Fantasy VII over 13?
Final Fantasy VII over 13 days.
God damn it.
I think that's the only thing I'm slightly worried about. I don't trust Modern Square to tell a wholly original new story.
I mean, that's the one thing I trust them to do. It's
tell crazy shit.
Yes,
the outline is there.
Look,
they don't have to adhere to it, but they are gonna. I have a feeling we're gonna see the beats,
Okay, yeah.
but not everything is gonna be the same. And like, it'll be it'll be way different. But I think they'll keep to the familiarity of the world and the things that are happening, and like we're gonna meet Dine. We're gonna get that whole storyline. We're going to the Golden Saucer. We're gonna be in the play. Like there's some things that we're gonna get to.
I definitely believe that this is a trilogy now.
Oh, I hope not.
100%. Yeah.
You think they're gonna
hope not.
You think they're gonna complete it in the next game?
You know what the problem is though? It's like
Takes them so long.
They took a really long time on this gameplay time. It's so disproportionate that yes, you would feel like it would be a trilogy, but I really hope it's not.
So
yeah,
I was telling Kayla,
time's sake, I understand.
I was telling Kayla, I didn't mind this whole section because to me, Midgar is probably my favorite part of Final Fantasy VII.
Mine too.
It's so tight that I respect that they took such a long time to flesh it out. That I feel like you can not just basically island hop from town to town, but you don't need the whole. There's a lot of towns in that original game that
you don't really need to go anywhere.
Yeah,
like it's just they took the amount of time it took on this because this section of the game is the game at its most compelling. Do we need to go to Calm? No,
not no more.
No,
not anymore.
We don't need to go to Calm because almost all of the Calm flashback has been given to us already.
Hey,
so like that's the point of that town.
Cold open. Final Fantasy VII Remake 2, bombing mission instead of Cloud Zack.
I'm into it.
It just starts the exact same way.
At this point, you know, like the Final Fantasy VII storyline is here. Now we're
somewhere else now, and that's fine.
Yeah.
I'm just now. I got all the questions for Zach, and I'm sure we'll get most of those answered.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, that's the thing I'm most excited for.
That's the problem. Is like, I don't know if I can trust them to answer questions.
Yeah.
I know I can trust them to make more questions.
They're very J.J. Abrams.
Answer questions. It's just at this point, it's just I expect more. That's always been my issue with Final Fantasy VII, is that game left you so many more questions than answers. And like the biggest answer in that game is an optional cutscene hidden away to you that nobody told you where to go or how to find it. It's just kind of there, and you wander into it if you're lucky. And like that's my experience with Final Fantasy VII. And this is kind of the reason why I just didn't really like the story of that game, because I felt like so much of it was unresolved or unexplained. And you know, if the scene of Zack bringing Cloud back was mandatory viewing, I think it would have been a little bit better.
Yeah,
but it's not mandatory viewing, so it's very easy to miss because it's just like it's on disc 3. There's nothing on disc 3 except for
the media
and the final dungeon.
What actually gives me a bit of hope is the original team is working on this game. Katase, Nomura.
Katase is there in the producer seat, and
so that's like, oh shit, this is the people that actually know the story through and through. So
and the story has always been convoluted. So if they want to make it convoluted, fine.
Congratulations, already there.
Yeah,
it's fine.
And you know what? It's like I said. I think as far as where they can go from here, I just want them to make another good game at least, and that's it.
That's all. I
just want a good game, and with
games with balls.
The resolution for the story needs to be really fucking strong, because, like I said,
if they're going this route, they can.
As I said, they ended this with the edge of creation, basically highlighting the last scene from the original game when you did Omni Slash on Sephiroth. You don't end this game and then end it weak.
The whole Cloud is like teleport slashing in there too.
I was like, you can't do that when I played you.
I did not have that ability.
That would have been nice.
Triple slash is like almost a teleport, but like you're not actually teleporting. Like where was that ability?
At the end of the last game, you're getting all the protagonists from all the Final Fantasies. They're all going to attack Sephiroth at once.
I'm kind of okay with that.
That's the new Knights of the Round.
Oh, this is
the new Knights of the Round.
That's good.
That's actually not bad at all.
Oh, we Dissidia now.
Oh yeah, son. Let's go. Fuck it.
Actually not bad at all.
occasionally know what I'm talking about or have good ideas.
I mean, I don't know if you know what you're talking about. But it's a cool idea. Don't pat yourself on the back too hard now.
I'm good.
So that was Final Fantasy VII Remake.
Yeah.
It was a game.
The game. No remove material because you would have destroyed everything. So that is the reason why they didn't put him in.
Currently game of the year for me right now.
Not many options yet.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. We'll see Streets of Rage 4 next week.
Well,
I don't think that's gonna be. I don't think.
I really like
Animal
Crossing.
Good.
I really like Animal Crossing, guys.
I know.
Like 350 hours in Animal Crossing right now. So.
3 hours or so into Trials of Mana. I like it. It's not quite the same quality of remake as Final Fantasy VII.
It's the remake that it should be.
Yeah.
It's funny because I like how unabashedly old that remake is.
Yep. I said to Joe earlier, I was like, "Oh, that's some '90s voice acting."
Oh
I'm
my
into
god,
this
it's
shit.
so
I'm
terrible.
into this shit.
Kevin talks like William Shatner.
Third person.
Also kept the Charlotte's translation from this current Trials of Mana.
Elma, she talks like Elma Fudd.
I mean, I couldn't read it before, and now I'm like,
there's W's everywhere.
I just fucking refuse. I mean, I never use
now
Charlotte
they use
ever
her?
anyway, but
There's enough W's in her subtitles to give Germans an aneurysm.
It's horrible. It's oh my god.
It's horrible.
Horrible.
But you know what? I'm telling you, I am so glad the voice acting is terrible.
Oh yeah.
I don't want it to be good.
So glad.
Yeah.
That's not the game.
So happy.
Yeah.
It might be insufferable because Kevin talking sentence fragments.
Beast Man.
He doesn't sound like a beast man. He sounds like a teenager having a stroke.
I love it.
All right.
Oh my god.
Can't wait.
Okay.
It's the remake that it should be.
That's right.
Weird time to go off on Trials of Mana, but that's also out.
That's fine.
Another Square remake.
Yeah. Oh my god, this one lasted like what, 5 hours?
Was it really?
I think we started around midnight. Really.
Whoa.
We've been talking for a long time.
No, we did not start around midnight. We started like maybe quarter to
11:30. Like, dude, we've been going for a long time. This is a long
time. Yeah.
It's okay. It's longer than the max spoiler one that he did with Easy Allies.
Yeah, it's like 3.5 hours.
It was a 2.5 hour one. So
I mean, dude, we just went through the game chapter by chapter by chapter. Very detailed, so I appreciate it.
Well, we try.
Yeah. I feel like this one deserves a slight deep dive.
Yeah.
We treat it like an Avengers movie.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Okay.
All right.
Normal episode next week.
Yeah.
Yeah. Who knows? Whenever it shows up.
Yeah.
Maybe when we have something to talk about.
No news.
We got games.
There's no news. We got games.
We got lots of games to talk about. Yeah, same here, man. I'm playing games right now, so.
Other than Final Fantasy VII.
Yeah, I get
which we can now no longer talk about.
Yeah, right.
Everything we're going to say, we said already.
Everything. I will mention when I finish hard mode and or platinum that game.
Yeah, I'll probably talk about that too at some point.
That's fair. That's fair.
And I'm pretty sure there's going to be some obnoxious encounters still.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for riding along on this epic journey because it was long. And how long did it take you guys to finish? Because I was just under 50 hours. I was like
41 or 42 hours.
68?
Yeah,
Jesus,
we did
it's very specific.
I actually took a picture of it because everybody was like, "Oh, this is a 30-hour game." I was like, "All right."
42 hours. How do I have the best time? What? I know I didn't do the extra battles once, but what?
Well, I also have a kid.
Right.
To put the game down sometimes, and
well, that game timer doesn't go.
Game timer stopping, but there's a lot of starting and stopping.
Right. Okay.
Oh, he calmed down. Cool, I can play. Oh, as soon as I touch the controller, he wants to touch the controller.
Yep, he's screaming.
He wants to touch the controller. Not because he wants to play, because he wants to eat it.
That's fun. You got to start somewhere.
Sometimes you want to do that. I get it.
Sometimes I want to eat my controller too.
I have never bitten a controller.
That's a lie.
Once.
No, they're dirty.
Gran Turismo.
Well, not Gran Turismo.
The licensing The Licensed Trials.
Oh man,
3.
Gran Turismo 3.
Yeah.
Oh, that
A-Spec is a rough one.
That is controller bite.
That made me bite my controller. I never bit my controller ever again after that, but I reserved it for that. There was
fair.
teeth marks on one of my DualShock 2s.
Woo, that's fair.
Yeah.
Okay,
God damn it.
we're done.
All right.
Thank you for watching and or listening, depending on the medium that you have engaged on. We appreciate it wherever you do it.
Joe, take us out on the credits theme.
Already got that queued.
Awesome.
Cool. Do it.
I would be lost, drifting alone, floating up high, time after time, and there you'd be, shining brightly, your smiling face to guide my way. Bloody and bruised, brought to my knees, when beaten down, when broken up, you would appear, reach out to me, heal every wound, and make me whole. Was it all a dream? Will I never know? Foolish and blind to everything. Had I realized, had I thought it through, would you be here in my embrace? Shine bright once more, guide me to you. Smile bright once more. This time I will never let you go. With your every smile